Chapter 1 of The Heel of Achilles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. Chapter 1. To Yoe, my sister, and always my greatest friend. Provinces twain o'er the land held sway, and the country was ruled by twain. I made the laws as king, but you, as premier, revoked them again. You were my faithful A.D.C. when I was the captain bold, but Watson I to your Sherlock Holmes in the Baker Street days of old. We went through times that were strange and bad, and we shared and shared the same, and talked and dreamed and planned of the day when we'd come to freedom and fame. And the dreams came true and the times were changed and we did the things we'd planned. Don't you remember the 2 fur coats and the trips to Weston Sand? So now you work at a real career and I'm writing in Singapore, and send my book to my twin, a token of all that has gone before. A sign of the past, but a symbol too, that is known to you and me, of the days together still to come, and the best that is yet to be. The Heel of Achilles. Chapter 1. I am an orphan, reflected Lydia Raymond with immense satisfaction. She was a very intelligent little girl of 12 years old, and she remembered very well that when her father had died out in China 3 years ago, it was her mother who had been the center of attention and compassion. People had spoken about her poor dead father, and had praised him and pitied him, but their real attention had all been for the widow, who was there under their eyes, pathetic and sorrow-stricken. Lydia herself had been poor little thing, but Grandpapa and her aunts and uncles had all told her that it was her mother who must be thought of now, and she knew that they kept on saying to one another that the child will be a comfort to poor Mary. Her own individuality, which she had felt so strongly, did not seem to count at all, and Lydia had quite silently resented that intensely, ever since she could remember anything at all. Once her mother had read her some extracts of old letters from her dead father, letters which had once come so regularly every week in thin blue envelopes with the Hong Kong postmark. Kiss our baby Lydia for me. I hope she is a good little thing always. Some day, when these years of hard work are over, you won't have to sacrifice yourself any more, my poor Mary. And later on, in the last letter of all, the child's life is only a continuation of ours, my Mary. Long afterwards, Lydia, who never forgot the words, came to see them as the expression of a man's eternal wistful attempt to live on in the generations supplanting his own. But when her mother read them aloud to her in a voice choked with tears, something in Lydia revolted violently. My life is my own, she thought stubbornly, not just a continuation of somebody else's. With that acute clarity of vision that enabled her to analyze certain aspects of her childhood's world, she once told herself, "They don't love me for myself at all. Grandpapa doesn't love me the least bit. He doesn't love anybody. And Mother loves me because I'm her child, and the aunts love me because I'm Father's child, and they think I'm a comfort to Mother." She could hardly remember her father, and though at first she had shed tears over his death, Lydia had quickly dried them. "Now, dear, you must be a good little girl and not cry and make poor Mother more unhappy than she is already," had said the harassed-looking Aunt Evelyn. "You know you must think of her now. You'll have to be her comfort." And almost immediately afterwards, Aunt Evelyn had said to Lydia's mother, "Do give way and cry, dearie. It will be so much better for you. I know you're wonderful, but you'll suffer for it later on. You're bound to." After that, it had not needed Aunt Evelyn's further observation that poor little Lydia didn't know what her loss meant, to dry Lydia's perfunctory tears with the sting of an inflexible pride. She would not cry again until they were prepared to concede to her the major right to affliction. She did not love her mother very much. It is more common than is generally allowed for an intelligent child, still in bondage to her natural instinct, reinforced by the tradition of allegiance to natural authorities, to couple that allegiance with a perfectly distinct antipathy to the personality of either or both parents. Lydia's dislike of her mother's sentimentality, her constant vacillation of purpose, and her incessant garrulity was only unchildlike in her calm analysis of it, and in the conscious restraint that she put upon it. Mrs. Raymond had often said, sometimes in Lydia's hearing, that she would welcome death. "But for little Lydia, I think I should have put an end to it all long ago. But how can I leave her when she has only me?" Mrs. Raymond, however, without any intervention of her own, when Lydia was 12 years old, reached the haven to which, since her husband's death, she had so often aspired. I am an orphan. Lydia, already a dignified and self-contained little girl, bore herself with a new, pale composure. It was for her that Aunt Evelyn, once more summoned from her shabby, untidy house at Wimbledon, was now hastily ordering mourning, and to whom the Wimbledon cousins had written brief, blotted letters of compassion and sympathy, and it was her future that Aunt Evelyn and Uncle George and Aunt Beryl had all been discussing under their breath whenever they thought she was not listening. This, at least, was Lydia's complacent conviction, until she overheard a few chance words about Grandpapa, and how best they could break it to him, when he was old and his heart was weak, and he had, besides, never really got over the shock of poor Peter's death 3 years ago. So it was Grandpapa they were thinking of now. Lydia really felt very angry. Grandpapa, however, did not exact an undue amount of attention on the whole. "Grandpapa is old," said Aunt Beryl with a hint of apology in her voice. "Very old people don't realize things quite in the same way. They're more familiar with grief, perhaps." "The real blow was poor Peter's death," said Aunt Evelyn, also determined that Grandpapa should be accredited with his due meed of afflictions. Aunt Beryl, who lived with Grandpapa, took Lydia to stay with them. They had a house at the seaside, only 2 hours by train from London, and Aunt Evelyn came with them ostensibly to see how Grandpapa was, but in reality, Lydia felt certain, in order to help them to decide upon her own future. The two aunts talked to one another in anxious undertones all through the journey, their two almost identical black hats nodding so close together that Aunt Beryl's hard straw brim kept on knocking against Aunt Evelyn's stiff, upstanding bow of rigid crepe. Although the younger one was still unmarried, Lydia's two aunts had never lost a certain indefinable similarity of taste that always made them look as though they were dressed alike. Aunt Evelyn was Mrs. Senthoven. "You can remember it because of Beethoven," she always said with a nervous laugh. She had 3 children, and was several years older than her sister. Miss Raymond might have been handsome in a small, beaky way, but for her extreme thinness and the permanent anxiety in her light brown eyes. Beryl is the youngest bird in the old home nest, and is always with dear Grandpapa, Aunt Evelyn and Uncle George were apt to say. The youngest bird in the old home nest, growing yearly more pinched and vulture-like, invariably acquiesced eagerly in the pious formula, and thus enabled Aunt Evelyn to give her undivided attention to the straitened, clamorous household at Wimbledon, and Uncle George to leave his room in Grandpapa's house untenanted during his fortnightly holiday from the office. Now, however, he was at home, having gone straight back after the funeral. He met them at the station. Uncle George was small and fair, with a habit of asking thoughtful questions of the kind apt to provoke hasty and inaccurate replies, which he then had the satisfaction of correcting. He said, "Well, well, Lydia," and gave her a little awkward pat on the shoulder that she quite understood to be expressive of his pity and sympathy. "What about the bus?" said Aunt Beryl. "No, no," Aunt Evelyn protested quickly. "The walk would do us good. No need to take the bus." This was one of the fundamental differences between the aunts and Lydia's mother. Mrs. Raymond had always taken a cab from the station, whether she had brought any luggage or no, when she came down to see Grandpapa. She had never seemed to be aware, as Lydia had privately always been aware, that the household in Regency Terrace thought very much the worse for her for the extravagance. "The bus could take your bag, Evelyn. I know the man," said Uncle George. "It will be quite all right." He put out his hand for the small, dirty brown suitcase that was weighing his sister down on one side. "Well, I don't know," she hesitated. "I suppose it will be sixpence or more saved, if we carry it ourselves." She laughed nervously. "Better let the bus take it. I can say a word to the conductor," persisted Uncle George, now burdened with the bag. "Oh, it isn't fair. I think I'd rather keep an eye on it." "Just as you like." Uncle George raised his eyebrows, and they trudged away down the dusty station road. Lydia was tired and hot in her new fussy black clothes, and the contrast between her present discomfort and those condemned, self-indulgent ways of her mother, in the advantages of which she had always shared, brought a genuine realization of loss to her mind with a dull pang. "What made your train late?" Uncle George inquired, patiently shifting the suitcase into his other hand. "Was it late?" "Surely. Wasn't it, Beryl?" "I think it was. About 5 or 10 minutes." Her brother immediately looked astonished. 5 or 10! The railway company would tell you that there is a very great difference. As a matter of fact, your train came in exactly 7½ minutes behind time." "Perhaps we started late," wearily suggested Mrs. Senthoven. She was beginning to limp a little in her tight black boots. "Not very likely to do that. Probably you lost time at the junction. The 2:15 always has to wait about there. I've noticed it." "Probably that was it," said Aunt Beryl, with tired acquiescence in the masculine infallibility on the subject of timetables. "I expect it was that. Let me see. You would have stopped only once before the junction." The discussion, if it could be called one, when the only wish of the aunts was obviously to agree with Uncle George, lasted all the way to Regency Terrace. Then Aunt Evelyn and Aunt Beryl both said, "Here we are," and Uncle George put the suitcase down upon the lowest step of the stone flight that led to the front door, as though by no possible feat of endurance could he have sustained its weight further. "There's Grandpapa," said Mrs. Senthoven, looking up at the first floor window and nodding vigorously. "George!" exclaimed Aunt Beryl reproachfully. "Why is Grandpapa in the drawing room? You know he always sits in the dining room on week days, with the parrot to keep him company and all." Her brother was spared the necessity of providing any explanation as to Grandpapa's disregard of his privileges by the opening of the front door. "Welcome, my dear child," said Aunt Beryl very kindly to Lydia, and she kissed her. Then she looked round sharply at the servant who had opened the door. Her face relaxed at the immaculate cap and apron that met her gaze, and she said graciously, "Good afternoon, Gertrude." As they went into the dining room, of which the door already stood open, Lydia heard Aunt Beryl say in tones of satisfaction, "The girl really is improving at last. I've had such a time with her." "I wish I could get our girl at home to look half so smart," said Evelyn, shaking her head. "But she's got more than she can manage with the house in the morning, and then the waiting at meals. Robert absolutely insists on that, and half her time she doesn't dress in the afternoons at all, and I really can't blame her. Just goes to the door with her arms all turned up anyhow." "Not that we have many callers," sighed Aunt Evelyn. "I've had to give over social life altogether, practically. The children take such a lot of seeing to. Don't ever marry a poor man, Beryl." The fiction still prevailed between the sisters that a choice of matrimonial projects lay ever before Miss Raymond. "If you ladies have finished talking secrets," said Uncle George in reproachful reference to the rapid undertones employed by Lydia's aunts. "Yes, now what about Grandpapa? He'll want to see our little Lydia." "Poor child. Get her a little wine and a biscuit first, George." Lydia sat complacently at the square dining room table, whilst Uncle George slowly unlocked the lower half of the sideboard and brought out a decanter with a very little red liquid in it. and Aunt Beryl produced also from a locked receptacle a small glass barrel containing 3 or 4 Albert biscuits. "You sit here quietly, dear. Aunt Evelyn and I will go up to Grandpapa first." The aunts left the room altogether, and Lydia and Uncle George remained solemnly facing one another across the dining room table. Lydia was much too self-possessed a little girl ever to feel any necessity for making conversation, and as her uncle remained silent, she occupied herself in gazing around the dining room, familiar though it was to her already. The table was still covered with rather worn red baize. Grandpapa's armchair, in which Grandpapa should by rights have been sitting now, still stood in the bay window, flanked by the small, round table which supported the parrot's cage. The cage was covered with an old piece of green stuff now, and Lydia was glad of it. She was not at all fond of the parrot. Over the mantelpiece hung The Monarch of the Glen, and over the writing table, at which no one ever wrote, but where Aunt Beryl did a good deal of sewing, was Derby Day. Lydia had heard Aunt Evelyn say that the detail in that picture always struck her as being quite wonderful. The sideboard was the largest piece of furniture in the room, and it occupied almost the whole of one end of it. Lydia had often been told the story of the sideboard's arrival at Regency Terrace, the impossibility of getting it in at the front door, Uncle George's humorous suggestion that the roof of the house should be taken off, and finally its lengthy and strenuous entrance through a window, assisted by a large crane. It was a matter of everlasting regret to Lydia that this sensational progress should have taken place some 20 years before her own arrival into the world. In front of the empty grate stood a faded worked screen, its spiral legs embedded in the fluffy black hearth rug. "Oh," said Lydia, suddenly reminded, "where is Shamrock?" "Out, I suppose," said Uncle George simply. Shamrock was Grandpapa's dog, and Uncle George had good reason to disclaim all responsibility for Shamrock's incomings and outgoings. A seaside town, or in fact any town, is no place for a dog, in my opinion, said Uncle George. "Of course they have more fun in the country," glibly returned his niece, who had never spent more than 3 consecutive days in the country anywhere, nor owned a dog in her life. "They can run after chickens and lambs, I suppose," she added innocently. "They can, indeed," ejaculated Uncle George. "But why lambs, Lydia? I thought I'd seen a picture of dogs running after sheep and barking at them to make them go the right way." "Sheepdog! That's another matter. Sheep are not lambs, child, nor is this the season for lambs." Uncle George looked happier, having found an opportunity for the bestowal of information. Lydia secretly thought of him very much like Mr. Barlow in Sandford and Merton, and had no idea that her comparison was anything but complimentary. "Have you ever read Sandford and Merton, Uncle George?" she inquired conversationally. She had no idea of simulating a conventional grief for her mother with Uncle George, knowing instinctively that any such display would merely embarrass him. Uncle George liked one to be intelligent and very attentive to everything he said. Lydia had often asked him questions, the answers to which left her profoundly indifferent, merely for the sake of pleasing him. Her unconsciously cynical acknowledgment to herself of her own motives, at least, saved her from the charge of insincerity. Lydia had seen so little of her grandfather during the last 3 years that she could not remember what he liked from little girls, although she retained a vivid impression, mostly gathered from her mother, that Aunt Evelyn's noisy, slangy, hockey-playing Beatrice and Olive were not approved of by him. Lydia, the precocious little only child of a mother, half enviously and half contemptuously acknowledged to be rather a fine lady by the Raymonds and the Senthovens, was not likely to transgress in the same directions as Beatrice and Olive. When Aunt Evelyn appeared at the dining room door with her summons, Lydia followed her demurely upstairs. She remembered the steep, rather narrow staircase, with a blue carpet that gave place abruptly on the second flight to yellow oilcloth, and the ugly blue paper on the walls, quite well. The drawing room seemed altogether strange to her, but she was given no time to examine it. "Here is little Lydia, Grandpapa," said Aunt Beryl, who stood as though on guard behind the armchair in the bow window that looked out on to a distant strip of grey sea. How tiny Grandpapa was! It quite shocked Lydia to see the minute proportions of the stiff little figure that sat back rigidly in the depths of the armchair. Grandpapa's hand was like a claw, and his eyes looked out of a network of wrinkles such as Lydia had never seen or imagined on a human countenance. She half expected his voice to be in proportion, but it was in very sharp, incisive tones that he addressed her. "How do you do, my dear? You are very young to know grief. Lydia has been very good and brave, and given us no trouble at all, Grandpapa," said Aunt Beryl. "That's right. That's quite right. How old are you, Lyddie?" Lydia suddenly remembered that her grandfather had always called her Lyddie, although no one else ever did so. 12.5, Grandpapa. Can you read?" "Oh, yes," said Lydia, astonished. "There is reading and reading," said the old man rather grimly. "If yours is very good, you can read to me in the mornings and save your Aunt Beryl." "We shall have to see about some lessons for her in the mornings," said Aunt Beryl rather repressively. "Eh? What's that? You don't want to go to school, do you, my dear?" Lydia wanted to go to school very much, and had always resented her mother's refusal to send her there, and the irregular, desultory lessons at home, from which she knew that she learnt nothing useful. But already she felt certain that to say so would not advance her cause with Grandpapa. "I have never been to school," she said at last. "A very good thing, too. I don't like all this business of girls trying to be like boys and learning all sorts of rough ways." Old Raymond cast a malicious glance at his daughter Evelyn, whose 2 girls attended a high school. "You are tired, Grandpapa," she said gently and unresentfully, although she coloured. "What made you sit in the drawing room today?" asked Aunt Beryl. "You know you always stay in the dining room until 6 o'clock." Grandpapa's perfectly alert old face suddenly assumed a blank expression. "Eh, my dear?" he said vacantly. Aunt Beryl repeated the observation in a higher key. "I can't hear you," said Grandpapa obstinately. Aunt Evelyn and Aunt Beryl exchanged glances. "Don't do that, my dears. It's very ill-bred. Even little Lyddie here can tell you that. Very bad manners to exchange glances. I suppose you thought I couldn't see you, but I've got very good eyes yet." The old man chuckled gaily at the discomfiture on the faces of the 2 women. "You must come downstairs now, Grandpapa. It's tea time," said Aunt Beryl firmly. Lydia wondered how anyone so very old and frail could ever be taken downstairs. Did Uncle George carry him? She saw with horror that neither of her aunts made any move to assist him as he leaned forward and gripped a stout stick that stood against the armchair. Then he began to slide down the seat of the deep chair, his old frame quite rigid, one hand clutching the arm of the chair, the other the stick. "Oh!" cried Lydia involuntarily. Grandpapa, his face tense and his breathing very loud, never looked at her, but both the aunts said, "Hush!" So she stood quite silent, very much interested and rather frightened, while the tiny, taut old frame twisted itself to the perpendicular and at last stood erect. Then, and then only, Grandpapa accepted the support of Aunt Beryl's arm to supplement that of the stick as he went very, very slowly downstairs, one step at a time. Aunt Evelyn, following behind with Lydia, explained to her that Grandpapa never allowed anyone to help him out of his chair. "You will learn all the little ways of the house in time," said Aunt Evelyn kindly. "You know we hope that this is to be your home." "Yes, Auntie," said Lydia submissively. A dim, resentful consciousness was slowly creeping over her that "to learn all the little ways of the house" is the endless and often uncongenial concomitant to that orphan state to which she had proudly laid claim. End of Chapter 1. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 2 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. DELAFIELD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was not difficult to learn the routine of life at Regency Terrace. By the end of the autumn, Lydia felt as though she'd always lived there. It was very monotonous. Breakfast was at 8 o'clock, and Lydia found herself expected to partake of bread and milk, to which she was not accustomed, and which rather annoyed her because she knew they only gave it to her in order to satisfy Grandpapa's old-fashioned sense of the appropriate. Immediately after breakfast she went out, so as to give Aunt Beryl time to see to the housekeeping before her lessons. "A good brisk walk up and down the front," her aunt said encouragingly. "There are never many people there early." After September, indeed, there were hardly ever any people there at all. Lydia did not dislike her solitary promenades from one end of the Esplanade to the other, except on the days when there was an east wind, when she hated it. At first she was allowed to take Grandpapa's dog, Shamrock, with her, although with many misgivings on the part of Aunt Beryl. Shamrock was reputedly a Sealyham terrier, and Grandpa was inordinately attached to him. He roared with laughter when Uncle George said angrily that the dog made a fool of him by flattening himself under the front wheel of the bicycle which daily conveyed Uncle George to his office. And when Shamrock made all Regency Terrace hideous with howls, on the few occasions that Uncle George kicked him out of the way, Grandpapa's deafness immediately assailed him in its most pronounced form, and he assured his daughter that he could hear nothing at all, and that it was all her fancy. "Good little dog, Shamrock," said Grandpapa approvingly when Shamrock prostrated himself in an attitude of maudlin affection before the old man's armchair, as he invariably did, to the disgust of the household. He also showed himself scrupulously obedient to Grandpapa's lightest word, although unfortunate Aunt Beryl might still be hoarse from prolonged cries at the hall door, in a vain endeavour to defend the bare legs of hapless little passing children, whom Shamrock took a delight in terrifying, although he never hurt them. Lydia liked Shamrock because he always pranced along so gaily and wagged his tail so effusively, and also because she suspected him of more than sharing her dislike of the parrot. But their walks together were not a success. There was only one crossing, but Shamrock always contrived to negotiate it as badly as possible under an advancing tram, thus causing the driver to shout angrily at Lydia. He would simulate sudden, delighted recognitions of invalid old ladies in bath chairs, and hurl himself upon them with extravagant demonstrations until the bath chair men, to most of whom he was only too well known, would seize him by the scruff of the neck and hurl him away. Finally, as he never entered the house when Lydia did, but invariably contrived to give her the slip and extend the excursion by himself, Aunt Beryl no longer allowed her to take him out. Lydia was sorry, but she made no lamentations. If one lived with people, it was always better to conform to their wishes, she had long ago discovered. Her innate philosophy waxed with the disproportionate rapidity sometimes seen in children who are dependent on other than their natural surroundings for a home. Crudely put, she conformed to each environment in which she found herself. But, and in this, Lydia, without knowing it, was exceptional. She never lost a particle of her own strong individuality. She merely waited, quite unconsciously, for an opportunity when it might expediently be set free. With Aunt Beryl she was a docile, rather silent little girl. Aunt Beryl gave her lessons every morning from Little Arthur, and set her arithmetic problems of which Lydia knew very well that she did not herself know the workings, and to which she merely looked up the answers in a key, and also made her practice scales upon the piano in the drawing-room. "It will make your fingers nice and supple, even if one or two of the keys won't sound," said Aunt Beryl. "I'll write a note to the piano tuner next week." But she never did. Lydia thought gloomily that she was learning even less now than in the old days in London, when her mother had, at least, taught her scraps of French and given her innumerable books to read. Aunt Beryl declared that Lydia could go on with French by herself, and a French grammar was bought. "I'll hear you say your verbs," said Aunt Beryl, harassed. but I've forgotten my accent long ago. As for books, there were none in the Regency Terrace house. When Aunt Beryl wanted to read, she had recourse to Weldon's Fashion Journal or to an occasional Home Chat. Grandpapa had the daily paper read to him, but her aunt once told Lydia that Grandpapa used to be a great reader, but he can't see now without glasses, and he won't use them. So he never reads. Uncle George, indeed, often brought home a book from the public library in the evenings, but he did not offer to lend them to Lydia. Neither did such titles attract her as Goodman's Applied Mechanics, or somebody else's Theory of Heat, Light and Sound. Aunt Beryl, however, was kind, and when Lydia had once said that she liked reading, she promised her a storybook for Christmas. It was then October. Meanwhile, she taught her needlework, and Lydia learnt to make her own blouses and to knit woolen underwear for a necessitous class, vaguely designated by Aunt Beryl as the poor. Sewing was the only thing that Aunt Beryl taught Lydia in such a way as to make it interesting. She had no lessons after dinner, which was in the middle of the day. Sometimes in the afternoon she walked slowly on the esplanade with Aunt Beryl beside Grandpapa's chair. But more often, as the weather grew colder, she and Aunt Beryl went out alone, and then they walked briskly into what Aunt Beryl called the town. The part where Regency Terrace stood was the residential quarter. The town mainly consisted of King Street and one of those tributary streets where the shops were. Lydia rather liked the shopping expeditions with Aunt Beryl, and felt important when the grocer's boy or the ironmonger's young lady took an order, and said, "Yes, Miss Raymond," "Good afternoon, Miss Raymond," without asking for any address. Sometimes when Aunt Beryl's list was a long one and the darkness of approaching winter fell early, she took Lydia in to have tea at a small establishment known to King Street as the Dorothy Cafe. And the shopping was resumed afterwards in the cheerful light of the prevalent gas. This happened seldom, however, as Aunt Beryl liked to be at home in order to give Grandpapa his tea, which was not wonderful, since whenever she failed to do so, her parent never omitted to make caustic allusion to the long outing that she must have been enjoying in the good fresh air. When Aunt Beryl had duly been present at the rite of tea, however, it was an understood thing that she went out for a couple of hours afterwards, and left Lydia to entertain Grandpapa. "I am just going to step around to the Jacksons, dear, with my work. I'll be back by 6 o'clock or so." That was really the time that Lydia liked best. She soon found out that with Grandpapa she might be her own shrewd little cynical self. He only required outward decorum and an absence of any modern slang or noisiness, which accorded well with Lydia's natural taste and early training. She also speedily discovered that Grandpapa thought her clever, and that so long as her opinions and judgments were her own, he was ready to listen to them with amusement and interest. Any affection or insincerity he would pounce upon in a moment. "Don't humbug," he sometimes said sharply. "It's the worst policy in the world. Humbug always ends in muddle." "Shamrock's a humbug," said the old man once, chuckling as he fondled the little white dog. "He's a humbug, and he'll come to a bad end. When I'm dead, they'll get rid of Shamrock. They think I'm taken in by his humbug, but I know he's a bad dog." Lydia could not help thinking that "they" had some excuse in supposing Grandpapa to be blind and deaf to his protege's iniquities, but she put out her hand and patted the dog's rough head. "Would you look after Shamrock, Lyddie?" "Yes, Grandpapa. I'm very fond of him." "Why?" said Grandpapa sharply. "Because he amuses me," answered Lydia truthfully. "Aha! We all find it amusing to see other people being made fools of," was Grandpapa's charitable sentiment. "Well, you should have him one of these days, Lyddie. I hope you'll have a good home to give him." "What do you mean to do when you're grown up?" "Write books," said Lydia. To Aunt Beryl she would have said, "Get married and have 2 boys and a little girl, Auntie," but her Aunt Beryl would never have dreamt of asking her this question. "Hey!" said Grandpapa in a rather astonished voice. Write books. A blue stocking never gets a husband, said Grandpapa sententiously. Lydia did not know what a blue stocking was, although she deduced that it was no compliment to be called one, but she was too proud to ask. What sort of books do you want to write? Stories, said Lydia, and perhaps poetry. Have you ever tried? Yes, Grandpapa. One of these days, said Grandpapa with cautious vagueness, you may read me one of your stories, and we shall see what we shall see. But you mustn't expect to make a living by writing books, Liddy. That's a thing that's only done by hard work. What sort of hard work? There's very little hard work that women are fit for. They can go governessing or school teaching or nurse in hospitals. Your Aunt Beryl had a fancy that way once, but I told her she'd get as much nursing as she wanted at home, all in good time, and you see I was quite right. Did Aunt Evelyn want to do something too? She wanted to get married, my dear, and so she took the first young fellow that came after her. Never you do that, Liddy. Lydia raised surprised eyes to the old man's face. Well, said Grandpapa soothingly, you've got twice the brains of any of them. We know that. You get them from your mother. Not that brains ever did her any good, poor soul. She was unbalanced, as clever women generally are. Am I unbalanced, Grandpapa? Now that's a bad habit, said Grandpapa, suddenly extending a gnarled forefinger like a twisted bit of old ivory, as though about to lay it on some objectionable insect. That's a very bad habit, Liddy, me dear. Don't refer everything back to yourself. It bores people. Do it in your own mind, said Grandpapa, chuckling. No doubt you won't be able to help it, but not out loud. When someone tells you that Mrs. Smith dresses better than she walks, don't immediately go and say, like 9 women out of every 10, do I dress better than I walk? Grandpapa assumed a piping falsetto designed to simulate a feminine voice. And don't say either, oh, that reminds me of what was said about me this time 9 years ago. People don't want to hear about you. They want to hear about themselves. Always, Grandpapa? Said Lydia, dismayed. Practically always. And when you've grasped that, you've got the secret of success. Always let the other people talk about themselves. Lydia's memory was a retentive one, and to the end of her life, at the oddest, most unexpected moments, Grandpapa's aphorism, delivered in the very tones of his cracked, sardonic old voice, was destined to return to her, always with increased appreciation of its cynical penetration into the weakness of human nature. Always let other people talk about themselves. With the advent of Aunt Beryl and the lamp, needless to say, Grandpapa ceased imparting these educational items to Lydia. He listened to Aunt Beryl's account of Mrs. Jackson's asthma, agreed that Uncle George was late back from the office, and became deaf and vacant-eyed when Aunt Beryl reproachfully said that Shamrock had brought a live crab into the front hall and upset the girl's temper. At 7 o'clock, Aunt Beryl and Lydia went away to don evening blouses, and in the case of Aunt Beryl, a dressy black silk skirt, and half an hour later they all had supper in the dining room. Once a week, Wednesdays, Mr. Monteagle Almond from the bank used to come in at 9 o'clock and play chess with Uncle George. He told Lydia once that he had never missed a Wednesday evening, except when either or both were away, during the last 15 years. And I don't suppose, solemnly said Mr. Almond, I shall miss one for the next 15, not if we're both spared. He was a dried-up looking little man with a thin beard and a nearly bald head, and both Uncle George and Aunt Beryl chaffed him facetiously from time to time on the subject of getting married. But Mr. Monteagle Almond never retaliated by turning the tables on them, as Lydia privately considered that he might well have done. On the evenings when Mr. Almond was not present, Aunt Beryl very often took off her shoes and rested her feet, which were always causing her pain, against the rung of a chair. Sometimes, when Gertrude had cleared away, she hung over the dining-room table, spread with paper patterns and rolls of material, and after hovering undecidedly for a long while, would suddenly pounce on her largest pair of scissors and began to slash away with every appearance of recklessness. But the recklessness was always justified when the dress or the blouse was finished. She was never too much absorbed to remember Lydia's bedtime, however, and at 9 o'clock every night Lydia was expected to rouse Grandpapa from the light slumber into which he would never admit that he had fallen, Uncle George from the newspaper or applied mechanics, and shake hands with them gravely as she said good night. Only the game of chess might not be interrupted. Aunt Beryl always came up to say good night to Lydia in her nice little room at the top of the house. "Sure you're quite warm enough, dear?" "Yes, quite, thank you, Auntie." "There's another blanket whenever you want one. You only have to say, 'Have you said your prayers?'" "Yes." "And brushed your teeth?" "Yes, Auntie." "Good night, dearie. Sleep well." Aunt Beryl tucked her up and kissed her, and sometimes she said, "Sleep on your back and tuck in the clothes, and then the fleas won't bite your toes." Then she went downstairs again, and Lydia never heard her and Uncle George going up to bed, for Grandpapa always refused to stir before 12 o'clock, and sometimes later, and it was necessary that both of them should wait so as to keep him company and eventually take him up to his room. The only variety in the week was Sunday, and even Sundays had their own routine. A later breakfast and a morning in church were succeeded by a heavy midday meal and a somnolent afternoon for Aunt Beryl and Grandpapa. Uncle George had very often took Lydia for a long walk, in the course of which he became more than ever like Mr. Barlow, and would suddenly, while crossing the railway bridge, propound such inquiries as, "Now what do you suppose is meant by the word 'tear' on the left-hand bottom corner of those trucks?" Lydia very seldom knew the answer to these conundrums, but whether she did or no, she was sufficiently aware that no scientific precision of reply on her part would have given her uncle half the satisfaction than it did to enlighten her ignorance. Accordingly, she generally said demurely, "I've often wondered, Uncle George. I should like to know what it means." She always listened to Uncle George's accurate and painstaking explanations and tried to remember them. Suspecting extraordinary deficiencies in Aunt Beryl's system of education, she was genuinely desirous of supplementing them whenever she could. Her ambitions to acquire learning, accomplishments, and the achievement of extreme personal beauty, all of which seemed to her to be equally far from realization, were Lydia's only troubles at Regency Terrace. On the former questions, she had determined to approach either her uncle or her grandfather after Christmas. Not before, Lydia shrewdly decided, or they would say that she was in too great a hurry, that she had not yet had a fair trial of the system of regular lessons at home. In foresight and appraisement of valuation where the touchstone of what she considered to be her own best interest was concerned, Lydia's judgment and calm, unchildlike tenacity of purpose might have been envied by a financier. But to the question of her own appearance, she brought all the ridiculous finality, childish vanity, and exaggeration of 12-year-old femininity. She spent a long time in front of her small looking-glass almost every day, staring at her little pointed face, seeking desperately for traces of beauty in her olive skin and straight brows, and wishing that her eyes were blue, or brown, or even gray, anything except a dark, variable sort of hazel. The only satisfaction she got was from the contemplation of her hair, which was long and dark and very thick. Aunt Beryl made her wear it in 2 plaits during the daytime, but Lydia did not dislike this, as the plaits undone and carefully brushed out in the evenings gave a momentary wave to the perfectly straight mass. Lydia brushed it off her forehead and fastened it back with a round comb, and thought that she looked rather like the pictures of Alice through the looking-glass. She was tall for her age, which was another source of satisfaction, but the length of her slim hands and feet were a terrible portent of inordinate future growth, and Aunt Beryl, with a foresight unappreciated by her niece, insisted upon a precautionary and unsightly tuck in all Lydia's garments. But in spite of the tucks and the frequent east wind, and Aunt Beryl's lessons, and the complete absence of any society of her own age, Lydia liked Regency Terrace very much. She had an odd appreciation for the security implied by the very monotony of each day as it slipped by. With her mother there had been no security at all. They had come from China when Lydia was 5, and she could only just remember a little about the voyage and the terrible parting from her Amma. After that they had been in London, sometimes at a boarding house, sometimes in rooms, once in a big hotel where Lydia had had her first alarming, unforgettable experience of going up and down stairs in a lift. When Lydia was 6 and her father had gone back to China, she and her mother had stayed first with one relation and then with another, and none of the visits had been very comfortable nor successful. Lydia's mother had cried and said that no one understood the sort of thing she was used to in Hong Kong, and what a dreadful change it was for her to be without a man to look after her. Lydia, a detached and solemn little girl, had retained from those early years a dislike of scenes and tears and self-pitying rhapsodies that was to remain with her for the rest of her life. They were in London when Lydia's mother became a widow, and the next 3 years had been worse than ever. Lydia was sent to stay with Aunt Evelyn, and then just as she was beginning to feel rather more at home with her noisy, teasing cousins, her mother fetched her away again, and they went to rooms in Hampstead. But the landlady there objected to the number of times that Lydia's mother asked her friends, although only one at a time, to come and have supper and spend the evening. The 2 ladies would sit up very late while Lydia's mother talked of all that made her unhappy, and generally cried a great deal, and very often, even after the visitor had gone, would come and wake Lydia up by kneeling at her bedside and sobbing there. From Hampstead her mother went as paying guest to a family in West Kensington, and Lydia was sent to a boarding school. She never forgot the mortification of her mother's sudden descent upon her, when she had been there nearly a whole term, to say that she had come to take her away. "But she's getting on so well," the head mistress whom Lydia liked had protested. "You're very happy with us, aren't you, dear?" "Yes," Lydia had muttered miserably, and with only too much truth. She had been happier than ever before, and had made friends with other little girls and enjoyed the games they played and the interesting lessons. And she had felt almost sure of getting a prize at the end of the year, but she knew with a dreadful certainty that if she showed her great reluctance to leaving school, and her disappointment and humiliation at being taken away, without rhyme or reason, her mother would have a fit of the tempestuous crying that Lydia so dreaded, and would say how heartless it was of her little girl not to want to come home, now that they only had each other. So she swallowed very hard and looked down on the floor, clenching her hands, and made hardly any protest at all. Her only comfort was that her mother's impetuosity, which could never wait, insisted upon her immediate departure, and Lydia was glad to avoid any farewells with the astonished questions and comments that must have accompanied them. She felt that she could never bear to see the nice Kensington school again. After that she had lessons or holidays as seemed good to her mother, and very seldom spent a consecutive 3 months in the same place. No wonder that Regency Terrace, unaltered in half a century, seemed a very haven of refuge to Mrs. Raymond's child. End of Chapter 2. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 3. Of the Heel of Achilles by E.M. DELAFIELD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Experience has to be bought, generally at the cost of some humiliating youthful mistakes. Those who profit by these unpleasant transactions early in life may be congratulated. Lydia, the anxious diplomatist, so acutely desirous of keeping in the good graces of those who had control of her destiny, found that she had made a mistake in approaching Grandpapa privately upon the momentous subject. Grandpapa had received her carefully thought-out explanation with not too bad a grace. "So you don't think you're learning enough, eh, Lydie? Do you think you know more than Aunt Beryl already?" Lydia had nearly cried. "No, Grandpapa," she began in the horrified accents of outraged conventionality, when she remembered in time Grandpapa's uncanny faculty for penetrating one's real, true, inmost opinion. Not more, she said boldly, but I know as much of little Arthur's history as there is in the book, and Auntie can't take me any further in French or fractions, and she never has time to give me proper music lessons. I only do scales and Weber's Last Valse by myself. And I can feel I'm not getting on, Grandpapa, and I do so want to. Why? I've got to earn my own living, said Lydia, rather proud of the words, and besides, I'm going to write books. Can you spell? Yes, Grandpapa. You'll be the first woman of my acquaintance that could, then, said Grandpapa unbelievingly. But there are heaps of other things I ought to know besides spelling, she urged. Well, I suppose that's true. But what is it you want to do? I won't pay for a madam to come and parlez-vous every day, said Grandpapa, in sarcastic allusion to a recent flight on the part of Aunt Beryl's friends, the Jacksons. Would it be very expensive to let me go to school for a little bit, Grandpapa? What, and come back a great hulking tomboy, all muddy boots and scratched hands like your cousins? There was less opposition than Lydia had expected in his manner, and she began to plead eagerly. I wouldn't, truly, I wouldn't. I needn't play games at all. It's only for the lessons I want to go. Beatrice and Olive only like it for the hockey. They hate their lessons, but I would work all the time, Grandpapa, and bring back heaps of prizes. Mind, if I let you go at all, it would be only as a day boarder, said Grandpapa warningly, but there was more of a hint of concession in his tone. That's all I want, said Lydia. I'll think it over and talk to your aunt. Now go and fetch me today's paper. Grandpapa occasionally made a feint of reading the newspaper to himself, although he was never seen to turn over a page. I can't, Grandpapa. Aunt Beryl took it away, but she's going to bring it back this evening. You can't, said Grandpapa in a voice that contrived to be terrible, although it was so small and high-pitched. Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as can't. There's won't, if you like. Lydia felt very much distressed. Grandpapa's anger and contempt were not pleasant at any time, and just now, when he appeared so nearly disposed to grant her heart's desire, she was less than ever wishful of incurring them. Aunt Beryl has lent the paper to Mrs. Jackson for something, she faltered, feeling much disposed to cry. She said you were sure not to want it before tonight. Quite wrong. I want it at once. Now don't say can't again, said Grandpapa sharply. The unfortunate Lydia looked helplessly at her tyrant. There's no such thing as can't, said Grandpapa truculently. Just you take hold of that, and don't you ever forget it. Never place any reliance on a person who says can't. Let 'em say they won't, or they don't want to. That may be true. The other isn't. Anybody can do anything if they only make up their minds to it. Grandpapa and his descendant faced one another in silence for a minute or so across the echo of this Spartan theory. At last the old man said contemptuously, If you haven't learned that yet, you're not ready for any more schooling than we can give you here, I can tell you. It was as Lydia feared. The future of one's education, the whole of one's career, in fact, was at stake. Lydia gulped at an enormous lump in her throat and managed to articulate with sufficient determination, I'll fetch it. Then she hurried out of the room, wondering what on earth she should do next. Rush out and buy another paper? The shops were a long way off, and very likely the morning papers might be all sold out. The station bookstall? That again was open to the same objections. Borrow one from somebody else? But whom? Suddenly Lydia caught her breath. Why not? It seemed obvious once one had thought of it. She hastily put on her hat, left the front door ajar behind her, and walked out into the road and down a street that ran at an angle to Regency Terrace. If you please, Mr. Raymond would be glad to have the morning paper back again, if Mrs. Jackson is quite finished with it, she said politely, relieved that it was late enough in the day for the girl to open the door of the Jackson establishment to her, instead of one of the family. 5 minutes later she was again confronting Grandpapa, this time feeling triumphant and highly pleased with herself. "I've got it, Grandpapa." Grandpapa's claw-like old hand shot out and snatched at the newspaper. "What's the date on it?" he demanded. Lydia read it aloud. "That's today's, all right." "I went round and asked," began Lydia, desirous of exploiting her resourcefulness. "That'll do, me dear. Never spoil an achievement by a long story about it," said Grandpapa. "I asked for the paper and you've brought it. That's quite enough." "Yes, Grandpapa," said Lydia submissively. Grandpapa pointed the moral no further, but Lydia had unconsciously added another paragraph to the book of rules which was to guide her throughout the mysterious game that was just beginning for her. "There's no such thing as can't." She heard nothing more for the next few days of her ambitious request to be sent to school, and was far too cautious to risk a peremptory refusal through importunity. It was a week later that she became uncomfortably aware of an indefinable alteration in her aunt's manner towards her. "Is anything the matter, Auntie?" she gently ventured. "Why should anything be the matter, dear?" said Aunt Beryl, her lips very close together and her gaze not meeting Lydia's. The child's heart sank. Quite obviously, Aunt Beryl was offended, and meant to adopt the trying policy of ignoring any cause for offence. Twice she was too tired to come upstairs and say good night to Lydia, although this had never happened before, and several times when Lydia made little obvious comments, of the sort that always constitute a conversation between them on their walks, Aunt Beryl appeared to be too much absorbed in thought to have heard her. "I would much rather be scolded," reflected Lydia dismally. She was not scolded, but Aunt Beryl's sense of grievance presently passed into a more articulate stage. "Oh, don't ask me, dear. I'm nobody. I don't know anything," she suddenly exclaimed with extreme bitterness, on a request for advice in respect of Lydia's knitting. "Oh, Auntie, are you angry?" "Why should I be angry, dear? I may be grieved, but that's another matter." On this ground, Aunt Beryl finally took her stand. "I'm not angry, dear. I'm grieved." And grieved Aunt Beryl remained, tacitly waving away all Lydia's timid attempts at apology or explanation. Could anything be better calculated to make one feel thoroughly remorseful and uncomfortable? Lydia, however, characteristically, felt more resentful than remorseful. The tension of the situation was slightly relieved one evening, greatly to Lydia's surprise, by Mr. Monteagle Almond. "So you're being sent to school, young lady," he remarked quietly, making Lydia jump. "Oh, am I? You ought to know. I understand that a certain young lady not 100 miles away from where we are now asked to be sent to school so that she might grow very learned. Isn't that so?" "I should like to go to school," faltered Lydia. "Very natural," said Mr. Almond indulgently. "Companions of your own age attract you, no doubt. What would childhood be without other children, eh, George? You remember." "I was not so well provided for as you were, Monty," said Uncle George rather resentfully. "Indeed, no. Are you aware, young lady, that I was one of a family of 15?" Aunt Beryl made a clicking sound with her tongue. "Yes, Miss Raymond, 15. My father and mother were old-fashioned people and held that each child carried a blessing with it. 3 died in infancy, and a young brother was lost at sea. Otherwise, I'm thankful to say that we are all spared to this day." "Fancy," said Aunt Beryl in a flat voice. 15 children," repeated the grey-bearded clerk, "and my mother kept her figure to the last day of her life. A lesson to the young wives of to-day, I often think." "Your bedtime, Lydia," said Aunt Beryl briskly. "Go upstairs now, and I'll come and put the light out." Lydia was much too tactful to point out that it was still 10 minutes before her bedtime, understanding perfectly that the indiscreetness of Mr. Monteagle Almond's conversation was responsible for her accelerated departure. She had learnt that she was really going to school, and she was happy. Aunt Beryl gradually became reconciled to the loss of her pupil, and presently began to show signs of pride in Lydia's advancement. Once or twice Lydia heard her talking to Mrs. Jackson in the rapid undertones always adopted by Aunt Beryl and Aunt Evelyn with their friends. "Quite a backward child when she came to us last year. Between ourselves, my sister-in-law never took much trouble." I was quite against sending her to Miss Glover's at first. You know, I thought she'd be so behind in everything. She was, too, but the way that child has picked up, you really wouldn't believe it. I'm sure half the sums in her book I couldn't do myself. Never was good at figures." Lydia was very proud of her faculty for arithmetic. She thought very little of being first in her class for English composition, and none of the other girls thought much of it either. But they all envied her when the weekly announcement came, as it frequently did. "Problem number 15. No one got that right except Lydia Raymond. Stand up, Lydia Raymond, and show the class the working of number 15 on the blackboard. If a train left Glasgow at 8:45 a.m. on Wednesday, traveling at the rate of 60 miles an hour." Lydia enjoyed those problems, worked by herself on the blackboard in full view of half a dozen befogged, pencil-chewing seniors. But for her French, Lydia would have found herself more highly placed than she was in the school. Monday and Thursday afternoons. Oh, horrible verbs! Oh, hateful première année de grammaire, and thrice hateful genders. Why should a table be feminine and an armchair masculine? Lydia hated her French, and continued to say "Est-ce que la fenêtre de la salon est à voir?" in a lamentable voice and an unalterably British accent. Very few of Miss Glover's girls were good at French. Only 3 had any acquaintance with German, and of these, 1 was Dutch. Many of them could play the piano correctly, and even brilliantly. Some of them could copy freehand drawings or plaster casts, but hardly one could write a letter without making mistakes in spelling, punctuation, and English. All, unconsciously enough, were more or less defective in the correct pronunciation of English. Since brains, in Great Britain, are for the most part the prerogative of the middle classes, it follows that their possessors enjoy a certain prestige among their compeers, which would, on those same grounds, be denied them in more exalted circles. Lydia found that her schoolfellows were proud of her cleverness and disposed to seek her friendship. She easily assumed leadership amongst the groups of girls her own age who were also day boarders at Miss Glover's. "Do help me with this beastly sum, Lydia. I'm sure you can do it." Lydia always acceded very graciously to such frequent requests, partly because she loved to show her own superior attainments, and partly because of a very definite conviction, which she had never yet put into words, that it was always worth while to show oneself agreeable. In consequence of this complaisance, she was seldom at a loss for companionship in playtime. There was always someone to walk about with, arms round one another's waists after the immemorable schoolgirl practice, heads close together under black or scarlet tam o' shanter for a better exchange of confidences. Then Lydia put into practice Grandpapa's golden rule: always let other people talk about themselves. "I say, Lydia, I'll tell you a secret. Mind now, you're not to say a word to anyone, because I promised not to tell, but I know I can trust you." An interrogative turn to that last sentence. "Yes, truly you can, Ethel. Tell me." "Well, promise you won't tell, not even if you're asked." "Cross my heart," in the glib, accustomed formula. "Well, then, Daisy Butcher and May Holt have had a row. You know what frightful friends they've been ever since the beginning of the term? Well, it's all over, and they've quarreled. Only don't ever say I said so, because Edith told me, and I said I wouldn't say, because it was May Holt herself who told her, and she made her promise not to say. I wouldn't say a word myself, only I really thought you ought to know, sitting next to May in class and everything. I say, do you like May Holt?" Lydia, who thought May Holt common and stupid, was for a moment tempted to say so. Then innate caution and a distrust of her companion's garrulity restrained her. "She's all right," she said vaguely. "I thought you were rather friends with her." "Not now," said Ethel hastily. "If the quarrel comes out and there's any taking sides, I shall be on Daisy's side. I think May Holt's been awfully mean. I simply can't bear mean ways. I'm like that, you know." Thus Ethel's confidences, similar to scores of others, all ending in an exposition of the speaker's view of her own personal traits of character. Storms raged in teacups, confidences were violated. The identical Ethel who had sworn Lydia to secrecy on the May and Daisy quarrel found herself taxed with various indiscreet utterances and sent to Coventry. "Well, it was Edith who told me, and she said May Holt was a liar, what's more," sobbed Ethel in counter accusation that availed her nothing, although it raised fresh and terrible issues between herself and Edith, and again between Edith and May Holt, and all May Holt's partisans. Lydia listened to it all, and thought how clever she had been to keep clear of all this trouble. It was a thing always to be remembered, the unwisdom of uttering opinions that would probably be repeated to their object, never to say anything that could not safely be repeated without making for one an enemy. Lydia silently added this conviction to her increasing store of worldly wisdom. So she welcomed the confidences of the other girls, most of whom seemed quite unable to prevent themselves from talking, and she was at the same time very careful never to render herself unpopular by mischief making or by carrying backwards and forwards any of their indiscreet utterances. "You can always trust Lydia," said one or two of the girls. And once she heard one of them exclaim, "I've never heard Lydia Raymond say an unkind word about anyone." It sounded very sweet and charitable, but Lydia, with a sense of humor not unlike her grandfather's, had a little grim, private laugh at the irony of it. Several of her schoolfellows asked her to tea or to an occasional picnic in the summer, but Lydia very often regretfully said that her aunt did not like her to go out much, and declined the invitations without ever referring them to Aunt Beryl at all. She had a fastidious idea that she did not want to be reputed great friends with the children of the more superior tradespeople, or even with the two youthful socialites of the establishment, the daughters of a rich local dentist. Instinct, and certain recollections of her mother, led her to seek the friendship of a quiet little girl, actually a boarder, whose home was in the west of England, and of whom Lydia only knew that her father was a clergyman, and that she had nice manners and somehow spoke differently from the others. Her name was Nathalie Palmer. Nathalie did not make so many confidences as did the other girls, and when she did talk to Lydia it was of Devonshire and of her own home, not of the people at school. This Lydia observed, instinctively approved, and inwardly made note of for future imitation. As Nathalie knew no one outside the school, she was naturally unable to ask Lydia to come home with her, but just before the midsummer break-up her father came to visit her. He stayed for 2 days at the Seaview Hotel, and Nathalie took Lydia to luncheon there. Mr. Palmer looked old to be the father of a 14-year-old Nathalie, and had a slow, clerical manner of speech that rather overawed Lydia. She had never had a meal at any hotel since the days with her mother and father in London, that seemed now so immeasurably remote, and she felt rather nervous. Politely answering Mr. Palmer's kind inquiries as to her place in class, her favorite games and lessons, she was all the time anxiously casting surreptitious glances at Nathalie to see how she helped herself to the strange and numerous dishes proffered by the waiter. Aunt Beryl was very particular about table manners, but at Regency Terrace there was never any such bewildering profusion of knives and forks to perplex one. Once Lydia embarked upon the butter dish offered by Mr. Palmer with her own small knife, and then leaving it in the butter dish found only a very large knife left beside her plate with which to spread it. Shame and disaster threatened. Lydia looked up, and her distressed gaze met that of the waiter. To her own effable surprise, she made a movement of her head that brought him deferentially to her elbow with the required implement. Simplicity itself. Lydia inwardly decided that one need never be frightened in the most unaccustomed surroundings if only one kept one's head and never betrayed any sense of insecurity. Next day she had the gratification of being shyly told by Nathalie, "Father said what a pretty face you had, Lydia, and what nice manners. He was so glad I'd got such a nice friend, and he said I might ask you whether one day your aunt would let you come and stay with us during the holidays." End of Chapter 3. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 4 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Lydia was 15, expectant of honors in her examinations, highly placed in the school, and with a secret hope that the following term might see her head of the school, and that, moreover, at an unprecedentedly early age, unexpected disaster overtook her. The 3 placid years at Regency Terrace had been so little marked by any changes that she had forgotten that old sense of the insecurity and impermanence of life, bred of early days with her mother, and it came as a shock to her that anything should interfere seriously with her schemes. Quite unexpectedly, she fell ill. "I don't like that cough of yours, Lydia." "It's only a cough, Auntie." "It doesn't seem to get any better." "Let me see. How long have you had it now?" Lydia pretended to think that Aunt Beryl was only talking to herself, and bent lower over her books. She always worked at her preparation in the evenings after supper now. It was damp, chilly weather, and her cough grew worse, although she stifled it as far as possible, and said nothing about the pain in her back and sides. Aunt Beryl brought her a bottle of cough mixture recommended by Mrs. Jackson, and Lydia put it on the mantelpiece in her bedroom, and carefully dusted the bottle every day, and sometimes poured away a little of the contents. But one important morning, when there was a French lesson which it was essential that Lydia, with whom French still remained the weakest of links in an otherwise well-forged chain, should attend, she found herself quite unable to go downstairs to breakfast. Her head swam, her eyes and mouth were burning, and her legs unaccountably trembled beneath her. "No such thing as can't," muttered Lydia fiercely, repeating Grandpapa's favorite axiom. The pain in her side had increased without warning, and suddenly gave her an unendurable stab every time that she tried to move. "Oh!" Lydia sank back on the bed and found herself crying hoarsely from pain and dismay. Surely even Grandpapa would admit the necessity for saying "can't" at last. But Lydia did not see Grandpapa for some time after that morning. She lay in bed with a fire in the room, sometimes suffering a great deal of pain, and sometimes in a sort of strange, jumbled dream when the pattern of the wall-paper turned into mysterious columns of figures that would never add up, and French irregular verbs danced across the ceiling. Aunt Beryl nursed her all day and sat up with her at nights very often, and Dr. Young came to see her every day. Once he said to her, "You're a very good patient. I don't know what we should have done with you if you hadn't been a good, reasonable girl and done everything you were told." Lydia was pleased. "Am I very ill?" she asked. "Oh, you've turned the corner nicely now," said Dr. Young cheerfully, "but pneumonia's no joke, and you'll have to be careful for a long while yet." "Shan't I be able to go up for the examination?" "Let me see, that's about a month off. We shall have to see about that." Dr. Young's daughter was at Miss Glover's school too, and he knew all about the terrible importance of the examination. Nevertheless, he gave Lydia no permission to resume her studies. "Don't worry, dear. There's plenty of time before you. And now I've got some nice fruit jelly for you," said Aunt Beryl, and Lydia always thanked her very gratefully and lay back against the pillow, trying all the time to recapitulate the French verbs and the list of expectations to rules that she had been learning when she first fell ill. Except for anxiety about the examination, convalescence was agreeable. Uncle George came up to see her one day and brought her some grapes, and explained to her why it was that the great pieces of ice in her glass of barley water did not cause it to overflow, quite in the old Mr. Barlow manner, and once Nathalie Palmer came by invitation and had tea with her upstairs, and told her how sorry all the girls had been about her illness. "And you'll miss the exam," moaned Nathalie, "and it seems such a shame." "I know you'd have done splendidly." "What have you been having in class?" asked Lydia. "Almost all recapitulation. The only really new thing that we're doing is Henry V for literature." That evening Lydia made Gertrude, the servant, bring her the volume of Shakespeare from the drawing room. Her brain felt quite clear now, and her eyes no longer hurt her when she tried to read. Next day she was allowed to go downstairs for tea. Aunt Beryl, who looked very tired and sallow, helped her to dress, and Uncle George came upstairs to fetch her, and they both supported her very carefully down the stairs and into the drawing room, where a fire had been lit, and a special tea laid on a little table beside the armchair. Grandpapa, with Shamrock prancing unrestrainedly at his feet, and the parrot, brought up from the dining room, hanging upside down in his cage on the centre table, were all waiting to welcome her. "Very glad to see you down, me dear," said Grandpapa, shaking hands with her formally. "A nasty time you've had, a very nasty time, I'm afraid." "She's been such a good girl, Grandpapa," said Aunt Beryl, raising her voice as though by a great effort. "Dr. Young says she's the best patient he's ever had." "Did you have to swallow a great deal of psychic, Liddy?" "Ah, very disagreeable thing, psychic," said Grandpapa, who was ordered a certain draught daily, which he was only too apt to pour away into the nearest receptacle in the face of all Aunt Beryl's protests. "Mr. Almond asked for you on Wednesday, Lydia. He has been quite concerned over your illness," Uncle George told her. Lydia sat back in the armchair, her long plaits falling over either shoulder, and could not help feeling that all this attention was rather agreeable. Aunt Beryl's friend, Mrs. Jackson, stepped in to ask how she felt and to borrow a paper pattern for a blouse, and she said she'd also heard from Dr. Young and other sources what a good patient Lydia had been. "And so hard on you, poor child, missing your examinations and all." "Perhaps Dr. Young will let me go," said Lydia wistfully. "It's only 4 days, and not till next week." Mrs. Jackson shook her head doubtfully. "The town hall is well warmed with those pipes and all, but I don't know. Perhaps if you could go in a closed cab, well wrapped up, but you've missed such a lot of study, haven't you?" "I know," said Lydia dejectedly. They were all very kind to her, and seemed to realize the great disappointment of failing after all, and even of putting off the examination for another year, when one would be nearly 16 and no longer the youngest candidate of all. Mrs. Jackson refused tea and hurried away with her paper pattern, Shamrock flying to the head of the stairs after her and breaking into a storm of howls as though in protest at her departure. Aunt Beryl hastened distressfully after him. "Hark at that!" she said unnecessarily. Grandpapa put on his deafest expression. "This is very trying for you, Lydia," said Uncle George pointedly. "It seems to go through and through one's head." Did Grandpapa actually throw a glance of concern at the invalid? She could hardly believe her eyes, and felt more than ever how pleasant it was to be the centre of attention. And then Aunt Beryl came in again, dropped into a chair near the door, oddly out of breath, and quietly fainted away. Gertrude had been sent for Dr. Young before they could bring her back to consciousness again, and when he did arrive, he and Uncle George almost carried Aunt Beryl up to her room. "Thoroughly overdone," said Dr. Young. "Miss Raymond has been so very unsparing of herself during her niece's illness, one of those unselfish people, you know, who never think anything about themselves. I'm ashamed of myself for not seeing how near she was to a breakdown." Decidedly, Aunt Beryl was the heroine of the hour. Lydia was ashamed of herself for the resentment that this turning of the tables awoke in her. She went to her own room unescorted when the commotion had subsided, and her supper was brought up to her by Gertrude nearly an hour late. "How is Aunt Beryl now?" she asked. "Gone to sleep, miss. She is wore out after sitting up at night, and then the nursing during the day, and seeing to the house and the old gentleman, all just the same as usual, and no wonder." No wonder indeed. Everyone said the same. During the 2 days that Aunt Beryl, by the doctor's orders, remained upstairs, the household in Regency Terrace had time to realize what, in fact, was the case, that never before had Miss Raymond been absent from her post for more than a few hours at a time. When Mr. Monteagle Almond came in on Wednesday evening, full of inquiries and congratulations for Lydia, he was hardly allowed time to formulate them. "It's my poor sister we're anxious about," said Uncle George, just as though Lydia had never been ill at all. "Quite knocked up with nursing," said Grandpapa, shaking his head. "I've never known Beryl to take to her bed before, and we miss her sadly downstairs." Mr. Monteagle Almond was deeply concerned. Dear me, this is very distressing news. I had no idea of this. Miss Raymond never complains." "That's it," agreed Uncle George gloomily. "One somehow never thought of her overdoing it." "Unselfish," said Mr. Almond, adding thoughtfully, well, selfish people have the best of it in this world, there's no doubt." The little bank clerk was generalizing, according to his fashion, but Lydia felt angry and uncomfortable, as though the reference might have application to herself. Aunt Beryl certainly looked much as usual when she reappeared downstairs, but it was very evident that 2 days without her had thoroughly awakened both Grandpapa and Uncle George to a new sense of her importance. "We must try to spare your aunt as much as possible," Uncle George said gravely to Lydia. "I'm afraid that we've all been allowing her to do far too much for us." Lydia found it curiously disagreeable to see the focus of general interest thus shifted. Unconsciously she had occupied the center place in the little group in Regency Terrace ever since her arrival there as the 12-year-old orphan in her pathetic black frock. Without consciously posing, she had certainly, as the eager student at Miss Glover's bringing back prizes and commendations, been the most striking personality of that small world, and she had known that her elders discussed her cleverness, her steady industry, even her increasing prettiness, as topics of paramount interest. Lydia, in other words, was complacently aware of being the heroine of that story, which is the aspect worn by life to the imaginative. Now it appeared that this role had been summarily usurped by Aunt Beryl. Lydia's sense of drama was far too keen for her to undervalue the possibilities of the aspect presented by her aunt. It was pathetic to have toiled without appreciation all these years, to have nursed one's niece devotedly day and night, and then to faint away helplessly without a word of complaint. But the more Lydia realized how pathetic it was, the more annoyed she became. Her own convalescence was a very rapid one, partly owing to her determination to get to the town hall for the examination. Both Grandpapa and Uncle George, with the masculine inability to entertain more than one anxiety at a time, appeared to have forgotten that she had ever been ill, and Dr. Young himself, when applied to, only said, well, if you've really set your mind on it, the weather's nice and warm, but you must wrap up well and keep out of draughts. We don't want a relapse, mind. Miss Raymond can't do any more nursing, you know. She ought to be nursed herself." Lydia would cheerfully have nursed Aunt Beryl, if only to retain her own sense of self-importance, but well she did know that her aunt would give her no such opportunity. Really, unselfish people could be very trying. She went to the town hall, and was greatly restored by the enthusiastic greetings of her fellow candidates. "Oh, Lydia, how plucky of you to try after all! Don't you feel fearfully behindhand? Fancy if you do get through. It'll be even more splendid than if you hadn't been ill, and had no disadvantage of missing such a lot." Lydia had a shrewd suspicion that she had not missed nearly so much as they all thought. Nathalie had said that most of the work done in class during her absence had been recapitulation, and recapitulation, to Lydia's sound memory and habits of accuracy inculcated by Uncle George, had never been more than a pleasant form of making assurance doubly sure. For the last 2 days she had been studying frantically, and had made Nathalie go through Henry V with her, and mark the passages to be learnt by heart. Fortune favored her in causing the English literature paper to be set for the last day of the examination. When that last day came, Lydia felt tolerably certain that she had thoroughly overtaxed her barely restored strength, and would shortly suffer for it with some severity, but her examination papers had been a series of inward triumphs. French had certainly presented its usual stumbling blocks, but Lydia reasonably told herself that she would probably have experienced at least equivalent difficulties had she attended every class, and where mechanical rote learning could avail her, she knew that she was safe. Moreover, the algebra and arithmetic papers, over which most of the candidates were groaning, she could view with peculiar complacency. "How did you get on?" several of the girls asked her eagerly. "Not too badly, I hope," said Lydia guardedly. It would be far more of a triumph if she did succeed for her success to come as a surprise to everyone. They could hardly expect it after such an absence from class as hers had been. Even the governess in charge of the group of girls said to her kindly, "You mustn't be disappointed if you don't get through this time, dear. Miss Glover knows you've worked very well, and that it's only illness that's thrown you back." Lydia returned to Regency Terrace thoroughly exhausted. "I'm sure you've done your best, dear, and if it isn't this time, it'll be next," said Aunt Beryl philosophically. "Now go straight upstairs and have a good rest." Lydia went, and was not at all displeased to find that her head was throbbing and her face colourless. The following day the doctor saw her and shook his head at her. "Better give her a change of air, Miss Raymond. If you won't go away yourself, it will, anyway, set you rather more free not to have Miss Lydia on your mind." Lydia felt that the advice might have been worded in a manner more flattering to herself, but she was pleased at the idea of a change. She had not been away since her first arrival as an inmate of Grandpapa's household. Aunt Beryl's theory was that one went away to the sea, not from it. If one happened to live by the sea, there was no need to go away at all. Only Uncle George, taking his fortnightly holiday in the summer, departed on a walking or bicycling tour with some bachelor friend of his own. "You'll enjoy staying with your Aunt Evelyn," said Aunt Beryl. "The girls must be nearly grown up now, I declare. How time flies. Beatrice must be all of 18, and Olive 16, and I suppose Bob is somewhere between the two of them. How long is it since you've seen them, Lydia?" "Not since I was quite little. About 10, I think." "It'll be nice for you to make friends with the girls. I've often wished you had a sister." Lydia did not echo the wish when she had seen the Senthoven family circle. "There's no nonsense about us," might have been taken for their motto, or even their war cry. On the evening of Lydia's arrival she was mysteriously taken possession of by Olive, her youngest cousin, under pretext of unpacking. "I say, Lydia." "Yes?" "Yes," mimicked Olive, with a screwed-up mouth and mincing pronunciation in a derisive mockery of Lydia's low, clear enunciation, which was in part natural and in part learned from Natalie Palmer. "I declare you're afraid of the sound of your own voice. You ought to hear us. My word, we'll make you open your eyes and ears, too, before we've done with you. You should hear the ragging that goes on whenever Bob's at home. Look here, this is what I want to know." This time Lydia only looked interrogation. She despised Olive too thoroughly to care whether she laughed at her way of speaking or not, but she thought that the sooner Olive satisfied her curiosity and went away, the better. "Do you like fun?" said Miss Senthoven, bringing her prominent brown eyes and head of untidy, flopping hair close to Lydia's face in her extreme eagerness for a reply. Lydia, when she had recovered from her surprise at the form of the inquiry, assented, since assent was obviously expected of her, but she had grave doubts as to whether her own definition of fun would coincide with that of the Senthovens. It did not. Fun was synonymous with noise, and the most brilliant repartee known to any Senthoven was Bob's favourite form of squashing such nonsense as a comment on the blueness of the sky. "Well, you didn't expect to see it red, did you?" Bob, a hobbledehoy of 17, short and thick-set, was his mother's idol, but there was no nonsense allowed from poor Aunt Evelyn by her terrible daughters. "The mater's so mushy," they shouted disgustedly when she made excuse, on the morning after Lydia's arrival, for Bob's very tardy appearance. Lydia looked round the breakfast table. She was quite well again now, and breakfast upstairs would have been unheard of. Beatrice was a still larger, taller, more athletic, and, if possible, noisier edition of Olive. She had just left school, and her dark hair, very thick and heavy, was piled into untidy heaps at the back of her head. "No nonsense about my hair, I can tell you. Half the time I don't even look in the glass to see how I've done it," Beatrice would declare proudly. The girls wore flannel shirts with collars and ties, and short skirts that invariably contrived to be rather longer at the back than they were in the front. They strenuously refused to make any change of toilet in the evenings, only substituting heelless strapped black shoes for their large and sturdy boots over their thick-ribbed stockings. Those evenings were the noisiest that Lydia had ever known. Only Uncle Robert, small and sallow and spectacled, was silent. He sat at the foot of the table, said a brief, muttered grace, and dispensed the soup. "I say, what tommy rot it is you're not playing hockey, Liddy. Bea and I have got a match on tomorrow afternoon. Can't I come and watch you play?" "I suppose so. I don't care if you do, I'm sure." Olive hastily repudiated the mere suggestion of such a dangerous approach to nonsense as was implied by a possible interest in another's movements. "I say, I do believe Bob gets later every blessed day. A nice row there'd be if we came in late for every meal." "Too bally hungry to do that." "Your brother doesn't get much fresh air. You must remember he's in an office all day, and has 2 stuffy train journeys, poor boy," said Bob's mother unwisely. "Oh, poor ickle sing, then Mammy's own baby boy," yelled Beatrice derisively. "Mater," said Olive, "how can you be so sloppy?" Lydia looked around her, amazed. No one seemed to think, however, that Beatrice and Olive were behaving otherwise than well and dutifully. "Beef, Lydia." "Yes, please, Uncle Robert." Lydia saw Beatrice wink at Olive, and Olive stuff a corner of her Japanese paper napkin in her mouth, as though to prevent an explosion of laughter. She only perceived that the jest lay in the manner of her own reply when to the same inquiry her cousins successively answered, very loudly and curtly, "Rather." After the beef, Aunt Evelyn helped the pudding. There were 2 dishes in front of her, one containing the remaining half of the pink mold that had figured on the dinner table in the middle of the day, and the other the cold remnants of the previous night's tart. And Lydia, invited to make her choice, replied very clearly and rather defiantly, "I should like some tart, if you please, Aunt Evelyn." Bob, who had made this entry with the second course, roared with laughter, and reaching across his sister Beatrice, banged Lydia heavily on the back. "That's right, Lady Claire Verdiver. You stick to it." Lydia, who hated being touched, jumped in her place, but she had the wit to guess that the surest way of making her cousins pursue any particular course of action would be to show that she disliked it, in which case they would instantly look upon her as fair game. She did not in the least mind the series of witticisms lasting the length of her visit, designed to emphasize what the Senthovens considered the affections of her speech. "Just the weeniest little tiny bit, if you will be so much awfully kind, please. Thank you so awfully much." Thus Beatrice humorously, and Bob, "Well, perhaps if you were to press me to a jelly." Lydia was not in the least amused at these sallies, but she laughed at them cheerfully enough. She felt immeasurably superior to the Senthovens, and had every intention of proving that superiority to them before the end of her stay. At first blush, this did not appear to be any too easy. There was no doubt that the Senthovens, the girls especially, were efficient in their own line of action. Beatrice was a renowned hockey captain. Olive had silver trophies from both the golf club and the swimming club, and both had won junior championships at lawn tennis. "Are you a good walker, old girl?" Beatrice one day inquired of Lydia. This last term of endearment was a sign of the highest goodwill, and if employed too frequently would almost certainly lead to the accusation of sloppiness. "Oh, yes," said Lydia, thinking of the school crocodile winding its decorous way the length of the parade. "Good. Olive's an awful rotter at walking. You and I can do some tramps together. Are you game for a 6 o'clock start tomorrow morning?" Lydia laughed, really supposing the suggestion to be humorously intended. "What are you cackling about? You're such an extraordinary kid. You always seem to laugh with your mouth shut." "I suppose they taught you that at this precious school of yours, where you don't even play hockey. Well, what about tomorrow? We can take some sort of fodder with us, but I've got to be back at the Common at 10 sharp for a hockey practice." Lydia was obliged to resign her pretensions. She hadn't understood quite what Beatrice meant by a good walker. "Anything up to 25 miles is my mark," said Beatrice complacently. She and Olive were both good-humouredly contemptuous of Lydia's incapabilities, and Bob was even ready to show her how to serve at tennis and how to throw a ball straight. Lydia was willing to be taught, and was sufficiently conscious that her tennis was improving rapidly to submit to a good deal of shouting and slangy, good-humoured abuse. She did not like it, but was philosophically aware that her stay at Wimbledon was drawing to a close, and that she would reap the benefit of improved tennis for ever afterwards. "I suppose, being a duffer at games, that you're a regular smart aleck at lessons, aren't you?" Olive amiably asked her. An assent would certainly be regarded as bucking, but on the other hand Lydia had no mind to let her claims to distinction be passed over. "I've just been in for an examination," she said boldly. "I might hear the results any day now." "Get on! I thought you'd been ill." "I've missed half the term at school, but I studied by myself, and I was up in time to go to the town hall for the exam. I had to go to bed again afterwards, though." "Do you suppose you've got an earthly?" said Beatrice in highly sceptical accent. "Oh, I don't know. You see, I was the youngest competitor of all, as it happened." Lydia had been very anxious to introduce this last piece of information, and it was plain that Beatrice and Olive were not altogether unimpressed by it. Aunt Beryl had promised Lydia a telegram as soon as the results of examination were put up in the town hall, and Lydia had already decided that in the event of failure she should say nothing at all to the Senthovens. They would never remember to ask her about it, but if she had passed, she told herself grimly, they would have to acknowledge that they were not the only people who could succeed. Lydia reflected that she was sick of hearing how Olive had just saved a goal, and Beatrice had conducted her team to victory in yet another hockey match. End of Chapter 4. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 5 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The last of Lydia's Saturday afternoons at Wimbledon, however, was at length at hand. "We might go and have some sort of a rag on the Common tomorrow for Lydia's last day. Sunday doesn't count," said Beatrice on Friday evening after supper. "Quite a good egg," agreed Olive. "Bob, are you game?" Bob assented without enthusiasm. He was stretched at full length on the sofa with his arms crossed underneath his head. Uncle Robert was behind his newspaper as usual, and Aunt Evelyn was earnestly perusing a lady's paper, from which she occasionally imparted to Lydia, the only person who made any pretense at listening to her, certain small items of information regarding personalities equally unknown to both of them. This was Mrs. Senthoven's one relaxation, and afforded her an evident satisfaction. "Fancy! It says here it is rumoured that a certain demoiselle of no inconsiderable charm, and well known to society, is shortly to exchange her rank as peer's daughter for one even more exalted. I wouldn't be surprised if that was Lady Rosalind Kelly that was meant. I suppose she's going to marry some duke. They say she's lovely, but I wouldn't care to see a son of mine marry her, after all the stories one's heard." Aunt Evelyn looked fondly at the recumbent Bob. "I say, we might get the Swains to come with us tomorrow," said Olive. "Then we could get up a rag of some sort." "I say, old girl, chuck me my pipe. That mater won't mind." "Get it yourself," retorted Olive, utterly without malice, but in the accepted Senthoven method of repudiating a request for any small service. "Here's rather a good story about that fellow. You remember, Lydia. We saw his picture in the Sunday paper, Gerald Fitzgerald, who's acting in some play or other. Listen to this." Aunt Evelyn read aloud a reputed mot of the famous comedian that did not err upon the side of originality. "I wonder if that's true, now." "Bee, chuck me my pipe," from Bob. No Senthoven ever listened to any piece of information not directly bearing upon their own immediate personal interests. No fear! What a slacker you are, Bob! Why don't you get up off that sofa? Lydia's shocked at your ways. She's not. She is. Lydia hoped that she showed her sense of superiority by contributing nothing to the discussion, which continued upon the simple lines of flat assertion and contradiction until Bob flung a cushion at his sister's head. Beatrice thereupon hurled herself on him with a sort of howl. Don't make so much noise. You'll disturb father. You really are too old to romp so. Your hair is nearly coming down. It came quite down before Beatrice had finished pummeling her brother, and Uncle Robert had waked, and said that it was too bad that a man who'd been working hard all the week couldn't read the paper in peace and quiet for 5 minutes in his own house without being disturbed by all this horseplay. Lydia watched her cousins, despised them very thoroughly indeed, and was more gratified than humiliated when Olive remarked, It's easy to see you've never been one of a large family, Lydia. You don't seem to understand what rotting means. I wonder you haven't got used to being chaffed at your school. It must be a sloppy sort of place. I dare say you'd think so, said Lydia calmly, but then you see the girls there go in for work, not play. Oh, they go in for work, not play, do they? Mimicked Olive, but without much spirit, and as though conscious of her extreme poverty of repartee. Lydia noticed, however, that both the Senthoven girls asked her frequent questions about her school, questions which she answered with all the assurance that she could muster. That was something else to be remembered. It was better to assume that if your standards differ from those of your surroundings, it is by reason of their superiority. Lydia lived up to her self-evolved philosophy gallantly, but she was in a minority, against a large majority that had, moreover, the advantage, incalculable in the period of adolescence, of a year or two's seniority. She did not like the feeling of inferiority, painfully new to her. At Regency Terrace she was the subject of ill-concealed pride. Even Grandpapa, although he never praised, found no fault with her manners and bearing, and had lately admitted, no small compliment, that Lydia could manage Shamrock. Uncle George discussed chemistry and botany with her seriously, and even allowed her opinion to carry weight in certain small questions of science, and Mr. Monteagle Almond always treated her like a grown person, and alluded respectfully to the rarity of finding a mathematical mind in a woman. As to Aunt Beryl, in spite of the way in which she had lately usurped Lydia's recent role of invalid and acknowledged centre of general interest, Lydia knew very well that her own achievements and capabilities formed the chief theme of Aunt Beryl's every discourse with her friends. At school she was not only liked by her companions, but looked upon as the intellectual pride of the establishment. No one at Miss Glover's bothered much about games, and, anyhow, Lydia's play at tennis was accounted amongst the best in the school. It annoyed her to realize, as she most thoroughly did realize, that judged by the Senthoven standards, that best was very mediocre indeed. She had never played golf, or hockey, or cricket, and her swimming consisted of slow and laborious strokes that grew very feeble and came at very short intervals if she attempted to exceed a length of 50 yards. Lydia's ambitions would never be athletic ones, and although she wished to be seen to advantage, she was far too shrewd to attempt any emulation of Beatrice and Olive and their friends upon their own ground. She only wished, and it seemed to her a highly reasonable wish, to show them that, in other and greater issues, she, too, could count her triumphs. She waited her opportunity with concealed annoyance at its tardiness in coming. The Saturday afternoon picnic, ostensibly arranged in her honor, was such a form of entertainment as was least calculated to make Lydia enjoy herself. It began with a noisy rendezvous between the Senthoven family and a tribe of male and female swains, ranging from all ages between 8 and 18 years old. Most of the swains bestrode bicycles, upon which they balanced themselves whilst almost stationary with astonishing skill, and presently, amid many screams, a female swain took Olive and a picnic basket on the step of her machine, and departed with them in the direction of the common. Bob and 3 junior swain brethren, also on bicycles, laid arms across one another's shoulders, and thus, taking up the whole width of the road, boldly invaded the tram lines, and Beatrice, with her contemporary swain, and Lydia started out on foot at a swinging pace. "Give me ecker," said Beatrice contemptuously. "There's no ecker in biking that I can see." Exercise, Lydia grimly reflected, they were certainly having in abundance. She and Beatrice held either handle of a large picnic hamper containing the Senthovens' contribution to the entertainment, and as it swung and rattled between them, Lydia made increased efforts to accommodate her steps to Beatrice's unfaltering stride. "I s'pose," presently remarked Beatrice, with that aggressive accent that to a Senthoven merely represented the absence of affectation, "you'll be saying presently that we've walked you off your legs? I never knew such a kid. Here, slack off a bit, Dot, she can't keep up." "I can," said Lydia. She had no breath left with which to make a long speech. Both the elder girls burst out laughing. "Come on, then." It was a scarlet-faced Lydia, with laboring chest, that eventually dropped on to the selected spot of Wimbledon Common, but she at least had the satisfaction of hearing her own name given in reply to Bob's derisive inquiry as to which of them had set the pace. Yet another proof of the profound wisdom of Grandpapa, who had said, "There's no such thing as can't." Grandpapa's theory, however, was less well exemplified in the impromptu cricket match that presently sprang up, in the sort of inevitable way in which a game that comprised the use of muscles and a ball invariably did spring up whenever the Senthovens were gathered together. "I don't play cricket," Lydia haughtily observed to the least muscular-looking of the Swain girls. "Why not?" said her contemporary, looking very much astonished. There was nothing for it but to put into words the humiliating admission, "I don't know how to." "How funny! But we'll soon teach you." Lydia resigned herself, and since she was no more deficient in physical courage than is any other imaginative egotist, who set the importance of cutting a figure far above any incidental bodily risk that may be incurred in cutting in, she successfully avoided at least the appearance of running away from the ball. The game, of course, was what was known to the Senthovens as a rag, only since, with deficient numbers and a lack of implements, nothing so serious as a match could be contemplated. Consequently, Lydia presently found herself with Bob's cricket bat tightly grasped in her unaccustomed hands. She was not altogether displeased. It was only Olive who was bowling, and hitting the ball did not seem so very difficult. She might possibly distinguish herself even amongst these Philistines. Lydia, in fact, was not above coveting the admiration of those whom she admittedly despised. "Chuck you an easy one to start with," shouted Olive good-naturedly. Lydia jerked up the bat, but heard no reassuring contact with the slow-moving ball. "Don't spoon upon it like that. You'd have been caught out for a dead cert if you'd hit it." A second attempt was made. "You are a duffer. Show her how to hold the bat, someone." Lydia's third effort mysteriously succeeded in knocking down the improvised stumps behind her, whilst the ball, still unhit, was neatly caught by a 9-year-old Swain child. "Oh, I say, this is awfully slow," remonstrated Bob. "She's out anyway." "Give her another chance," said Olive. "Let her finish the over anyway. There's no scoring. What's it matter?" "2 more balls, then." But there was only 1 more ball. Lydia, desperately determined to succeed once at least, exerted her whole strength miraculously, hit the ball fair and square, and knew a momentary triumph as it flew off the bat. There was an ear-piercing shriek from Olive, and Lydia, terrified, saw her fling up both hands to her face and stagger round and round where she stood. "Oh, I say, are you hurt, old girl?" came in anxious, if rather obvious, inquiry from the surrounding field. Got her bang on the jaw. What awful rot, poor wretch. They crowded around Olive, who was choking and gulping, her mouth streaming with blood, but undauntedly gasping. It's all right. Don't fuss, I tell you, Bee. It's all right. I'll be all right in a sec. I never dreamt she was going to hit the ball out like that. I ought to have caught it. Comes of having a mouth like a pound of liver splits, said Bob, quite unconsciously making use of the strain of facetious personal incivility always used by him to any intimate, and all the while solicitously patting his sister on the back. Oh, Olive, I'm so sorry, said Lydia, far more acutely aware than anyone else was likely to be of the inadequacy of the time-worn formula. Don't be an ass, returned Olive crisply. Lend me a nose-wipe if you want to do something useful. Mine's soaked. Such of the assembly as were possessed of pocket-handkerchiefs willingly sacrificed them, although the number contributed proved utterly inadequate to the amount of blood lost by Olive, still determinedly making light of her injuries. Let's have a look and see if your teeth are all out, old girl, urged Beatrice. I lost 2 last summer, the eldest swain remarked casually, and Dot had one knocked out at hockey. The front one feels a bit loose, said Olive thoughtfully, and thrust a finger and a thumb into a rapidly swelling mouth. Better not push it about, someone suggested. Why not sit down and have tea now? You don't want to go home, do y'all? Lydia heard Beatrice ask her sister aside. Good Lord, no, don't let's have any fuss. Olive could certainly not be accused of making the most of her distressing circumstances. She gave Lydia a tremendous bang on the back and said, Cheer up, old stupid. You jolly well don't pretend you can't hit out when you want to another time, that's all. After that, she took her place amongst the others and contrived to eat a great deal of bread and butter and several of the softer varieties of cakes, in spite of the evident possibilities of a swelled and discolored upper lip and badly bruised jaw. Old Olive has plenty of pluck, I will say that for her, Bob remarked to Lydia, who agreed with the more fervor that she was conscious of a quite involuntary sort of jealousy of Olive. It must be so much pleasanter to be the injured than the injurer, and to know that everyone was at least inwardly approving one's courage and powers of endurance. When the picnic was over, Olive had quite a large escort to accompany her home, all relating in loud and cheerful voices the various disabilities and disfigurements that had sooner or later overtaken them in the pursuit of athletic enjoyment. It's part of the fun, declared Olive herself. I only hope the mater won't turn green at the sight of me. She's a bit squeamish sometimes. Hold your hand in front of your mouth. Keep your back to the light all you can. But it became evident that none of these precautions would avail when Mrs. Senthoven was seen leaning over the gate, gazing down the road. She waved a yellow envelope at them. Tellywag! Exclaimed Beatrice. What on earth can it be? Telegrams were so rare in the Wimbledon establishment as to be looked upon with alarm. She and Olive both began to run. It's addressed to you, Lydia, screamed Beatrice. Come and open it. Come on, you people. The last exhortation was an encouragement to the members of the Swain family, delicately hanging back. At Beatrice's semaphore-like gesticulations of invitation, they all followed Lydia's rush forward, and as she opened her telegram she heard their loud babble uprise. Not so bad as it looks, is it all? She got a swipe on the jaw and took it like a brick, too. Oh, my dear girl, from Aunt Evelyn. Let me look this minute. Don't fuss, Mother. It's all right, really. They were all pressing around the reluctant Olive. Lydia looked up. No bad news, I hope, dear, said Aunt Evelyn, as was her invariable custom whenever present at the opening of a telegram. It's from Aunt Beryl about my examination, said Lydia very clearly. She was so much excited that her tense, distinct utterance produced a sudden silence, and they all looked at her. Passed your examination, first-class honors, read Lydia out loud. I say! And you'd been ill the whole time, hadn't you? My golly! Why, we thought you hadn't a chance. Weren't you the youngest one there, or some rot of that kind? First-class honors. That's as high as you can go, isn't it? They were all lavish of exclamations and hearty slangy congratulations. Olive herself and everybody else had forgotten all about Olive's injury, and Lydia was the center of attention. "I say, let's have a celebration," shouted Bob. "Come in after supper and have a cocoa rag." The invitation was accepted with loud enthusiasm. "You can have the dining room, dears," said Aunt Evelyn, "only not too much noise because of Father. I'll explain it to him and get him to sit in the drawing room." Uncle Robert never took part in any festivity of his family's. It was supposed that he needed peace and solitude after his day's work, and in summer he pottered about the little greenhouse, and at other times of the year dozed behind the newspaper, unmolested. Nevertheless, Uncle Robert, to Lydia's astonishment and gratification, actually came out of his tax attorney that evening at supper time in order to pay tribute to her achievement. "See the pater waking up like that!" ejaculated Bob afterwards. "More than he's ever done for any of us." "A fat lot of exams we've ever passed," said Beatrice scornfully. It was true that no Senthoven had ever attained to any such distinction, and Lydia realized with the more surprise that for this very reason they regarded her success as something nearly approaching to the miraculous. Almost against her will, she was struck with Olive's unfeigned relief at having the general attention distracted from herself and her accident, and focused instead upon her cousin's triumph. Lydia half admired and half despised Olive, and most wholly and thoroughly enjoyed the novel sensation of being for once of high account in the eyes of the Wimbledon household. Certainly towards the end of the exceedingly rowdy celebration, the cause of it was rather lost sight of in the fumes of unlimited cocoa, the shrieking giggles of the younger Swain children, and the uproarious mirth of their seniors, the whole-hearted amusement that almost seemed as though it would never be stayed, at so exquisitely humorous an incident as the collapse of Bob's chair beneath him. Nevertheless, the celebration was all in Lydia's honor, and her health was drunk in very hot, very thick cocoa, with a great deal of coarse brown sediment at the bottom of each cup, afterwards scraped up into a spoon and forcibly administered to the youngest child present, who had rashly declared a liking for grounds. Lydia, highly excited for once, made as much noise as anybody, and began to feel that she should be quite sorry to say good-bye to them all on Monday. But she was much too clear-sighted in the analysis of her own situations to delude herself into supposing that a prolongation of her stay at Wimbledon would result in anything but failure. One could not pass an examination with brilliancy every day, and once the first sensation over, which it speedily would be, the old routine of walks and hockey and ragging would go on as before, and Lydia could no longer hope for anything but, at best, a negative obscurity. Far better to leave them before any of their gratifying enthusiasm had had time to die down. She could tell by the very nature of their farewells the immense difference that now obtained in their estimation of her importance. "You must go on as well as you've begun, Lydia. It's a great thing for a girl to be clever," said Aunt Evelyn rather wistfully. "I suppose you'll want to take up teaching later on." "Perhaps. I'm not quite sure yet." Lydia had long ago given up talking about her childish ambition to write books, although it was stronger than ever within her. "Well, there's time to settle yet. You're not 16, and there's no hurry. I'm sure Grandpapa and Aunt Beryl would miss you dreadfully if you thought of going away somewhere. It would be best if you could get something to do down there, wouldn't it?" "Yes, Aunt Evelyn," said Lydia amiably. She always listened to older people politely and agreed with what they said, but their advice had no disturbing effect upon her, because it never seriously occurred to her that anyone could be a better judge of her own interests than she was herself. Even Uncle Robert, hastily saying good-bye before starting for the office, found time to say to her, "Well, good-bye, child. Don't overwork yourself with all this examination stuff. You can come down here if you want a change any time. Settle it with your aunt." "Better come down for the Christmas halls." We can show you some tobogganing then, most likely. I got some whopping great bruises on my legs last year," was the inducement held out by Olive. "I must be off to that beastly old holiday task now, I suppose. I always put it off to the last minute. Wish I was a stew pot like you." Beatrice and Bob escorted Lydia to the station. "Well, ta-ta, and be a good girl," said Bob patronizingly, tilting his hat rather far back on his head and smoking a cigarette that aggressively protruded from the extreme corner of his mouth. "When's the old man going to have the decency to remember my existence? You've cut us all out with him with your bloomin' bookwork. He goes in for being a bit of a brainy old bird himself, doesn't he?" Inured though she might be to the Senthoven vocabulary, Lydia nearly shuddered visibly at the thought of Grandpapa, had he heard his descendant's description of him. "Shut up, you ass!" said Beatrice in an automatic sort of way. "Well, bye-bye, old girl. You've fixed it up with the mater about popping down again some time, I s'pose. Just come and take us as you find us, as the saying goes. Here's your train." Lydia, leaning from the window of the third-class railway carriage, wondered whether to shake hands with Beatrice or not. The law of "no nonsense about us" would certainly preclude kissing, even had she felt the slightest desire to embrace her rough-haired, freckle-faced cousin, shifting from one leg to the other, her red hands thrust into the pockets of her woolen coat and her tam o' shanter pulled well down over one eye. Bob was already casting glances in the direction of the refreshment room. "Good-bye," said Lydia, definitely deciding against putting out her hand, "and thanks so much." "Good heavens, don't start speechifying, whatever you do," cried the Senthovens in protesting horror, both at the same moment, and as nearly as possible in the same words. So Lydia was obliged to have recourse to that most uncomfortable form of ejaculatory conversation that appears to be incumbent upon all those who are unfortunate enough to be accompanied by their friends to the railway station. "Nearly off now, I think. Oh, yes, there's the whistle. Well, I suppose Aunt Beryl will expect us to send our love or some rot of that kind. All right, I think we really are starting this time." We were not, however, and Lydia looked dumbly at her waiting cousins and wondered why, since they had nothing more to say and were obviously quite as ill at ease as she was herself, they did not go. "I wish you wouldn't wait. We shall be off in a minute now." "Oh, it's all right." Beatrice shifted her weight onto the other leg, and Bob pulled out a pack of Woodbine cigarettes and lit one of them. "I hope Grandpapa will be in good form," said Bob desperately. "I'll tell him you asked." "Oh, don't bother. He knows there isn't any nonsense about us," said Beatrice. To this last familiar refrain, the train actually began to move out of the station at last. Lydia waved her hand once or twice, received curt nods in reply, and sank back with a feeling of relief onto her seat. The end of the Senthovens. She could not help feeling glad that her visit was over. The familiar quiet of Regency Terrace awaited her now. Aunt Beryl, as her letters had assured Lydia, once more returned to the unobtrusive role out of which her illness had momentarily forced her into unsuitable limelight. Uncle George, certain to be full of quiet pride in the result of the examination. Even Mr. Monteagle Almond, next Wednesday, probably framing elaborate little congratulatory sentences. Lydia looked forward intensely to it all. She wondered how Grandpapa would receive her, and mentally conned over the amusing descriptions that she would give him in private of the Senthoven menage, treading upon his well-known prejudice against that slang in the use of which it was so proficient. She did not expect to be at the station, but sent her luggage by the omnibus, and herself walked to Regency Terrace by the short cut, remembering as she did so her arrival, more than 3 years ago, under the care of both aunts, and full of uncertainty as to her own eventual destination. Security, reflected Lydia maturely, was the most important thing of all. One was secure where one was appreciated and held to be of importance. She remembered that it was upon her own representations that Grandpapa had consented, going against his own prejudice to do so, to her being sent to school. It had been a great success, as even Grandpapa must have long ago acknowledged to himself. Perhaps one day he might even acknowledge it to her. Lydia smiled to herself over the improbability of the suggestion. Then she turned the corner into Regency Terrace and saw the familiar house on the opposite side of the road. As she caught sight of it, the hall door opened, and Aunt Beryl, in her well-known blue foulard dress with white spots that she generally wore only on Sundays, looked out. At the same instant Lydia saw Grandpapa peering from the dining room window, which was already open, and raising his stick a few inches in the air to shake it in welcome. All in honor of the great examination victory. Lydia waved her hand excitedly, and at the same moment, with ear-piercing barks, Shamrock shot out from behind Aunt Beryl, trailing a significant length of broken chain behind him, and raced madly down the road towards her. Lydia, breaking into quick, irresistible laughter, dashed across the road and up the steps in sudden acute happiness at so vivid a realization of her dreams of homecoming. End of Chapter 5. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 6 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Time slipped by with mysterious rapidity. Lydia was in the sixth form. She was a prefect. She was head of the school. At 17, she discovered that she had ceased to grow. She had attained to her full height, and after all, it was not the outrageous stature that had been prophesied for her. Only 5 feet 8 inches, and her slimness and the smallness of her bones made her look less tall. Her thick brown hair was in one plait now, doubled under and tied with a black ribbon, and her skirts reached down to her slender ankles. Lydia still had doubts as to her own claims to beauty, and envied Natalie Palmer her bright Devonshire complexion and blue eyes. Should I say I was at all pretty, Natalie? Your eyes are lovely. That's what people say about plain girls, said Lydia disgustedly. You look sort of foreign and interesting, said Natalie thoughtfully. The shape of your face is quite different to anyone else's. It did not sound reassuring, and Lydia touched with the tips of her fingers the salient cheekbones that gave an odd hint of Mongolianism to her small olive-hued face. Your mouth is pretty. It's so red, said Natalie. Though I should like it better if your teeth didn't slope inwards. Natalie adored Lydia, but she was incurably honest. She went home for good the year before Lydia was to enter upon her last term at Miss Glover's. You'll come and stay with us next year, won't you? Entreated Natalie. There's no one but Father and me at home, but quite a lot of nice people live near. Of course I'd come. I'd love to come. I should just have left here, said Lydia. She wondered whether Natalie realized that on leaving school she would be seeking for employment. Most of Miss Glover's pupils had their homes in the locality and went as a matter of course to help Father in the shop. Several found situations as teachers. One had gone to Bristol University to study for a medical degree, and only a minority, like Natalie herself, looked forward to living at home. Lydia knew that she meant to write, and she had long ago told Natalie the secret of her ambitions, but she had said nothing about other work, and the two girls parted without having broached the subject. It will be time enough to tell Natalie when I know what I'm going to do, reflected Lydia with characteristic caution. She was sure that Aunt Beryl expected her to teach. Miss Glover herself had hinted that a post as junior mistress might be available in a year's time to one of Lydia's abilities. That would mean sleeping at home, having long holidays in the summer, and lesser ones at Christmas and Easter, and a salary as well as her midday dinner at school. It might also mean a senior mistressship after a certain number of years, an increase of salary, and the faraway, ultimate possibility of partnership with the head. And it would also mean an endless succession of pupils, almost all local, a life spent among femininity until her interests would all center around numbers of her own sex, and a narrowing of vision such as must be inevitable in a mind exclusively engaged in intercourse with the half-developed faculties of youth. Lydia wished to leave the little seaside town. Regency Terrace should be her home. She wanted to come back there for holidays, and to receive the proud welcome that had awaited her after her visit to Wimbledon, when she had passed her examination with first-class honors. But her secret determination was to find work in London. Only in London, thought Lydia, would her vaunted capabilities be put to the test. Only there could she hope to come into contact with that strata of life, somehow different to the one in which Aunt Beryl, or the Jacksons, or the Senthovens moved, and to which she felt inwardly certain she herself would be acclaimed instantly as by right divine. Finally, only in the immensities of London did Lydia think that she would gain the experience necessary for the fulfillment of her desire to write. Hitherto, her keen, critical faculty had left her exceedingly dissatisfied with her own literary attempts. Once at 16 years old, she had entered a competition started by a girls' paper for a short story dealing with animal life. Lydia had first of all written a long and exciting account of a runaway elephant in the jungle in India, with a little English boy, Chota Sahib, on its back. Aunt Beryl's praise, which had been enthusiastic, had failed to satisfy her, owing, Lydia supposed, to her own intimate conviction of Aunt Beryl's lack of discrimination. But she had disconcertingly found that it would be utterly impossible to submit the story to Grandpapa's discerning ear and incisive judgment. Why? Lydia, disregarding a certain violent inclination to shelve the whole question, had ruthlessly analyzed her feelings of discomfort at the very idea of hearing Grandpapa's comments upon her work. There was no doubt of it, Grandpapa would say, that Lydia knew nothing about India, or runaway elephants, or Chota Sahibs. She had suddenly writhed, remembering the very book of travels in which she first met with that expression, that her story was all written at second or third hand and was therefore worthless. With a courage that afterwards struck her as surprising, Lydia had envisaged the horrid truth. She had lacked the heart to destroy the runaway elephant altogether, but had stuffed the manuscript out of sight into the back of her writing table drawer, and resolutely sat down to consider whether she could not lay claim to any first-hand impressions of animal life. The result had been a short, humorously written sketch of one of Shamrock's innumerable escapades. Lydia had not been awarded the first prize, as she inwardly felt would have been in accordance with the dramatic fitness of things, but she had thoroughly amused Grandpapa by reading the sketch to him aloud, and she had taught herself a valuable lesson. Experience, she had decided sweepingly, was the only royal road to literature. She would write no more until experience was hers. Experience, however, to Lydia's way of thinking, was not to be gained by remaining at Regency Terrace forever. When the last of her school days was approaching rapidly, she decided that the time had come to speak. "Grandpapa, I should like to ask your advice." "Light the gas, my dear. Your aunt is very late out this afternoon," was Grandpapa's only reply. When Grandpapa simulated deafness, it always meant that he was displeased. Lydia obediently struck a match, and the gas, through its crinkly pink globe, threw a sudden spurt of light all over the familiar dining room. Grandpapa leant stiffly back in his armchair, a tiny, waxen-looking figure, with alert eyes that seemed oddly youthful and mischievous, seen above his knotted hands and shrunken limbs. He could see and hear whatever he pleased, but it was becoming more and more difficult for him to move, although he still staunchly refused to be helped from his chair. "Lyddie, where's Shamrock?" Useless to reply, as was in fact the case. "I don't know." The futility of such a reply was bound to call forth one of Grandpapa's most disconcerting sarcasms. "I'll find out, Grandpapa." Luck favored Lydia. As a rule, one might as well attempt to follow the course of a comet as that of Shamrock's illicit excursions, but on that occasion Lydia at once found him in the hall, and was so much relieved at the prospect of success with Shamrock's owner that she failed to take notice of the stealthy manner of Shamrock's approach, denoting a distinct consciousness of wrongdoing. "Good little dog," said Grandpapa delightedly. "They talk a great deal of nonsense about his sneaking off into town and stealing from the shops. I don't believe a word of it. He's always here when I want him." At which Shamrock fawned enthusiastically upon his master, and Lydia determined the hour to be a propitious one, and began again. "Will you give me your advice, Grandpapa?" "Liddy, you said that a little while ago," said Grandpapa severely. "It's a foolish feminine way of speaking, and I thought you had more sense." Lydia looked at her disconcerting grandparent in silence. She knew herself far better able to steer clear of his many and violent prejudices than was matter-of-fact Uncle George or unfortunate Aunt Beryl, who often seemed to go out of her way in order to fall foul of them. But this time she was conscious of perplexity. "I don't understand, Grandpapa. I really do want your advice." "Advice is cheap," said Grandpapa. "A great many people say they want it, especially women. What they really want, Lydia, is an opportunity for telling someone what they've already decided to do. Then they can say afterwards, 'Oh, but so and I talked it all over, and he advised me to do such and such.' You mark my words, no one ever yet asked advice whose mind wasn't more or less made up already." To take the bull by the horns was always the best way of dealing with Grandpapa. Lydia said resolutely, "Well, I haven't yet made up my mind, Grandpapa, and that's why I want to talk to you." "So that I can advise you to do whatever you want to do?" satirically demanded Grandpapa. "Well, my dear, you know me well enough to know that I shan't do that. Talk away." Thus encouraged, Lydia began. "I am 17, Grandpapa." She pretended not to hear Grandpapa's cheerful ejaculation. "Only 17, my dear? Quite a young child, then." "I shall be 18 by the time I leave school next month, and there'll be my future to think about. I know Miss Glover means to give me a chance of a junior mistressship, or I suppose I could get a post as governess, as Aunt Beryl is always suggesting. It would be a pity to waste all my education at dressmaking, or anything like that, though I suppose I could take up something of the sort. Only really I feel as though I'd rather use my head than my hands. Of course I like anything to do with figures, and Mr. Almond seemed to think that I shouldn't have any difficulty in getting into the bank here." She paused. "Well," said Grandpapa, "you've told me all the things you don't mean to do. Now tell me what you've really decided." Lydia, although rather angry, could not help laughing outright, and immediately felt that her laughter had done herself and her cause more good than any amount of eloquence. Eloquence, indeed, was invariably wasted upon Grandpapa, who preferred any good speaking that might take place to be done by himself. "Now, child, have done with this nonsense and speak out. What is it you want?" Lydia drew a long breath. "To go and work in London." There was a long pause. And then Grandpapa said in a rather flat voice, "So that's it, is it? Well, 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 who'd have thought it?" "Grandpapa, you don't think I should stay here always?" protested Lydia. "How am I ever to get any experience? In one place all the time, never seeing any new people." "Never is a long day," quoth Grandpapa. "But I shall have to begin soon if I'm to work at all. You and Aunt Beryl have always said that I must do something when I leave school." "And supposing I should say now that things have looked up a little, and you could live at home and help your aunt a bit, and take little Shamrock out of a morning, Lydia, what then?" Lydia was silent, but she did not attempt to conceal that her face fell at the suggestion. "Well, well, well," said Grandpapa again. "So it's to be London." "Then you'll let me go?" Lydia exclaimed, trying to keep the eagerness out of her voice. Grandpapa uttered one of his most disagreeable croaking laughs. "Don't talk like a little fool, my dear. You know very well that if you want to go, you'll go. How can I prevent it? I'm only an old man." Lydia was disconcerted. Grandpapa never spoke of himself as old, and the hint of pathos in the admission, unintentional though she supposed it to be, seemed to her out of place in the present juncture. She grew more annoyed as the evening wore on, for Grandpapa was really very tiresome. "A useless old man, that's what I am," he soliloquized, taking care, however, to make himself perfectly audible. "What is the matter, Grandpapa?" said the much surprised Aunt Beryl. Everyone knew how angry Grandpapa would have been had he suspected anyone else of looking upon him as a useless old man. "Anno Domini," sighed Grandpapa melodramatically. "Anno Domini. No one left but little Shamrock to keep the old man company." "Grandpapa!" cried Aunt Beryl indignantly. "I'm sure if you had to depend on the dog for company, you might complain. But you know very well that isn't the case. Why, here's George only too ready to have a game of Halma if you want to, or Lydia could read out to you for a bit." "Liddy's off to London, my dear," sighed Grandpapa in martyred accents. For all the world, thought Lydia indignantly, as though she meant to start off by the next train. "What?" But Grandpapa, having dropped his bomb amongst them, not unwisely elected to leave it there without waiting to see its effect. "I shall go up to bed now, my boy. Will you give me an arm?" "But it's quite early. Don't you feel well, Grandpapa? And what's all this about Lydia going away?" Aunt Beryl received no answer. Lydia was too much vexed and too much embarrassed to make any attempt at stating her case, and Grandpapa had begun the tense process of hoisting himself out of his armchair. When he was on his feet at last, he allowed Uncle George to come and assist him out of the room and up the stairs. "Good night, all," said Grandpapa in a sorrowful, impersonal sort of way, as he hobbled out of the room on his son's arm. "I am getting to be an old fellow now. I can't afford to keep late hours. Bed and gruel, that's all that's left for the old man." Aunt Beryl looked at Lydia with dismay. "What's this all about? Grandpapa hasn't been like this since he was so vexed that time when Uncle George took Shamrock out and lost him, and he was away 3 days before a policeman brought him back. I remember Grandpapa going on in just the same way then, talking about being an old man and nobody caring for him. Such nonsense." Lydia had seldom heard so much indignation expressed by her quiet aunt, and for a moment she hoped that attention might be diverted from her own share in the disturbance of Grandpapa's serenity. But an early recollection of the unfortunate effects upon Aunt Beryl of her withheld confidence 5 years previously came to her mind. Lydia considered the position quietly for a few moments, and then decided upon her line of attack. "I know you'll understand much better than Grandpapa did, and help me with him," she began. Not for nothing had the child Lydia learnt the necessity for diplomacy in dealing with those arbitrary controllers of destiny called grown-up people. Aunt Beryl seemed a good deal startled, and perhaps rather disappointed, which Lydia indulgently told herself was natural enough, but the subtle appeal to range herself with her niece against Grandpapa's overdone pretensions was not without its effect. And Lydia found an unexpected ally in Uncle George when her scheme had presently reached the stage of family discussion. "You ought to get a good post enough," he said judiciously, "but you mustn't expect to keep yourself all at once unless you live in somewhere." "If she goes to London at all," Aunt Beryl said firmly, "she must go to Maria Nettleship." Of course, Maria Nettleship, amie d'enfance of Aunt Beryl's younger days, who still punctually exchanged letters with her, and was successfully managing a boarding house in Bloomsbury. "I should be happier about her with Maria Nettleship than if she was just living in, with goodness knows whom to keep her company. And it's nicer, too, for a young girl like Lydia, you know what I mean," said Aunt Beryl mysteriously. "But a boarding house is expensive. I never thought of anything like that, Auntie. Why should I cost you more than I would if I lived at home?" "A great deal," said Lydia, aghast. "Oh, I could easily make an arrangement with Maria Nettleship, and you want the chance, Lydia, my dear. I'm sure I don't blame you. It's not a good thing to stay in one place all one's life long, I suppose." Aunt Beryl gave a sigh. "It would be just an experiment for a little while, and I'm sure the expense isn't to be thought of when we know you would be paying it all back in a year or two." "If it's simply a question of the ready," said Uncle George solemnly, "I can lay my hand on something at the minute. A bachelor has few expenses, and except for the little I make over to the house, I can put by a tidy little bit every year. I should look upon it as quite a profitable investment, Lydia, I assure you, to provide the needful on this occasion." "Oh, Uncle George, thank you very much. But haven't I any money at all of my own without having to take yours?" cried Lydia, distressed. Uncle George shook his head. "Your poor mother was very unwise in the management of her affairs. Very unwise indeed. There's a matter of £20 or £25 coming to you every year, Lydia, and that's about all." "Did that pay for my being sent to school?" "There was a little money of your father's that he left to me," said Aunt Beryl hastily. "I was always his favourite sister, whatever Evelyn may say, and it seemed only natural that his child should have the benefit of it, I'm sure. Now leave that, my dear, and tell me what sort of work you think of looking out for in town." "Certainly," said Uncle George. "That must be all cut and dried before you think of starting off." Lydia felt almost bewildered by the rapidity with which things appeared to be settling themselves. A boarding house in London, independent work, and leisure and opportunity for the writing that was to bring her fame and money. She remembered once more, and this time with triumph, Grandpapa's old assertion, "There's no such thing as can't." Lydia's determination to succeed, product partly of an ambitious and resolute character, and partly of sheer ignorance as to the difficulties that might lie in wait for her, was enhanced by an ardent desire to justify the astonishingly practical belief in her that Aunt Beryl and Uncle George were displaying. Uncle George, who was not at all in the habit of paying compliments, even said to her, "I must say, it isn't every girl who would have the courage to start life as you're proposing to do, Lydia, and you deserve every success, I'm sure." After this, it was a disagreeable shock to find that another and entirely opposite point of view could be taken of her venture. One Wednesday evening, to Lydia's infinite surprise, silent, dried up, little Mr. Monteagle Almond suddenly broached the subject. He chose his opportunity with evident care. Grandpapa, who still elected to maintain his pose of rapidly approaching dissolution, had waited until the first game of chess was in full swing, and then demanded plaintively if his son was too busy amusing himself to give the poor old man an arm upstairs. "Excuse me one moment, Monty." Uncle George had departed dutifully. Almost at the same moment the maid, Gertrude, had put her head around the door, the rest of her remaining outside the room, after the fashion most deplored by Miss Raymond, and given breathless utterance, "Oh, miss, could you come out a minute, please? Shamrock's got his head squeezed in between the railing at the back, and I can't get him out, and he's howling something awful. That dog!" Permitting herself only this forbearing exclamation, Aunt Beryl also hastened away. Mr. Monteagle Almond remained seated before the chess table, sedulously tracing a little imaginary pattern on the board with one long yellow fingernail. Lydia was seated under the gas, which she had turned up as high as it would go, absorbed in finishing a Sunday blouse for herself. "I am sorry to hear of your projected departure, Miss Lydia," suddenly said Mr. Monteagle Almond. "Quite a break-up of the home circle." "Oh, no," protested Lydia, who would have been more deeply concerned at this fashion of viewing her going if she had not been accustomed to Mr. Almond's sententious phraseology on every occasion. "Besides, I'm not going yet. It's only a plan for next winter, perhaps. I shan't leave school until the end of this term." Mr. Almond shook his head. "A great wrench for old Mr. Raymond, no doubt, and he seems to me to be breaking up. Tonight, for instance, he was quite tremulous. I was sorry to see that." "So was I," muttered Lydia rather viciously. It was really too bad of Grandpapa to put on those airs that would take in anyone who did not know all of which he was capable. "The old are perhaps less apt at concealing their feelings than we younger folk," pursued Mr. Almond. Now I'm sure my good friends, your aunt and uncle, have not allowed you to see how deeply your decision will affect them." "They've been very kind," said Lydia with emphasis. She was anxious that no one should think her ungrateful. "I have no doubt of it at all, none whatever. A most kind-hearted fellow is George, most kind-hearted. And as for Miss Raymond, well, I need not tell you what she is. I am sure that you remember her devoted nursing of you, for which she afterwards suffered so severely on the occasion of some childish ailment of yours a couple of years ago." Mr. Almond fixed an eye of melancholy severity upon Lydia, looking as though he were much less sure than he alleged himself to be of her remembering the occasion in question, and was consequently determined to recall it to her memory. Lydia was speechless with indignation. Pneumonia, a childish ailment, one of the chief crises of her youth, to be recalled merely as the setting for the jewel of Aunt Beryl's self-devotion. Mr. Almond was worse than Grandpapa even. It was clear to her that here was a point of view which required readjustment. "I shall be very, very sorry to leave home," she said earnestly, "but indeed I do think it's the best thing I can do. If I get a good post in London, it will lead to much more than my just going on at Miss Glover's teaching forever. And it seems a shame not to make the very most of the education I've had." "Very true, but I'm afraid you'll be sadly missed. One had hoped, if I may say so without offence, to see you taking your aunt's place in time. She has been very much tied now for a number of years." "I do hope to help Aunt Beryl, but it would be a disappointment to her and to Uncle George if I didn't do something with the education they've given me. In some ways," said Lydia, "the thought of going to London by myself frightens me. But honestly, Mr. Almond, I believe if I once take the plunge, it'll turn out to be the best and most profitable for us all in the long run." She saw by his face with decided relief that the little man was becoming mollified. "I'm glad you look at it in that light. You'll excuse me speaking like this, I hope, but I'll admit to you, Miss Lydia, that at first I was inclined to think you might be going into this without much thought for anyone but yourself. What you've just said shows me that I may have misjudged you." "Indeed," Lydia said deferentially, "I know it's only from friendship that you're saying it at all, but I hope you'll believe that I really am not ungrateful to them all. And I do want to make them proud of me. I hope I shall, too, if I have my chance." The middle-aged bank clerk looked at her with a gaze that seemed half admiring and half envious. "Well," he said slowly, "they're giving you your chance all right, Miss Lydia, and I hope, if I may say so, that you'll make the most of it, both for your own sake and for theirs." And Lydia, whilst agreeing with him in all sincerity, felt with an odd sense of triumph that she had reinstated herself in the good opinion of the loyal friend of the family. This opinion received a startling confirmation the next time that she saw him. "Have you decided upon the exact nature of your employment in London?" he inquired of her with an air of caution. "Oh, no. I don't very much care for the idea of teaching, and I should have to learn shorthand and typewriting before I could get secretarial work. What I should really like would be something to do with figures, accountancy perhaps." "Ah, I thought so. The mathematical mind. A very rare thing in your sex," said Mr. Monteagle Almond, as he had frequently said before. "But subject to the approval of your good aunt, I have here something that may interest you, I think." Aunt Beryl and Lydia gazed eagerly at the paper he held out to them, covered with telegraphic notes written in Mr. Almond's neat little clerkly hand. "New venture, Robes at Modes. Started last year. Establishment owned by lady proprietress, personally known to informant. Prem in the West End already acquired and cap assured. Opening for educ young lady, a CS, and help in salesroom when required. Live out, midday meal in, special feature made of employees' welfare. Personal interview previous to engaged, probably sept, salary to begin, no premium. only superior young ladies considered. The last item, said Mr. Almond solemnly, was much dwelt upon by my informant, Griswell, of the N.S. Bank. He could give me very few details, but seeing that I was interested, he immediately offered to communicate with the lady concerned, a personal friend of his. He merely mentioned her name to me by chance and was quite surprised at my taking him up. It was very kind of you to pass it on, I'm sure, said Aunt Beryl excitedly. What do you say about it, Lydia? I should like, if Mr. Almond will be so very kind, to hear all about it, said Lydia, her eyes shining and her heart full of excitement. End of Chapter 6. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 7 of The Heel of Achilles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Well, Liddy, I hope you'll find enjoyment in trimming bonnets for fine ladies, said Grandpapa caustically. She's to keep the accounts, Grandpapa, Aunt Beryl repeated in loud, displeased accents. Nothing to do with the millinery, naturally. I'm not so sure of that. Not so sure of that. What did the old party say about helping in the shop? Madame Ribeiro only asked if Lydia would be willing to give a hand at sale time, or anything like that, and of course she agreed. It's her bookkeeping they want. And who is Madame Ribeiro? Oh, Grandpapa, cried Lydia reproachfully, you know very well that Aunt Beryl and I went up to town this morning on purpose to see her. She's the old lady who owns the shop, and wants to run it on new lines. Why, she's a sort of lady, isn't she, Aunt Beryl? It's a foreign name, was the indirect but distrustful reply of Aunt Beryl. I didn't like to ask her what country she belonged to, quite. Is it a French name? Portuguese, said Grandpapa unexpectedly. There are Ribeiros all over the Dutch East Indies. She seemed a nice person enough, older than I expected, and dressed very quietly in black, like a widow. She certainly had a mustache. But then some of those very dark foreigners are like that. And I'm sure it's her misfortune and not her fault, poor thing, like her stoutness. She talked very, very slowly, and with an accent, Lydia said. She never smiled once, either. I never saw such a solemn face, and enormous black eyes. But I think I should like her. But it's she that's got to like you, Grandpapa pointed out. You've got to work at the bonnets under her, haven't you, Liddy? Not exactly under her. She doesn't come to the shop herself much. Someone she calls Madame Elena is in charge there. Madame Ribeiro lives in her own house in St. John's Wood. But the shop is hers, and she engages all the helpers herself. She sees them all personally. And is this precious shop in St. John's Wood, too? Certainly not. It's in the West End, said Aunt Beryl with dignity. Then I suppose Liddy would like a little house in Park Lane, so as to be near it? Grandpapa inquired with an air of simplicity. I thought I told you that Lydia was going to Maria Nettleship's, said Aunt Beryl stiffly. I wish we'd had time to go and see Miss Nettleship, cried Lydia, hastily turning the conversation. She did not in the least mind Grandpapa's sarcasms herself. In fact, she was rather amused by them, but they always greatly discomposed Aunt Beryl. But when a definite offer had been made by letter and accepted, and it was decided that Lydia was to go, much sooner than they had expected, to London, and work at the accountancy in the shop that old Madame Ribeiro called Elena's, she determined to have some sort of an explanation with Grandpapa. It worried her very much to see that he regarded this first step in her career as a mere wilful, childish freak, and something of a personal injury to himself. The spirit of Uncle George and Aunt Beryl was a very different one. They praised her courage and determination in starting out into the world by herself, and were full of pride in the letters so willingly supplied by Miss Glover and Dr. Young. and the clergymen who had prepared Lydia for confirmation, all setting forth her cleverness and her steady ways and the achievements that lay to her credit in scholarship. They were proud of her for having obtained so quickly a post at a salary of £1 a week to begin with, and her midday dinner and tea 5 times a week, which practically brought it up to 25 shillings a week, Uncle George pointed out. They would only allow her to pay half of the weekly salary to Miss Nettleship. The rest, an additional 10 shillings, Uncle George insisted that he should remit to Lydia by postal order every Friday. "That will leave you something for bus fares and dress expenses," he said, "and I shouldn't like you to touch your own income, child. Let that accumulate for a rainy day." "You can't hope to save much at first, you know," said Aunt Beryl, "but you're well off for clothes and won't want anything new except the black dress they said you'd need, and I can make over the old brooch easily enough. It's beautiful stuff. You'll only have to get the cambric for the neck and sleeves. It's a great help to a girl when she can do her own dressmaking." They could think of nothing but Lydia. Mr. Monteagle Almond himself, who had procured this fine chance for her, was hardly given any credit by Lydia's uncle and aunt. They ascribed it all to her own merits. Lydia quite longed to justify all this faith in her, and to repay Uncle George and Aunt Beryl for their sacrifice, but she did not really feel much doubt of being able to do so eventually. This made Grandpapa's attitude the more vexatious. "I shall be able to come home for Christmas, you know, Grandpapa," she said one day. "Where are we now? August? And they want you to begin at the end of this month?" "That's so I shall get used to the work before the rush begins. The end of August is the slackest time in London," Lydia explained, and the next minute was vexed with herself as Grandpapa remarked meekly, "Is it indeed now? Thank you, my dear, for telling me that." "I hope I'm going to make a success of it, and make you all proud of me," said Lydia with determination. "You know, Grandpapa, in the evenings I'm going to begin writing. Do you remember that when I was quite a little girl I told you that I wanted to write books?" "I do." "You were a nice little girl, Lyddie. A sensible, well-behaved little child. Not like those hoydens of girls at Wimbledon. If you write anything worth the postage, you may send it to me, though I'm sure I don't know who'll read it to me." This was the nearest that Grandpapa could be induced to go towards any rapprochement on the eve of Lydia's departure. She said good-bye to him as affectionately as she dared, and he replied calmly, "Good-bye to you, my dear. Your Aunt Beryl wants me to give you a Bible or some parting advice, but I shall do nothing of the sort. If you're a good girl, you'll know how to look after yourself, and if you're a bad girl, then all the advice in the world won't keep you straight." Lydia could not help thinking rather resentfully that Grandpapa's tones sounded just as though either contingency would leave him equally unmoved. "Good-bye, Grandpapa." "Good-bye, Uncle George. Down, Shamrock." "Good little dog." But Shamrock pursued Lydia and Aunt Beryl all the way to the station, and Lydia's last sight of them showed her Aunt Beryl and the station master uniting their efforts to prevent Shamrock from taking a flying leap on to the rails. She felt a little lonely, a very little bit frightened, as the train rushed away with her towards London. 18, which had been a really mature age while one was still at Miss Glover's, no longer seemed quite so grown up. The other people in the railway carriage all looked much older than that. Lydia's habitual self-confidence began slightly to fail her. What if she proved not clever enough for the work at Elena's, and they sent her home again? Never. She would take up teaching or dressmaking in London sooner than admit defeat. Besides, there was her writing. She thought of various fragments that she had already put on to paper, and which honestly seemed to her to be good. The day would come, Lydia was inwardly convinced, when these would work into some not unworthy whole. In the meanwhile, she reminded herself in an endeavour to regain her poise of mind that Uncle George, Aunt Beryl, Mr. Almond, the Jacksons, Miss Glover herself had all thought her very brave and high-spirited to go away to London by herself, and had made no doubt that her courage and capabilities alike would carry her on to triumph. She remembered also that Nathalie Palmer had written to her in reply to her own long letter announcing her plan. She drew the envelope from her pocket and read Nathalie's warm-hearted inquiries once more, feeling all the comfort of being so regarded by her friend. "Lydia, I do think you're splendid," wrote Nathalie from Devonshire. "It sounds frightfully brave to be going off to live in London by yourself and work at the accounts in a big new place like your Madame Elena's. I hope you won't be very lonely, but of course you're sure to make friends. I do quite agree with you that it will be a tremendous experience, and of course I know experience is what you've always wanted. I wonder how soon you'll write a book. How proud I shall be when you're a famous authoress and all your books are in rows in my bookshelf. Father is very interested about you. He asked what sort of boarding house you were going to, and I said of course Miss Raymond was frightfully particular, and it was a friend of her own. He said he was glad to hear it, and from what he remembered you were too good-looking to be let just stay anywhere. I suppose he means men. Remember, you promised to faithfully tell me if anyone fell in love with you. I'm sure they will. No one has with me, but I hardly ever see anyone. This is the way my days are spent mostly." The rest of Nathalie's letter was not so interesting, and Lydia put it away without reading further. Her mind dwelt upon the first part of the letter, and she smiled to herself. Even though Mr. Palmer had not seen her since she was 15 years old, it was pleasant to know that he had thought her good-looking, and Lydia was almost certain that her appearance had improved very much since then, especially now that her dark hair was knotted up at the back of her head with a high Spanish-looking comb thrust into one side of the thick outstanding twist. I suppose he meant men. That phrase in Nathalie's letter kept coming to her mind, and she smiled to herself a little. It was quite time, Lydia considered, that she should learn something about men. Grandpapa was old and didn't count, apart from the fact that, as Lydia shrewdly surmised, he was quite unlike any other man, and could never be looked upon as the representative of a type. Uncle George and Uncle Robert didn't count either. Uncles never did. Bob Senthoven Lydia dismissed with a shrug. She had not seen him since her visit to Wimbledon nearly 3 years ago, when he had made no favourable impression upon the young candidate for examination honours. The only other male acquaintance to which Lydia felt that she could fairly lay claim was Mr. Monteagle Almond. She remembered her conversation with him on the subject of her departure from Regency Terrace, and the ease with which she had contrived to shift his point of view until it agreed with her own. Judging by that solitary experience, men were not so very difficult to manage. Lydia boldly admitted to herself that she hoped there would be men at Miss Nettleship's boarding house. The hope was realized. The Bloomsbury boarding house was large and dark, and Miss Nettleship could accommodate an almost incredible number of boarders there. She was a brown-eyed, plaintive-looking woman, inclined to stoutness, and concealing, as Lydia afterwards discovered, considerable efficiency under a permanently distressed voice and manner. "I hoped your auntie might have come with you," she greeted Lydia. "I could easily have put her up. We're not so very full just now, and there's always a corner." "I'm so glad to see you, dear, for her sake, and I do hope you'll be happy. You must be sure to tell me if there's anything—" The eye of the manageress was roving even as she spoke. "Excuse me, dear, but you know what it is. One has to be on the lookout the whole time. That's the drawing-room bell, and no one's answering it. I think I'll have to go myself. I know you quite understand how it is." Miss Nettleship hurried away, and Lydia looked round her curiously. She was in the manageress's own office, a glass-enclosed alcove half-way up the stairs, probably originally designed for a flowery recess, in the palmy days of the old house. It was now boarded in half-way up, with light-colored grained deal, but a few sorry splinters of colored glass still hung from the ceiling, clinging forlornly, in solitary token of the once frivolous purposes of the little alcove. When Miss Nettleship returned, tired and apologetic, but more plaintive than ever, she showed Lydia the rest of the house. It was built with a total disregard for domestic convenience. That, Miss Nettleship assured Lydia, was characteristic of old-fashioned London houses, but which she could not sufficiently deplore. "So difficult ever to get a servant to come here, let alone stay here," said Miss Nettleship, sighing. Lydia did not altogether wonder at it when she saw the basement, occupied by kitchen, pantry, and scullery, a gas jet permanently burning in the two latter divisions, and the only outlook of the former rising area steps, iron railings with cracked paint, and the feet of the passers-by on the pavement. The kitchen stairs, which led to the narrow hall, were stone, very steep and perfectly dark. "However they do, with the trays and all, is more than I can guess. Not that I don't carry them myself, often enough, but my heart's in my mouth the whole time. And the girls are so careless, too. We had one broke her ankle running down these stairs not a year ago. Luckily she wasn't carrying anything but an empty tray at the time, but you've never heard such a noise and a rattling in all your life. It's wicked not having the serving on the same floor as the dining room, is what I say." The dining room was on the ground floor. It was a large room, with a long table already laid for dinner running down the middle of it, and dusty aspidistras in pots stood in the bay windows, looking out, through yellowing Nottingham lace curtains, at the grimy dignity of the London plane trees on the far side of the square railings. Opposite the dining room was a smoking room, Miss Nettleship told Lydia. "Better not look in now, perhaps," she said. "Some of the gentlemen may be in there." "How many boarders are here now?" "It's always varying," Miss Nettleship declared, "but I make a rather specialty, in a way, of permanent lets. There's old Miss Lillicrap. She's always here, and Miss Clarence, a widow and in rather poor health, awfully badly off, and the Bulteels, husband and wife, with a boy who goes to Gower Street University. They're always here, more or less. And there's a very nice maiden lady has been here 6 months now, and she's said nothing about giving up her room. Miss Forster, I'm sure you'll like her, dear. She's a great card player and goes out a good deal. Between ourselves, she's one of the best boarders I have. Very regular in settling up, and always likes the best of everything, and doesn't mind paying for it. She's always sending in fruit and the like. It gives quite a tone to the house to see the boy leaving those baskets of fruit 2 or 3 times a week." "Are there any girls who are going to work every day?" Lydia asked, half hoping that the reply would be in the negative. "Not girls, no. Generally it's cheaper for girls at work to go to a woman's hostel or into rooms," said Miss Nettleship candidly. "Of course there are 1 or 2 gentlemen. Mr. Bulteel himself has retired from business, I understand, but there's his son, Mr. Hector, that I was telling you about, and there's a Greek gentleman just now who's only been here a week. He goes to the city every day. I'll introduce you to everyone at supper tonight, dear. It'll be strange for you at first." Lydia was more exhilarated than alarmed. She was not shy, and it rather pleased her to think that she would be unique in her position of worker, at least amongst all the other women. "You'd like to peep into the drawing room," suggested Miss Nettleship, on the way up to Lydia's bedroom, and from the tone in which she spoke, Lydia guessed that this was the room of which she was proudest. It was certainly very large and very lofty, with double folding doors in the middle, a marble fireplace at either end, and the dingy remains of much gilding still evident in the decorations. A solitary little figure sat listlessly at one end of the room, turning over the leaves of a battered picture paper. "Oh, good evening, Mrs. Clarence," said Miss Nettleship apologetically. You'll excuse me disturbing you, I know. I'm just showing this young lady around. Miss Lydia Raymond. Miss Clarence." The little lady stood up in an uncertain sort of way and put out a very tiny hand to Lydia, saying nervously, "How do you do, Miss I hope you're quite well." "Quite well, thank you," said Lydia, as Aunt Beryl had taught her to say. She despised Mrs. Clarence at sight. The widow was very small and slight, and might have been any age between 28 and 39. Her hair was of that damp, disastrous yellow that always looks as though it had been unsuccessfully dyed. Her tiny, sallow face was puckered into fretful lines, and Lydia felt convinced that she always wore just such an untidy black silk skirt, showing a sagging at the back where it failed to meet the dingy net blouse. They looked at each other in silence, and Miss Nettleship said at last, "It's quite all right, Miss Clarence. I know you'd quite understand. You mustn't let us disturb you." She covered Lydia's retreat and her own with usual harassed, good-natured apologies. "Mrs. Bulteel and Miss Forster and Mr. Hector are much more lively people than poor Mrs. Clarence," she told Lydia in a consolatory tone, on the way upstairs. They did not pause until the top landing of all had been reached. "This is bedroom number 17," optimistically declared Miss Nettleship, throwing open a door painted liver colour, and bearing that number on it in black figures. It looked more like a cupboard than a bedroom to Lydia, unaccustomed to London, although faint memories of lodging hunting in her mother's days came back to her as she gazed around. There was a combined dressing table and chest of drawers in the room, an iron tripod for washing purposes with enamel basin and jug, a couple of cane-seated chairs, and a low iron bedstead. A print curtain, concealing a row of attenuated iron hooks and wooden pegs, hung against the wall. The only window was a fair-sized skylight. "I'm going to send you up an easy chair," almost whispered Miss Nettleship, looking guiltily round her as though afraid of being overheard. "There's one in Mr. Hector Bulteel's room, and he really doesn't want it, a boy like him. There's a rocker broken, so I can get it away to have it mended, and then I'll bring it up here. This room doesn't have a rocking chair by rights, but I know myself the comfort they are when one's been on one's feet all day. I'm determined you shall have it, and I only wish it could have been here today, dear. But one has to be a bit careful, and Mrs. Bulteel is so sharp, too. But it'll be quite all right, and I know you quite understand, dear." Miss Nettleship seemed to find comfort in this assurance, which she repeated almost automatically every few moments. Presently she left Lydia to unpack, telling her that the bell would ring for dinner at 7 o'clock. "I've put you next to me at table, dear, for to-night, but of course I can't keep you there. I wish I could, but I know you understand how it is, people are so particular. So you'll understand if you're down at the end for breakfast tomorrow, won't you? Everyone takes their seat according to the time they've been here, and the latest comers down at the bottom, so you'll be next to the Greek gentleman. Shall you find your way, dear?" "I'd come and fetch you, but I must overlook the waitress a bit. You know how it is. One can't trust those girls a minute." "Shall I come straight to the dining room?" "They generally wait for the bell in the smoking room, but they're very prompt in. And you'd better be prompt too, dear. That old Miss Lillicrap's awful for taking half of every vegetable dish that's handed, and I simply can't let them have more than enough to go once the way round." Miss Nettleship went away sighing. Lydia thought that she was very kind, but talked too much. She wondered whether Aunt Beryl had told Miss Nettleship all about her school triumphs and the post that they had obtained for her. The thought of Aunt Beryl almost made her jump. Regency Terrace seemed such a very long way off already. She could hardly believe that she had been with them all, Grandpapa and Uncle George and Aunt Beryl and Shamrock, at breakfast time that very morning. After she had taken off her hat and scrutinized herself carefully in the looking glass, Lydia wrote to Aunt Beryl a postcard to tell of her safe arrival and of Miss Nettleship's kindness. Then she went downstairs. She could not make up her mind to open the door of the smoking room, from behind which came the sound of feminine voices, but hung about in the narrow hall, under pretext of seeking a box in which to deposit her postcard. Suddenly the sound of a deferential voice in her ear made her turn around. "Did you want to post a letter?" Lydia faced a slim, dark man with glistening black eyes and a clean-shaven, swarthy face. She guessed from some indefinable intonation, that hardly amounted to an accent in his quiet, silky tones, that this was the Greek gentleman alluded to by the manageress. "Is there a letter box?" she asked. "I hardly advise you to make use of it if your card is urgent. I have seen it remain uncleared for days. The servant is very careless, but there is a pillar box just outside. Allow me." Lydia hesitated, but the Greek put out a slim finger and thumb and neatly twitched the card out of her hand. "A pleasure," said he, opening the front door. As he left it ajar behind him, Lydia supposed that he had only a few steps to go, and remained in the hall. In a moment he reappeared. "That should be delivered by the first post tomorrow morning, Miss Raymond." Lydia wondered how he knew her name, but the next minute she received enlightenment. "I do not know the East Coast personally, but your home must be in a pleasant spot. The seaside is always attractive," conversationally observed the Greek gentleman, apparently unaware of anything obnoxious in his method of acquiring information as to his neighbour's concerns. The reverberation of a gong saved Lydia from making any reply. Although the Greek's manner was so much that of ordinary social intercourse, that she almost found herself wondering whether her annoyance at his indiscretion were justified or not. Before the sound of the gong had died away, the smoking room door was opened, and half a dozen people had filed past Lydia into the dining room, each one of them giving her a curious glance, sometimes accompanied by a slight bow as they passed. She went into the room last, and was relieved to see Miss Nettleship's broad figure and coils of untidy brown hair surmounting her pleasant, anxious-looking face at the head of the table. When Lydia was beside her, Miss Nettleship said aloud, "I must introduce Miss Raymond to you. I hope she's going to be here some time. Miss Lydia Raymond, I should say. Miss Lillicrap, Miss Bulteel, Mr. Bulteel, Mr. Hector Bulteel. You've met Mrs. Clarence already." Lydia exchanged bows rather nervously right and left. Mr. Bulteel, who had a melancholy yellow face with prominent eyes, and wore an alpaca coat and trousers that bagged at his knees, was the only person to smile at her, a doubtful, sallow sort of smile. Lydia noticed that the Greek, although he had not been named by the manageress, also bowed, much more elaborately than anybody else, and sought her eye with a meaning look, as though some understanding already existed between them. The meal was a very silent one. "We quite miss Miss Forster. She's always so bright," Miss Nettleship remarked in a general sort of way. "I expect she's gone to those friends of hers again for bridge." Miss Nettleship did not visibly partake of the entirety of dinner. When the tepid soup had been handed round by a particularly heavy-footed, loud-breathing servant, who never seemed to have quite enough space to move around the table without slightly lurching against the back of each chair in turn, Miss Nettleship rose and hurried away to the basement. "I always do the carving downstairs," she told Lydia in a whisper. "Then there's no question of favouring." Equally, Miss Nettleship disappeared again after the meat course, presumably to perform the same office by the pudding. "I'm so very sorry, dear, but you know what it is. One can't trust those girls to themselves for a moment. Irene's such a featherhead. And poor old Agnes." Miss Nettleship squeezed past the chairs and hurried away without particularizing the deficiencies of poor old Agnes. Nor did they require pointing out, Lydia reflected dryly, if Agnes was, as she supposed, the cook. After Miss Nettleship had left the room, the conversation, such as it was, mostly came from Mrs. Clarence and Mrs. Bulteel, a pinched, anemic-looking little cockney with frizzy, colourless hair. Hector Bulteel, a yet more pallid edition of his mother, with an upstanding crest of hair that made him look like a cockatoo, said no word throughout the meal, and the Greek gentleman was equally silent. Old Miss Lillicrap, who had her place at the right hand of the manageress, only spoke in a shrill, quavering old voice, in order to abuse the quality of her food. Lydia looked furtively round at them all and felt rather dismayed. She wondered whether they would ever take on the similitude of real people to her, or if they would continue to appear as mere grotesque figures that could bear no serious relation to her new life. End of Chapter 7. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 8. Of the Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The day following Lydia's arrival in London was a Sunday, and gave her further opportunity for studying her fellow inmates. She remained in her own room, however, most of the morning, until the maid, Irene, burst in upon her, a victim to the particular breathlessness so frequently characteristic of lodging or boarding-house servants. "There's a young lady wants to see you in the drawing-room," she panted. Lydia, much surprised, went downstairs. A strong and greasy smell of roasting pervaded the stairs, and the clatter of a Sunday dinner in preparation could be faintly heard ascending from the basement. In the drawing-room sat old Miss Lillicrap in a violet silk dress and a lace cap with ribbons, nodding above a newspaper. A large, white-haired but somehow youthful-looking female figure, unknown to Lydia, bent over the writing table. In the middle of the room stood Lydia's visitor, a small, plain girl with a pale face and untidy fair hair, who put out her hand in a businesslike way. "I'm from Elena's," she said abruptly. "My name is Graham. Old Madam said I was to come and see how you were getting on, and if you'll be ready to start tomorrow." "Oh, yes," said Lydia. "Won't you sit down?" Miss Graham selected a chair in the middle of the room, as far as possible removed from the other two inmates. Lydia recognized and approved the intention, but was acutely conscious that the pen of the lady at the writing table had ceased its scratching, and that the newspaper of Miss Lillicrap was no longer rustling. In the motionless silence of the large room, Miss Graham gave Lydia information concerning the establishment of Madame Elena. "You've seen old Madam, I know. She always interviews us girls herself before engaging us. That's one of the things that's done quite different to other places, but it's your first experience, isn't it?" "Yes, I've only just left school." If Lydia hoped to impress Miss Graham by the announcement, she was destined to disappointment. "You may thank your lucky stars," said that young lady impressively, "that old Madam took to you. Girls have been tumbling over one another by all accounts to get that job of yours." "Madame Ribeiro seemed very kind," said Lydia demurely. "You won't see any of her in the shop. Madame Elena runs that part of it altogether. She bosses the staff, of course, and does all the buying, but she's no head for figures. And that's why there's to be an accountant. You'll be sort of different from the other girls in your position. Higher up, I mean." Lydia felt very pleased, but she only said, "Are all the others saleswomen?" "Elena mostly does that herself, but she lets the senior girl, Miss Riot, help. She and the other one, Miss Saxon, are really models. I'm at the desk." "Do you like it?" Miss Graham shrugged her little thin shoulders. "I see plenty of life," she remarked. "You'll be in the showroom too. There's a table behind a screen for you already. The bills will be brought to you as soon as I've stamped them." "Shall I help in the selling?" "You're sure to be roped in at sale time. That's only once a year, thank God, and that was over last month. On the whole, we've got a very good berth there. I fancy quite different to shop girls or anything like that. You get a topping meal in the middle of the day. They say old Madam is frightfully keen on the girls being well fed. It's a fad of hers. There's a housekeeper in the basement, an old woman called Entwistle, and she looks after the meals. There's a first and second table for dinner." "Are there enough of you for that?" "Oh, yes. There are 2 young ladies in the millinery and a fitter besides. And surely to goodness," said Miss Graham, "you know enough to know that the shop couldn't be left to look after itself for an hour in the middle of the day." Lydia was not pleased at the slighting tone employed by her visitor, and replied briefly, "I suppose not." Then her natural instinct to engage the liking and, if possible, the friendship of those with whom her lot might be thrown, made her exclaim frankly, "I shan't know anything at first, I'm afraid, but I hope you'll help me a little." "Oh," said Miss Graham matter-of-factly, "I shan't have anything much to do with you. Old Madam only sent round to say I was to come and look you up because there was nobody else. Miss Ryott is on her holiday and won't be back till to-morrow, and Miss Saxon is a new corner herself." She rose, apparently indifferent to the effect of extreme ungraciousness that her speech might well have produced. "I'd better call for you to-morrow morning. It's out of my way, but then Elena said you didn't know London and would probably get lost. Will you be ready by 8:30? "Yes," said Lydia. "I'm sorry it's out of your way." "So am I, but it can't be helped." "Whatever made you come to a place like this?" inquired Miss Graham, throwing round her a glance expressive of anything but admiration. "The manageress is a friend of ours," Lydia said stiffly. "Do you live at home, then?" "Lord, no. I share diggings with another girl." "Well, so long then. 8:30 to-morrow." "I shall be waiting in the hall," said Lydia. "Good bye, and thank you for coming." She politely escorted Miss Graham to the front door, where the smell of cooking was stronger than ever. As she went upstairs again, the lady of the writing table came out of the drawing room. "Good morning," she said brightly. "We must introduce ourselves. I'm Miss Forster." She laughed heartily as she spoke. "It's nearly luncheon time. Won't you come back into the drawing room?" Lydia inwardly wondered slightly why Miss Forster, who had, according to the manageress, only been in the house a few weeks, should adopt so proprietary a tone and manner, but she followed her into the drawing room. Miss Lillicrap had gone away, and the room was empty as they took possession of 2 armchairs. "We've got the place to ourselves," proclaimed Miss Forster with some obviousness. "Most people have gone to church, but I'm a terrible pagan, I'm afraid. Now I wonder if I'm right, Miss Raymond, but I've an idea that you're a bit of a pagan too." Lydia made a civil but meaningless sound in reply. She had every intention of going to church in the evening with Miss Nettleship, but considered that it would appear offensive to proclaim her Christianity bluntly aloud in the face of what Miss Forster so evidently looked upon as a compliment. She gazed at the lady, who continued to talk gaily, and instinctively drew certain conclusions from the scrutiny. Miss Forster was a handsome, hard-faced woman, presenting a great effect of careful smartness between 40 and 50 years of age. She had obviously devoted much whalebone and a certain amount of physical force to the rigid corseting of an over-ample figure. Her extremely white hair showed the deep, regular indentations of artificial waving, and was elaborately dressed with a good many sparkling prongs and high combs, visible even beneath the large befeathered black hat, pinned very much on to one side of her head. Her shoes were small, with Louis XV heels, and looked over tight for her short, plump feet, and her hands were carefully manicured. Lydia uncharitably surmised that one of the effects at which she aimed was that of a woman who could have married well had she chosen to do so, and that it was to this end that she wore a sapphire and diamond ring on the 3rd finger of her left hand, and another one with a large blue scarab on the forefinger of her right. Her voice was high-pitched and emphatic. "Is this your first glimpse of the world?" she demanded playfully. Lydia felt rather at a loss for a reply. "I've come up to work," she said at last, "but I hope I shall see something of the world while I'm here." "Oh, I expect so. Of course this is a quiet part of town, Not like Kensington or the West End, by any means. In fact, I've never lived so far out before. My friends are always trying to get me to move into a little West End flat somewhere, but I say, no, I don't care for the bother of housekeeping. And really, we're quite well done here, you know. And of course, I don't hesitate to order in any little extra thing. I'm afraid I like my comforts, Miss Raymond. It's what I've been accustomed to all my life. Have you always lived in London? Lydia politely inquired. She was remembering Grandpapa's axiom, always let the other people talk about themselves. It appeared that Miss Forster did not require much encouragement to do so with great animation and a number of rather superfluous gesticulations illustrative of her words. Oh, my dear Miss Raymond, I always say I'm a rolling stone. Miss Forster's hands described rapid revolutions, one over the other in the air. I've been in all sorts of places, but I've come to the conclusion that London is the place to live in. There's always something to do there. If it's bad weather, there are concerts or theatres always going on, and one can always pop around to one's club and get a game of bridge. As Miss Forster enumerated these resources of urban life, she successively agitated her fingers up and down in an imaginary keyboard, gazed eagerly through imaginary opera glasses held up close to her eyes, and rapidly dealt out a few imaginary cards. I'm a tremendous gambler, I'm afraid. I love my game of bridge. There are some dear friends of mine living in Lexham Gardens who frequently give bridge parties. I dare say you've heard of them, Sir Rupert and Lady Honoret? Well, I don't think I have. No? Said Miss Forster, looking rather disappointed. She's so very well known in society that I thought you might have. I must introduce you some day. Such a clever woman. Suddenly an echo came back to Lydia's well-trained memory. She was in the drawing-room of the Wimbledon house again, listening to Aunt Evelyn's droning voice, reading from her illustrated paper. Fancy! It says here that the wife of this city magnate is no mean critic of the L'École Moderne, having herself contributed on several occasions to the sum of New Thought literature in the shape of several charmingly written sketches. Pour autres. That would be this Sir Rupert Honoret's wife, I suppose. They say she's a Jewess. Doesn't Lady Honoret write? Said Lydia. That's it! Cried Miss Forster delightedly. I thought you must have heard of her. She's so well known. Yes, I have heard of her. I remember now, said Lydia, inwardly congratulating herself on the excellence of her memory. I feel certain that you and I are going to be pals, Miss Forster exclaimed breezily. Between ourselves, there's nobody I've taken to very violently here. I really thought it was more of a residential hotel than a boarding house, or I shouldn't have come. One really can't entertain one's friends here, with such awful servants, and that terrible old Miss Lillicrap always about the place. She has a heart, you know, so one can't say much. Both Miss Forster's hands flew to her ample bust in indication of the nature of Miss Lillicrap's complaint. However, I belong to a very smart West End ladies' club, so I can always give my little card parties there. You must come and have tea there some day, said Miss Forster airily. I should like to, replied Lydia truthfully. She was not attracted by Miss Forster, but people with literary ladyships for their friends might be very useful, and Lydia quite complacently told herself that the accident of her having listened to and remembered Aunt Evelyn's item of information had done her good service with this woman, who might easily bring her into that world where she most wished to find herself. She began to think that perhaps, after all, the boarding-house might count for even more than Madame Elena's. At dinner, which on Sundays was in the middle of the day, the Greek, who was her neighbour, talked to her and asked if she were going out in the afternoon. I have to unpack, said Lydia demurely. She had unpacked almost everything in the course of the morning, but she thought that the Greek meant to ask if she would go out with him, and instinct told her that his evident admiration would only be increased by a pretense at coyness. "Do you care for the theatre?" he inquired next. "Oh, I love it," said Lydia frankly. "We must make up a party one evening. Mrs. Bulteel is very fond of a good show, I know," said the Greek. Lydia felt excited. Evidently her life was not to be all hard work. She ventured into the drawing room after the hot and heavy meal, but found that Sunday afternoon was by common consent given up to repose. Miss Lillicrap and Miss Forster both went to their rooms. Little Miss Clarence sunk into an armchair with a library novel, fell asleep at once, and snored faintly from time to time. Mrs. Bulteel disposed herself elegantly upon the drawing room sofa, and said to Lydia, "I hope you don't mind me having my toes up like this." "Oh, no, indeed." "I'm not very strong. My husband and my son go for a walk on Sunday afternoons, but I'm not very strong." Mrs. Bulteel closed her eyes complacently and also went to sleep. Lydia took her fountain pen from her pocket, having first sampled the pens on the writing table, and found them all very old, rather rusty, and either broken or cross-nibbed, and wrote a letter to Aunt Beryl. She gave full details of Miss Nettleship's good nature, and of her visit from Miss Graham, and even reported a little of her conversation with Miss Forster, the friend of Sir Rupert and Lady Honoret. She said nothing at all about the Greek gentleman. The evening meal at 7 o'clock on week days was not until 8:30 on Sundays, and Miss Nettleship, after entertaining Lydia to tea in her own room, took her to church at 6 o'clock, talking all the way. Lydia was bored, and in church began to feel rather homesick and apprehensive of her first day's work on the morrow. Supper proved to be a cheerless meal. There was no soup, only portions of cold pressed beef and beetroot, and a chilly helping of custard pudding upon each plate. The cheese was substantial enough, but the section of the dish that held biscuits was empty by the time it reached Lydia, and although she asked Irene for some bread, Irene forgot to bring it. She went to bed still feeling hungry. Next morning she was introduced to the establishment of Madame Elena. "Us girls have to use the side door, of course," Miss Graham explained. But before they went inside she showed Lydia the front entrance, with "Elena" scrawled in gilt letters above the door, and a small diamond-paned window that displayed only a gilt chair, over which she flung a brilliant scarlet and gold kimono, and a little gilt stand on which hung a necklace of green jade, surmounted by a minute hat composed entirely of fluted purple tulle, apparently held together by a jewelled buckle. "Madame Elena dressed the window herself," said Miss Graham. "She goes in for colour contrasts." Her tone denoted no particular admiration, but Lydia privately was a good deal impressed by the window. Not with this wonderfully effective restraint were the shop fronts decked into which she had hitherto been accustomed to gaze. She expected Madame Elena to be an aesthetic-looking creature in an artistic smock, and was disappointed at the sight of a very fat, good-natured faced woman, with an immense mop of auburn hair and a heavily powdered face. Instead of the art smock she wore a tight black skirt that seemed to emphasize the disproportionate shortness of her legs, and a lace shirt with an elaborate high collar and falling jabot of lace. "Brought a black dress?" she inquired. "Rosie here will show you where the girls' dressing room is, and where you can leave your things. You change here, of course. What about shoes and stockings?" She shook her head at Lydia's black Oxford shoes. "Get a pair of court slippers at lunch time. Rosie will tell you where to go. Stockings don't matter, as you'll be behind your desk all the time. You needn't worry about corsets either, not being a model. Now go and change, then you can come back to me here, and we'll go through the books together and give you some idea of your job." "Are you nervous?" Rosie Graham asked Lydia with a quick look, when they were in the basement dressing room. "Oh, no, not really." Lydia replied with more spirit than accuracy. Miss Graham burst into an impish laugh. "Oh, you lovely little liar," said she. Lydia was not sure whether to admit the truth of the apostrophe or not. She used all her intelligence during the next 3 hours, but Madame Elena's method of instruction was slapdash and sketchy, and Lydia learnt most during the frequent intervals when her teacher was called away, and she was left alone with the great ledgers and invoice books. The technical terms, and the abbreviations especially, puzzled her greatly, but much of the work reminded her of the old problems at Miss Glover's, when she had been told to "show the working" on the blackboard for the benefit of the other girls. The stock appeared to consist of evening gowns, millinery, and an occasional scarf or veil. Nothing was made on the premises except hats. But Madame Elena sometimes undertook commissions for very favoured customers during her trips to Paris. Some of the papers relating to wholesale purchases were in French, and Lydia regretfully felt that her old deficiencies would find her out again. In spite of the French, however, she thought that the bookkeeping would prove to be well within her capacity, and felt cheered. Madame Elena was very good-natured, not at all the overbearing and dictatorial principal that Lydia had half expected to find her. They worked together in her room all morning, Lydia uninterruptedly, and Madame Elena in the midst of many respectful summonses and urgent telephone calls. Just before 1 o'clock, a tall girl with dark hair, dressed in the saleswoman's austerely smart black and white, once more announced the arrival of an important client. Madame Elena darted through into the shop again, and this time was away for nearly an hour. Through the door of her tiny office, which she had left ajar, Lydia could hear an occasional phrase. "I really don't think you'd ever regret it. It's so exactly your style. I really shouldn't urge it if I didn't think you'd be pleased with it." "Oh, no, madame. You couldn't call that size by any possibility. Old rose it is, just your shade." Madame Elena came back at last, flinging herself into the chair before the writing table. "Oof! I thought we should never get done. She meant to take it all the time, too. Now, Miss Raymond, let's see you enter that. Here's the bill." "Motor bonnet at 75 and 6pence," Lydia read. "You must describe it in your entry so that we shall recognize it," Madame Elena declared. "Turn up the invoice." When Lydia had found it, she discovered with surprise that the recent purchase figured as rose red and ash grey motoring capote. "That sounds more like it," said the principal in satisfied accents. "Now you'll know how it should go down on the accounts." She pulled out a gold watch from her tight waistband. "Poor child, the girls will have finished dinner. I suppose they didn't like to fetch you while you were in here, and quite right, too. You'd better come out and get some lunch with me." They went out through the showroom, and Lydia saw Rosie Graham sitting in the small, glass-panelled box near the door, with neat piles of change on the ledge in front of her. As they went past, Lydia meekly walked behind Madame Elena. Rosie made a derisive face at her, and Lydia understood that it was an unusual honour to be taken out to lunch by the principal. They went to a small restaurant close by, and Madame Elena made Lydia blush by remarking impressively to the waitress who brought them the bill of fare, "Make out 2 separate bills for this, waitress. Now, my dear, what are you going to have?" Lydia had not expected to be Madame Elena's guest at the meal, but she considered the emphasis indelicate, and wished that it had not been thought necessary. On the whole, however, she liked Madame Elena, who kept up an incessant stream of lively talk, and gave her a quantity of information about the business, the customers, and the staff. "That little Graham, now, she's been with us ever since we opened, and done her job first class. But she'll never do any better for herself than she's doing now. The reason why? Because she's got no tact. I'd never trust her to show so much as a motor veil to a client. She'd tell her the colour was too young for her as soon as winking. Of course, my dear, I'm telling you these things because you're not quite in the same position as the showroom girls. That's an understood thing, and has been from the first. More like my understudy you'll come to be in time, I hope. That is, if you and I understand one another, as I think we're going to." Lydia felt flattered. "I'll do my very best," she said earnestly. "I'm sure you will, and once you've mastered the system you'll be all right, and I'm sure I shall be thankful to get the books off my mind. I've no head for figures, never had," said Madame Elena with perfect complacency. She dismissed Lydia at 5 o'clock, although the working day was not over until 6. "But I know well enough what a first day's work is," she remarked shrewdly. "You've a splitting head, and don't know a 1 from a 2 by this time. Trot along, and if I were you I'd walk home. The air will do you good. You can start properly to morrow. It's a slack time of year anyhow." Lydia departed gratefully. Business life was not going to be the inhuman affair that books represented it to be, after all. Madame Elena had been good-natured and patient, although Lydia easily divined that she could be far otherwise on occasion, and although she had had no opportunity for intercourse with the other girls, they had looked at her in a not unfriendly way. She walked across the park, gazing with interest at the people she met, until she perceived that several of the men that passed her were inclined to stare frankly back at her, or to smile furtively. Lydia remembered certain pieces of advice given long ago by Aunt Beryl, and which had always been disregarded, because they sounded so singularly superfluous to the quiet neighbourhood of Regency Terrace. She ceased to look about her, and walked more quickly, conscious all the time of a certain exaltation. Surely men only stared like that at pretty girls, or attractive girls? She wished that she knew whether she were really pretty or not. In a very little while Lydia lost the sense of novelty, and began to feel as though she had always been independent. She soon found that her life at Madame Elena's and her life at the boarding house had both become quite real to her, and very interesting. Each was absolutely separate from the other. Both made up a sum of experiences that absorbed and excited her. People were extraordinarily interesting. For all her capability and astonishing effect of maturity, Lydia was not quite 19 years old, and it was only much later on that she realized how entirely her interest in her fellow creatures had confined itself to the effect produced upon them by the personality of Lydia Raymond. End of Chapter 8. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 9 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. DELAFIELD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There were wheels within wheels at Madame Elena's establishment. Romantic friendships for one another amongst Madame Elena's young ladies, sudden desperate quarrels and equally desperate reconciliations, all formed part of the fabric of everyday life, and afforded discussion at the midday dinner in the basement. The girls, as Miss Graham had said, were all catered for. "Don't be afraid to come again, Mrs. Entwistle," the housekeeper would exclaim jovially from the head of the table, acting, as it was understood, under direct orders from Madame Ribeiro, whom the girls called Old Madame. It was well known that Old Madame would not have anyone who might be working at Elena's stinted of a good meat meal in the middle of the day, which she called an economy in the end. The number of helpings was never restricted, and the meat was always followed by a substantial pudding. Lydia, at first, watched with amazement the 2 accomplished young women from the millinery, both of them pale London girls, send up their plates 2 or 3 times in eager response to Mrs. Entwistle's invitation. Miss Graham, always at her desk, and the little needlewoman who attended to alterations, were the only girls on the premises not selected partly on account of good looks. A pretty saleswoman sets off the goods. was another of old Madam's reported aphorisms. Prettiness was the keynote of the establishment, and with this end in view, Christian names were always used in business hours. Rosie Graham told Lydia that Miss Riot's name, Georgina, not considered an ornamental one by Madame Elena, had been abbreviated to Gina, as having a pleasant soupçon of Italian romance. Gina, in fact, rather looked the part. She was a tall girl of a full figure, with crepe black hair rolled back from a round, cream-colored face, dark brown eyes, and beautiful teeth. Gina only painted her lips a very little. Miss Saxon, the other showroom young lady, on the other hand, who said that her name was Marguerite, painted her face, as well as her lips, most artistically. She was flaxen-haired and very slim, with babyish blue eyes and a tiny mouth. She was always called for by Madame Elena to show off any toilette de jeune fille. Lydia found it easy to believe that the staff was made up of young women taken from a class superior to that of the ordinary London shop girl. That was old Madame's policy. At intervals, Madame Ribeiro, always announced, drove up to the shop entrance of Elena's in her little old-fashioned closed carriage, and walked slowly through the showroom, up the shallow steps that led to millinery, and into the small glass-panelled alcove where sat Madame Elena, poring over large tomes or sometimes inditing scrawled communications on large mauve-colored sheets of notepaper, with Elena carelessly running across the top corner of the page in big purple lettering. Old Madame never distinguished Lydia by any special notice on these occasions. She generally remained with Madame Elena for half an hour or so, and sometimes the latter would strike her little bronze bell and ask Marguerite chérie, or Gina my child, to bring in afternoon tea for Madame. "Anyone would think we were tea-shop girls," said Miss Riot pettishly. The order meant an excursion to the basement, where Miss Entwhistle had to be found, the keys asked for, and bread and butter cut very thin and arranged on a china plate, and 2 or 3 sponge biscuits taken out of a special tin, and the whole arranged on a small green and white tea service consecrated to Madame Elena's use. But then Madame Elena had her tea sent up at a reasonable hour, when the girls had theirs, and Mrs. Entwhistle prepared it, which she would never do unaided at any hour earlier than 4 o'clock. If old Madame chose to have tea before 3:30, one of the girls must get it ready. Gina, especially on a hot afternoon in the slack season, very much preferred the shop. "Shall I help you, dear?" affectionately inquired Marguerite. "Lydia could give us a call if anyone came in. Not that anyone will. They are all in Scotland or at the sea somewhere. Lucky things." "Thanks, dear. How sweet of you." They went away arm in arm, leaving Lydia drowsily writing out marked down tickets, copied from a list of Madame Elena's making. "That friendship won't last," remarked Miss Graham sapiently from her desk. She was right, as usual. Lydia had not been very long at Elena's when the great quarrel took place, and assumed an intensity that could only have obtained during the month of September. It all reminded Lydia very much of the girls at Miss Glover's school. Gina, it was evident enough, had hitherto dominated the little group of girls, but her temporary infatuation for the society of Miss Marguerite Saxon had rather diminished her prestige, and Marguerite, moreover, had made herself popular with the millinery young ladies by talking agreeably to them at dinner time, when they sat together at the second table. Consequently, they championed her with vigor. "It really is too bad, you know, dear. Marguerite is awfully sensitive. These blondes so often are. Much more than brunettes, I fancy. And of course she feels it all the more because they used to be such friends. That's what hurts her so much." "Well, Gina has heard about it too, and has cause to be, in my opinion. inexorably said the girl who did alterations. The first and second tables were allowed to overlap during the slack season very often. How did it begin? Lydia asked. But to this there was no satisfactory reply. How did the slackening of those romantic bonds first make itself felt? Marguerite couldn't help noticing that Gina's manner had altered, of course, said someone vaguely. From this painful illumination it appeared as though Miss Saxon and Miss Ryott had proceeded to revive their drooping interest in one another by a series of mutual provocations. Gina is awfully proud. You couldn't expect her to take the first step. I mean, she's so frightfully proud. You know, I believe Madame Elena knows about it, said Rosie, giggling, precluded by Mrs. Entwistle's presence from making use of the auburn-headed principal's usual sobriquet of the old peroxide. It was quite true that Madame Elena was inclined to favor Gina. Lydia had noticed it with resentment. When Rosie Graham's shrewdness was justified, as it almost invariably was, by the event, and Madame Elena showed definite signs of partisanship in the quarrel, Gina became established as the heroine of the hour. One afternoon, just before closing time, she suddenly burst into tears after a prolonged search for a mislaid pencil, that eternal preoccupation of the shop girl's day. "Don't cry," said Lydia very gently, and feeling very impatient, since she disliked any display of emotion in other people, unless it was directly concerned with herself. "I'll lend you mine." Such a loan was unheard of, for the pencils, suspended by a chain from each girl's waist, were in constant use, and the rule obliged each one to provide her own. "Oh, I don't care," sobbed Gina, recklessly noisy. "Thanks most awfully, dear. I know it's sweet of you, but I'm fed up with everything." She sank into a chair, still sobbing hysterically. "So are we all," said Miss Saxon low and viciously, looking up from the drawer before which she was kneeling, carefully swathing some frail chiffon scarves in tissue paper. "So are we all, I should imagine, in this heat and all, but we don't make a song and dance about it, I suppose. What I should call absolute carrying on for notice." As though to verify the words, Madame Elena's glass door flew open. "What's all this noise?" she said irately. "If you girls think you're here to make a row—" Her eyes fell on Gina, who had the wisdom to make a visible effort to check her sobs and rise to her feet. Lydia noted, with instinctive approval, that the face she turned to her principal was paler than usual, with black marks under either eye. "I'm very sorry, I'm sure," she faltered. "What's the matter?" Gina was silent, gulping. Madame Elena looked sharply round. Her eye fell on Marguerite, still demurely smoothing out silver paper. Miss Saxon, less intelligent than Gina, and evidently far less intuitive than the watching Lydia, made the mistake of allowing a very small sneer to show itself upon her little rose-leaf face. Lydia saw Madame Elena's expression alter. She laid an authoritative hand upon Gina's shoulder and gave her a friendly push. "Go in there," she said. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this." They vanished into the principal's own sanctum, Marguerite, apparently no expert in the interpretation of signs, observing with satisfaction. "I hope she'll get properly skinned alive, for making a row like that in business hours. Why, it's downright unladylike." Miss Graham, from her desk in the corner, gave her little scoffing laugh. "Don't be a fool, Marguerite. She was playing for that, of course. She made that noise on purpose so as Perox should hear her, and ask what's up. Old Perox has been dying to hear what's the row's about between you two for days, and now Gina can pitch her own yarn, just like Gina." Lydia was astounded, as she often was, at the little Cockney's penetration. "Why are you staring goggle-eyes?" said Miss Graham rudely, but not unkindly. "Don't you think it's true?" With Marguerite Saxon's small squirrel face turned to catch her answer, Lydia made a diplomatic evasion. "Rather an unfair advantage to take, wasn't it?" she hazarded. "I'll tell Gina you think so," said Rosie like a shot. She burst out laughing at the dismay which Lydia involuntarily, and to her own vexation, felt that she reflected upon her face. "You don't like that, do you?" remarked the terrible Miss Graham. "You want to run with the hare and hunt with the hounds, keep in with everyone all round, and boss the lot of us. I know your sort. I dare say you'll bring it off, too, given you're here long enough." "I don't know what you mean," said Lydia, instinctively adopting the phraseology of her surroundings. Rosie gave her a little shrug. "Don't you worry. I'm only chaffing. I shan't make mischief. I like pulling your leg," explained Miss Graham kindly, "because it's so dead easy, that's all." "Don't mind her, dear," said Marguerite. "That's her style, that is. It doesn't mean anything. I say, do hark at that girl in there." Faint sounds, as of an eloquent outpouring of words, mingled with an occasional sob, came from the partition behind which Gina and the principal were secluded. "She's crying dreadfully," said Lydia, with a dim idea of diminishing, by her compassionate tone, the effect of her previous comment upon Miss Ryot's methods. A sardonic glance from Rosie Graham made her uneasily aware that this manoeuvre had been only too transparent. However, Rosie only remarked scornfully, "Crying! That's nothing at the end of a day's work. Anyone can cry in the evenings. In fact, it's easier than not. One's tired, and it's been beastly hot all day, and it's a relief to sit down and howl. Most girls do it regularly if they aren't going out anywhere and can risk having a red nose. Wait till you see a girl crying at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then it's time enough to be sorry for her. If she cries then, it's because she can't help it. If she cries at night, she's just letting herself go. My difficulty is that I never can cry, however much I feel things," said Miss Saxon, true to the feminine instinct so much condemned by Lydia's grandfather, of making instant personal application of a generality. "I get awfully upset, quite foolishly so, Mother always says. You'll never go through life, dear, she says, if you take every little thing to heart so much. It's awfully wearing, too. Things kind of prey on me. I just go on turning them over and over in my own mind, you know. But as for crying, well, it's just as though I couldn't. I'd give anything to, sometimes. You know, I feel it would be such a relief, like, but I never was one to cry, even as a child." Miss Saxon, much interested in her own monologue, appeared as though she might go on forever. Rosie Graham made an expressive grimace at Lydia and formed with her lips, "Good reason why," at the same time pointing to her own little sallow face, with a glance at Marguerite's carefully rose-tinted cheeks. Lydia smiled discreetly, safely conscious that she had her back turned to Miss Saxon. The opportunity for which she had been looking came that evening. She waited for Gina. The other girls went down to the dressing room, pinned on their straw and flower-wreathed hats, took hasty glances into the tiny mirror propped up against the window, and rubbed at their shining, heated faces with leaves of papier poudré torn from little pink or blue books. Only Marguerite Saxon possessed a small silver elegance, hanging from a long chain containing a little puff, with which she dabbed the tip of her nose delicately. "Good night, dear," she said cordially to Lydia, who responded as cordially with her readiest smile. Already she guessed that Miss Saxon was willing to make a bid for her friendship, in the new-born apprehension that the tide of partisanship was turning rapidly in Gina's favour. With Gina the advance was even easier. It was long after closing hours when she finally emerged from Madame Elena's room, and then she was not alone. Madame Elena, in the immense beplumed hat and long suede gloves that she always affected, preceded her. "Lydia, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed sharply. "I've finished those Paris model tickets, Madame Elena," said Lydia meekly. She had printed over 24 cards whilst she waited, it being one of the sign manuals of the establishment to display all such tickets in elaborate fancy letterings. "You haven't!" Madame Elena made one of her rapid, swooping movements and snatched up a handful of the cards, miraculously avoiding those on which the ink was still wet. "Now I call that charming," said Madame Elena, with genuine enthusiasm. "First class. How on earth did you manage to get the letters all different and so straight? But don't stay overtime another evening like that. You may find yourself locked in." She nodded and passed out of the side door, demonstratively waiting for the two girls in order to lock it behind her. "I get in here," she said, pausing where a long row of omnibuses was drawn up beside the curb. "Good night, girls." "Good night, Madame Elena," they chorused politely. "Which is your way, dear?" inquired Gina, who called everyone dear without discrimination. "Right across the park. I generally walk," said Lydia. "Rotten to be so far off. I live miles out, too, right the way to Mornington Crescent. I'll walk with you, if you like. The air'll do my head good, and I may as well get in at Oxford Circus as anywhere else." "Have you a headache?" said Lydia sympathetically. "I should think I have. Why, I've been howling on and off since 5 o'clock. I dare say you think I'm a fool," said Gina dolorously. "No, of course I don't. I'm so sorry for you." "Thanks, dear. I don't generally say much about things when I feel them," said Miss Ryott pensively, "but I don't mind talking to you. Between ourselves, like. Now, Rosie Graham, she's the sarcastic sort, or tries to be. I could never let myself go in front of that girl." Gina paused, expressively enough, in lieu of seeking in the barren fields of the shop girl's range of imagery. "I know what you mean," said Lydia. She had long ago found out the incalculable value of this sympathetic and entirely non-committal form of words. "You may have noticed that I haven't been exactly what you might call a sunny Jim lately," said Miss Ryott. She looked sidelong at Lydia, who turned a deeply interested gaze upon her, but said nothing at all. The echo of Grandpapa's wisdom came back to her as it so often did. Always let other people talk about themselves. And once more it was justified. Whilst her companion talked, Lydia congratulated herself upon the success of her manoeuvre in waiting for Gina, and at the same time impressing upon Madame Elena, ever alert for signs of enthusiasm in the staff, her eager devotion to her work. There was not another employee in the shop who would voluntarily have remained on after hours, apparently from utter absorption in the task on hand. Lydia marvelled, with perfectly genuine wonder, that none of them should have the wit to see how enormously worth while it was to sacrifice an hour or two of leisure once in a way for the sake of the immense effect that such a display produced upon the authorities. She never made the mistake of attempting to deceive herself as to her own motives, and was consequently able to estimate to the full the results at which she had consciously aimed. "You're a perfect dear to have listened to me," said Gina warmly when they parted. "I'm sure I've been the most frightful bore, really." Lydia assured her that this had not been the case, and was able to do so with the more earnestness that she was inwardly full of exhilaration at the growing conviction that her personality was once more giving her prominence amongst her surroundings. The next day Marguerite Saxon twice emphatically called her "my dear," a mark of potential friendship as distinguished from the professional and abstracted "dear" that invariably punctuated the day's intercourse. She was also required to listen during the tea interval to Miss Saxon's version of the recent disturbance. It need scarcely be said that Lydia's perfectly non-committal sympathy was extended as freely to Marguerite as it had been to Gina, with the result that each declared a warm liking for her, and she speedily became the central figure in their little world. Madame Elena was not prone to personal enthusiasms, and the signs that she gave of having distinguished Lydia from among her compeers were all but imperceptible. Only Lydia's ruthless clear-sightedness where her own interests were concerned enabled her to discern them. She soon found that the two young ladies in the millinery were rather looked down upon by the showroom young ladies, who had, indeed, little opportunity for intercourse with them. Nevertheless, Lydia smiled sedulously at them when she said "Good morning," and never pretended deafness when one or the other of them asked her to pass along the bread, please, at dinner. Consequently, they were overheard to say to one another that Miss Raymond was the only lady in the place, so far as manners went. Mrs. Entwhistle was somewhat of the same opinion, since Lydia was the only girl who never grumbled at helping her when old Madam's unexpected calls led to a sudden demand for afternoon tea. There remained Miss Rosie Graham. Lydia was perhaps more nearly afraid of her than she had ever been of any member of her own sex. To a Cockney sharpness of tongue, Rosie added an almost uncanny power of insight into the minds of her neighbours, and it was commonly asserted amongst the girls that she could thought read. The thought reading, Lydia decided, was a trick based upon natural shrewdness and an almost infallible instinct for the detection of small affectations and insincerities, but it may reasonably be supposed that it added no sense of security to the circles of which Miss Graham was a member. Lydia knew that Rosie was not, and never would be, popular, but she uneasily surmised in her a strength of character that might equal, if it did not surpass, her own. And the idea was disturbing to Lydia's conception of her own allotted role in life, well to the forefront of the stage. She was always charming to Miss Graham, in accordance with her invariable rule, but after 3 months at Madame Elena's, she was still vexedly aware that the medium by which the charm could be made efficacious had yet to be discovered. It was obviously a waste of time to say to Rosie, as she might have said to Marguerite Saxon, for instance, "You do look tired today. I'm sure you're not a bit strong." For whereas Miss Saxon would have denied the charge, simpering with gratification the while, and at an early opportunity have returned the kindness by some such compliment as, "What a sweet figure that costume gives you, dear. I'm sure you wear lovely corsets," it might safely be assumed that Rosie would shrug her shoulders and retort matter-of-factly that her pallor was due to indigestion. She frankly disliked personalities, although she was willing enough to give her opinion, uncivilly, and often unkindly, although never maliciously, in regard to other people. Lydia sometimes thought that the only avenue of approach lay in the sense of humour that they shared, and which was deficient in other members of the small group. And it always gave her an odd sense of reassurance when, in the course of the day, some trivial incident or chance word would cause her eyes and those of Rosie Graham to meet, involuntarily and quite instinctively, in a silent laugh. End of Chapter 9. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 10 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "There's only one piece each," said old Miss Lillicrap, in the sharp, fierce squeak that the other boarders always heard with dismayed resentment, rendered powerless because of her extreme age, and the violet tinge that shadowed her hard old lips. Miss Lillicrap had been known to have a violent and mysterious attack for a less reason than the appropriation of a second piece of seed cake at tea time on a Sunday afternoon by someone other than herself. The boarders assembled in the drawing room instantly entered into the unanimous league of a silent resolution to ignore Miss Lillicrap's indelicate insistence on the extremely limited quantity of cake supplied by Miss Nettleship. "Mealtime again," sighed little Mrs. Clarence, at the same time edging her chair forward so as to sit nearest to the small milk jug and inadequately filled sugar basin. "It always seems to be time to eat, somehow." Her pale, pink-rimmed blue eyes were anxiously scanning the food on the table as she spoke. "Only one piece each," snapped Miss Lillicrap again, more loudly than before. Again they all ignored her. "Who's going to do mother and pour out?" asked Miss Bulteel with a rather nervous laugh. Everyone knew that as the principal married woman in the room, she felt herself entitled to the office of dignity. Almost equally well, everyone knew that it would be disputed. "I thought Miss Forster did that," said old Miss Lillicrap. Had Miss Forster been present, she would certainly have supported Mrs. Bulteel. "Miss Forster is out, Miss Lillicrap," reported Mrs. Bulteel, raising her already shrill voice so as to impress upon Miss Lillicrap that she was old, and must therefore be very deaf as well. "Oh, all right, all right. Yesterday I was awake nearly all night, the tea was so strong." "I'll give you the first cup," shrilled Mrs. Bulteel, provided with an excellent excuse for snatching the teapot before Mrs. Clarence, who, as a widow, could have no status at all, could put her little beringed claw-like fingers round the handle. Lydia, who, for reasons connected with her own undoubted popularity at the boarding house, never took part in the tea-time amenities of the boarders, of which, indeed, she was only witness on occasional Saturday and Sunday afternoons, looked sympathetically at Mr. Bulteel, waiting nervously for the teacups which he habitually handed politely round. He evidently thought his wife very spirited and clever when she used her shrewish Cockney tongue against the other women. "Allow me," said he, taking round the cups of strong black brew. He threw a resentful glance, as he did so, at the Greek gentleman who never took his share in dispensing these small courtesies. He only stood, as he usually did, in front of the empty fireplace, his hands in his pockets, and his dark eyes roaming sardonically round the room. He was still spoken of as the Greek gentleman, since no one had mastered his name. Lydia had listened with interest to various conversations about him, but had derived little information from them. It might be entertaining, but it was not particularly illuminating to hear Mrs. Bulteel say to Mrs. Clarence, as Lydia had heard her say a little while ago in a very penetrating manner, "That's not a face I should trust." Mrs. Clarence, who never ventured to differ from anybody, and least of all from Mrs. Bulteel, who had a live husband and son to testify to the fact that she had justified her feminine existence, had only replied doubtfully, "No? Well, perhaps you're right. What makes you think?" "He looks as though he had foreign blood in him." Mrs. Bulteel adduced the damning grounds for her inference with gloomy prescience, which she appeared to think amply justified by the facts that the Greek spoke English with a slight accent, and had a name that even Miss Nettleship only rendered as Mr. A little while afterwards, the unconquerable Mrs. Bulteel had actually asked him outright, "And do tell me, how is your name pronounced?" in a very intelligent way, as though she knew of 2 or 3 excellent alternatives. To which the Greek gentleman had replied with slightly outspread olive fingers, "Just exactly as you please. But how do you say it in your own country?" "I'm not in my own country." "I know that. You're a foreigner," said Mrs. Bulteel, much as she might have said, "You are a cannibal." "But if you were in your own country?" Then had replied the Greek gentleman morosely, "I should have no need to say it at all. It is too well known." And Mrs. Bulteel, seeing herself defeated, could only cry out in a shaking voice the time-honoured indictment of the English middle classes of whatever is slightly less than blatantly obvious. "Oh, how sarcastic!" Nothing could be more evident than that the Greek was indifferent to the charge, or indeed to any other that might be proffered against him by his fellow inmates. That very Sunday morning had been spent by him in reading a French novel in the drawing-room, whilst almost all the other inmates had decorously attended church. "Will you keep some tea for Hector?" suggested Mr. Bulteel, as his wife put down the teapot and uncrooked her little finger. "I have come to an arrangement with the manageress about Hector's tea," retorted Mrs. Bulteel, with a magnificence that seemed inadequate to the cup of strong tea and slices of bread and butter on a thick plate, now probably waiting on the kitchen range for Hector's return. "The poor boy is never much later than 5:30, after all, even on week days." Mrs. Clarence and Miss Lillicrap exchanged a look. Everyone knew that the main interest of the senior members of the Bulteel menage was to exercise a rigorous censorship over every unaccounted for moment of their only son's existence. It was, as a matter of course, that everyone present heard the accustomed routine of question and answer gone through by Hector and his parents on the youth's entrance into the drawing room. "Is that you, Hector?" said Mrs. Bulteel mildly, as soon as her son had slouched to a seat, and no further doubt of his identity could possibly prevail. "Have you asked for your tea?" Mr. Bulteel inquired. "The girl opened the door to me." A few of the boarders possessed latch keys, and Hector was one of these. "That girl!" exclaimed his mother. "Better ring and I'll tell her." Mrs. Clarence looked rather awed. She would never have dared to ring the drawing-room bell for the parlour-maid. Lydia herself had come in late for tea, and although Mr. Bulteel had handed her a cup, smiling rather apologetically, there was very little left to eat. "There's no more cake, nothing left," cried old Miss Lillicrap with a sort of vicious triumph, as Lydia gazed at the empty plates on the table. Lydia shrugged her shoulders, and Mr. Bulteel said nervously and kindly, "They will bring you some more, no doubt." Everyone knew that any such concession to a late arrival was most unlikely, and the effect produced was proportionate when the Greek gentleman, on the arrival of Hector Bulteel's belated cup and saucer, turned to the maid who had brought them in. "This young lady will want some tea and bread and butter also." Irene looked astounded. The Greek gentleman fixed upon her the steady, sardonic gaze of his dark eyes. "If you please," he said, with the unctuous sibilance that was the only accent marring the perfection of his English speech. "I'll see what the manageress says," gasped Irene, and they heard her clattering down the stairs. The boarders exchanged glances, of which Lydia was perfectly aware, and which did not altogether displease her. She knew that they were all waiting curiously to see the outcome of Irene's mission, and the Greek's reception of its almost certain failure. Miss Nettleship had long ago explained to Lydia that she dared not make any difference in her treatment of the boarders. "You quite understand how it is, dear, I know. The boarders know very well that your aunt is a friend of mine, and so they're sort of on the lookout for any favouring, and it wouldn't do at all, would it, to have any talk made? It would only be disagreeable for both of us. You know how it is, dear." Irene reappeared at the door, breathless. "Miss Nettleship's very sorry there's no more boiling water," she announced defiantly, and disappeared before the Greek gentleman could do more than look at her, which he did as disagreeably as was possible in the time. "I am sorry," he remarked gravely to the object of his benevolence. "It doesn't matter," said Lydia, smiling. "But it's not right," cried Mr. Bulteel, as though sheer distress were compelling him to break into the conversation contrary to his will, and certainly contrary to his usual habit. "It's not right. One pays for tea, and one ought to have it. She never deducts a meal like tea from the bill, even if one hasn't had it." His wife tittered shrilly. "I should think she didn't. It's disgraceful the way that woman charges for the food. No one ever has a second helping." The room became animated on the instant. Mr. Bulteel had introduced one of those topics that, from sheer force of unending discussion in the past, become eagerly acclaimed as suitable for unending discussion in the present. "I ask for a second helping," said old Miss Lillicrap triumphantly. "I ask for it. And I get it, too. I had 2 helpings of the pudding yesterday, and I sent the girl back for some custard. She brought it to me without any custard the second time, but I sent her back for it. It was the disobliging waitress, too, not Irene, and I could see she didn't like it. But she had to go back for the custard, and Miss Nettleship gave it to her. She knew it was for me, and she didn't dare refuse it." No one congratulated Miss Lillicrap on her achievement. She was very unpopular, and it was evident that to most of the boarders the recollection sprang to mind vividly of the methods to which she had recourse for the maintenance of her privileges. Indeed, Miss Nettleship had herself told Lydia of her own defeat at the aged but determined hands of Miss Lillicrap, who had once had 5 cardiac attacks in succession sooner than pay a disputed item on her weekly bill, emerging from each one in order to say, "It's extortionate, and you'll have to take it off. I shan't pay," when she had said it 5 times, and showed an iron intention of relapsing into a 6th catalepsy as a preliminary to saying it again. The manageress had cast up her eyes to heaven and exclaimed that the charge should be remitted. Thereafter, Miss Lillicrap had the upper hand and knew it, and Miss Nettleship was wont to say pleadingly to her other boarders, "You know what it is, Miss Lillicrap is old," and then with her heart and all. They resented it, but they also were powerless before those tiny gnarled hands, that little puckered face nodding and shaking under a lace cap, and that cracked, envenomed old voice. "I wish there was less custard and more pudding very often," said Mr. Bulteel with a sort of gloomy humorousness. "It's always custard." "Made with custard powder at that," put in his wife. "Eggs are so expensive." Mrs. Clarence's habitual little whine contributed to the quota. "Not that we don't pay enough for her to give us real custard made with eggs," she added hastily, lest it should be thought that she was accustomed to economical shifts. "Hector," said his mother sharply, "have you finished your tea?" The youth looked resentfully at his parents. "Go and do your exercises then, my boy," said his father firmly. "All right, father, all right." "Now go at once, Hector," said Mrs. Bulteel, as she always said every evening when her son manifested reluctance with regard to the enforced physical drill, judged by his parents necessary to the well-being of their weedy offspring. "The boy gets hardly any exercise," his mother discontentedly informed her neighbour, the Greek, who contented himself with casting a disparaging eye over Hector's lanky proportions, as though he thought it entirely immaterial whether these were duly developed or not. "Wonderful thing, those dumbbell exercises," remarked Mr. Bulteel, shooting a scraggy wrist out of his coat sleeve and then withdrawing it again hastily as an unsuccessful advertisement. "Hurry up, my boy." The door opened again before Hector had responded in any way to the bracing exhortations of his progenitors. "Miss Forster back again?" said the Greek gentleman. "We shall have our game of bridge before dinner then." Don't move," cried Miss Forster, breezily putting out a protesting hand very tightly fastened into a white kid glove, and thereby obliging Mr. Bulteel to rise reluctantly from his armchair. "Oh, what a shame!" Miss Forster sank into the vacated seat immediately with a loud sigh of relief. "Have you had a pleasant afternoon with your friends?" Mrs. Bulteel inquired. She was always inordinately curious about the social engagements of other people, but Miss Forster's garrulousness needed no questionings. "A topping afternoon," she declared with youthful slanginess. "Never held such cards either. What do you think of 8 hearts to the ace, king, queen?" The Greek gentleman to whom she appealed was non-committal. "It depends who's holding them," he replied laconically. "Well, I was, of course. My partner's deal, he'd gone no trumps. They doubled, and of course I redoubled, and we made the little slam. Jolly, eh? Though I prefer something with rather more play in it myself." "Such as last night?" grimly suggested the Greek, in unkind allusion to an incident that Miss Forster might reasonably be supposed to prefer forgotten. "Haven't you forgotten that horrid diamond suit of yours yet?" cried the lady, shaking an admonitory forefinger. "It was certainly a slip, and I can't think how I came to make it." "You took the lead out of your partner's hand," piped Mrs. Clarence with a sudden display of knowledge that caused Miss Forster, the recognized bridge expert of the house until the Greek gentleman's recent arrival, to look at her in astonished resentment. "I'm not a player, I know," hastily said Mrs. Clarence, perhaps in tardy dread lest she also might be reminded of past fiascos. "Only I always remember that my husband's golden rule used to be, third in hand plays his highest, and second in hand plays his lowest. I've never forgotten that." Mrs. Clarence's husband was the only claim to superiority which she could flaunt before the better dressed, better housed, better connected, generally better off pretensions of Miss Forster, and she flaunted him freely. Perhaps it was on this account that no one paid the slightest attention to the mot of the departed card player. Mrs. Bulteel picked up the Daily Sketch, and said without animation, as without any shred of meaning, "Fancy the Duke of Connaught going to Canada!" And Mr. Bulteel suddenly exclaimed in shocked tones, "Hector, you won't have time to do your exercises before dinner if you don't go at once." The youth slouched from the room. "Mr. Hector should hold himself better," cried Miss Forster, who never hesitated to make a remark on the score of its being a personal one. She flung back her shoulders as she spoke. "My son is growing very fast," said Mrs. Bulteel stiffly. Miss Forster laughed. "Well, I must go and take off my hat." She slightly lifted the brim of her large hat as though to render her meaning perfectly clear, and left the room. Mrs. Bulteel's plain, pinched face was further disfigured by a sneer. "Poor woman," she said spitefully. "She really can't afford to criticize other people. She gets stouter every day, I do believe." "Is she really such a very good bridge player?" Mrs. Clarence asked, with a sort of restrained eagerness, as though ashamed of hoping, as she quite obviously did, that the answer would be in the negative. "She plays a fair game, for one of your sex," said the Greek ungallantly. It was such small observations as this, which he let fall from time to time, that made Lydia feel almost certain that she disliked him, although at other times she was gratified by his half-covert admiration of her. Presently the Bulteels went in pursuit of Hector and his dumbbells. Old Miss Lillicrap tottered off to scream shrilly for hot water from the top of the kitchen stairs, and Mrs. Clarence, glancing at Lydia with a friendly little furtive smirk, sidled out of the room to engage upon one of those mysterious futilities that serve to bridge the gaps in the one regular occupation of her life, her attendance at meals. Lydia and the Greek were left alone together in the drawing room. "The days are drawing in very fast," he observed, gazing at the window. Lydia felt slightly disappointed at the highly impersonal nature of the remark. "Yes," she said unenthusiastically. "Do you find the evenings rather long after you get in from your work?" "You very seldom join us in the drawing room, I notice, after dinner." "Sometimes I go and sew in Miss Nettleship's room and talk to her," said Lydia. "Sometimes, no doubt. But are there not evenings when you retire to your own apartment very early?" Lydia reflected that foreigners no doubt held views unshared by the conventional British mind, as to the propriety of expressing a manifest curiosity in the affairs of other people. "Sometimes I have writing to do," she said shyly. The admission was not altogether unpremeditated. Lydia knew that the Greek was an insatiable reader, mostly of French novels, and it had occurred to her some time since that he might not unpossibly be of use in advising her. Besides, she owned to herself quite frankly that his interest was not likely to be diminished by the discovery of her literary ambitions. "I came to London partly so as to be able to write," she told him. "I've wanted to write books ever since I was a child." "Ever since you were a child?" he repeated with a hint of friendly derision. "That is indeed a long while. And what form does this writing of yours take? No doubt you write poetry, all about love and springtime and death?" Lydia felt herself colouring with annoyance as she replied with decision, "Dear me, no. I shouldn't think of writing poetry nowadays. I know very well that I can't. But I've written 1 or 2 short stories, and I should like one day to write books." "Have these stories of yours been published?" "No, not yet," said Lydia. "I haven't tried to publish them. I don't know if they're the right length, or where to send them, or anything." Haven't you ever come across a useful little book called The Artist and Author's Handbook? That would give you all the information you require." "Would it? I could try and get it," said Lydia doubtfully. She did not want to spend any extra money. There had proved to be so many unforeseen expenses in London. "I think I have a copy. Allow me to lend it to you," said the Greek. "It will give you a list of the publishers and publications, and a great deal of very practical information. You should certainly see it. I will give it to you tomorrow." "Oh, thank you." "In return," said the obliging foreigner, with a slight smile, "may I not be allowed to read one of your tales?" Lydia, the intuitive, had been mentally anticipating the request. She was eager enough for a verdict upon her work, and only pretended a little modest hesitation. "I'm afraid you wouldn't find them very interesting, but I should like to know if you think there's any hope for me, Mr. " "My name is Margoliouth," said he. No one else had ever been honoured by the information. Lydia went upstairs, discreetly taking upon herself to break up the tete-a-tete with increased self-satisfaction. She was less pleased a few days later when she discovered that everybody in the boarding house now knew that she wrote stories. "I'm not a bit surprised," Miss Forster cried loudly and joyously. "I always felt we had a lot in common. Why, I should write myself if I could only find the time." She traced rapid scribbles in the air with her forefinger. "It must be a great hobby for you," said pale Mr. Bulteel, looking respectfully at Lydia. "Perhaps one night you'll read us one of your stories," his wife suggested. She was not usually gracious to the other women in the house, but Lydia had always listened sympathetically to her account of the agony that she suffered from her teeth, now undergoing extensive structural alterations. Only little Mrs. Clarence gazed at Lydia with a thoroughly uneasy eye. "I must say," she said with a note of aggression in her habitual whine, "I do hope you won't put me into one of your books, Miss Raymond." Lydia enjoyed the attention that was bestowed upon her, even while she critically told herself that it lacked discernment. She did not read her stories out loud to the assembled boarders, as Mrs. Bulteel had suggested, but she submitted several of them to the inspection of Margoliouth. "They have merit and originality," he told her, "but your English is not good." Lydia held out her hand for the manuscripts without replying. "Aha! You think that a foreigner cannot criticize English?" he said acutely, and interpreting her secret thought with perfect correctness. "But I assure you that I am right. Look, you put 'all right' for 'all right.'" And she was very interested, instead of "she was very much interested." And again you have 'under the circumstances' for 'in the circumstances.' All these are common errors. Tell me, what authors do you read?" Lydia was vague. Like the majority of readers, she chose books almost at random, because the title allured her, or because someone had said that the story was exciting. The Greek shrugged his shoulders. "The ideas are there," he said, "but you must learn to express them better." Lydia felt so much mortified that she could hardly speak. She, the head of the school at Miss Glover's, the owner of the mathematical mind so rarely found in one of her own sex, the responsible and trusted accountant at Elena's, to be told that she could not write English. At that moment she disliked Margoliouth with all the cordial dislike accorded to a really candid critic. Yet it was characteristic of Lydia that, even in the midst of her vexation, she realized that to display it would be to destroy much of the Greek's flattering opinion of her superior intelligence. She drew a long breath and gazed at him frankly and steadily. "Thank you very much," she said. "I must try and study the really good writers, and I'll remember what you say and try and write better English. I'm sure you're right." It was a little set speech, uttered regardless of the indignation still burning within her, and it did not fail of its effect. "Well done," cried the Greek softly. "Well done, Miss Raymond.
It is very rare to find so much frankness and determination in a lady, if I may say so. I am the more sure that you will eventually succeed." Lydia thanked him and took away her manuscripts. She was inwardly just as angry at his criticism as she had been on first hearing it, and just as certain that a foreigner could know nothing about the correctness or otherwise of her English. But she congratulated herself on the presence of mind and strength of will which enabled her to make so good a show of open-minded generosity. Quite evidently Margoliouth thought the better of her for it, and Lydia would not for the world have forfeited his admiration. It gave her great prestige in the eyes of the other boarders. Lydia knew that they most of them liked her. Mr. Bulteel, because she was young and pretty, his wife and whining little Mrs. Clarence, because she always listened to them sympathetically, all the while inwardly mindful of Grandpapa's rule, always let the other people talk about themselves. Miss Forster liked her too. Lydia did not exactly flatter Miss Forster, but she had a tactful way of introducing the topic of Miss Forster's great friends, Sir Rupert and Lady Honoret, and was always ready to hear about the bridge parties that Miss Forster frequented at their house in Lexham Gardens. Hector Bulteel, the pallid youth whose days were passed in Gower Street, had at first been too shy even to speak to Lydia, but one day she asked for his advice on a point of accountancy, and thereafter they occasionally discussed the higher mathematics, or the distinctions between organic and inorganic chemistry. Lydia did not really think very highly of Hector's capabilities, but criticized him as shrewdly as she did everyone else with whom she came into contact. She was always careful, however, to keep her rather caustic judgments to herself, and she knew that both at Madame Elena's and at the boarding house the reputation that had been hers at school still prevailed. Lydia Raymond never said an unkind thing about anyone. Even old Miss Lillicrap, who seldom uttered a word that was not either spiteful or complaining, looked at Lydia in a comparatively friendly silence on the evening that the Greek gentleman first took her to the Polytechnic. Lydia wore a new pale pink blouse and her best dark brown cloth coat and skirt. For the first time she decided that she really was pretty. The conviction lent exhilaration to the evening's entertainment, which on the whole she found rather dull. She was not very much amused by the cinematograph films displayed, and when towards the end of the evening Mr. Margoliouth fumbled for her hand in the darkness and held it, Lydia was principally conscious that hers was still sticky from the chocolates that he had given her, and failed to derive any thrill from the experience. End of Chapter 10. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 11 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Towards Christmas time, as the evenings became shorter and shorter, Mr. Margoliouth developed great concern at the idea of Lydia's coming back from her work alone. Might he call for her at Madame Elena's and escort her home? Lydia thanked him very much and said that one of her fellow workers generally came most of the way with her. But she was not insensible to the flattering vista thus opened. The girls at Elena's would be, in their own parlance, thrilled if a foreign and interesting-looking male should make his appearance outside the little shop and await there the privilege of accompanying Miss Raymond across the park. Gina Riot boasted a gentleman friend who occasionally paid her the same compliment, and Lydia, as well as Marguerite Saxon, had peeped through the closed shutters of the shop window more than once in order to watch them depart together. And not only the girls, but the community at the boarding house would be full of interest and excitement. Already Lydia knew perfectly well that Miss Forster and Mrs. Bulteel exchanged significant glances whilst she and the Greek talked to one another at meals. On the trivial monotony of the boarding house existence, she even felt certain that Mr. Margoliouth and his increasingly marked attentions to herself were the chief subjects of discussion. She began to enjoy her position very much, and no longer held Mr. Margoliouth at a distance. She was not at all in love with him, but his attentions were very agreeable, and certainly Lydia told herself he had enough discernment to realize that she was not a person with whom liberties might be taken. As a fact, his manner towards her was respectful enough, except for a certain tendency towards patting her wrist, or attracting her attention by a lingering touch upon her arm or shoulder. When they went to a theatre or a cinematograph, he always held her hand, and a curious sense of fair play in return for his hospitality induced Lydia to allow this, and even feebly to return an occasional pressure of her fingers, although she derived no slightest satisfaction from the contact. The rapid development of her mentality had so far outdistanced other, more human attributes of youth, that she frequently debated within herself whether Mr. Margoliouth was ever likely to try and kiss her. If so, Lydia reflected with cold self-righteousness, she would rebuke him in such fashion that he would respect and admire her more than ever. She was full of instinctive horror at the idea of making herself cheap, and it had been inculcated into her both by Aunt Beryl and Aunt Evelyn that to do so was to invite disaster of some unspecified but terrible kind. When her Christmas holiday was approaching, 2 days and a half, which she was to spend at Regency Terrace, Lydia began to mention the Greek occasionally in her weekly letter to Aunt Beryl. She was not averse from some slight exploitation of her first conquest, and moreover she thought it quite likely that a hint might reach Aunt Beryl any day through Miss Nettleship, and she wisely preferred to secure herself against any charge of secretiveness. At first, Aunt Beryl only wrote back, "Glad you enjoyed yourself at the Polytechnic, dear. Mind and not take cold coming out from those hot places this bitter weather." Then later, "This Mr. Margoliouth seems very attractive. Don't let him break your little heart, dear." The 2 notes of exclamation denoted Aunt Beryl's humorous intention, as Lydia well knew, but one day she wrote more seriously, "I must say it would be a real pleasure to hear you were properly engaged, providing it was to some really nice fellow. Don't be in a hurry to decide though, dear, you're very young." Lydia herself had hardly contemplated the possibility of an engagement, but now she began to wonder whether or no any such idea held a place in Margoliouth's mind. He had certainly said that he should like to show her his own country, and told her how much she would enjoy a sea voyage, and how greatly the new experience of travelling would help her to write. Meanwhile, he continued to take her out 2 or 3 times a week, and to give her expensive boxes of chocolates and occasional books. The girls at Madame Elena's became aware of him, and chaffed Lydia agreeably, and at the boarding house Miss Forster, always outspoken, one day asked whether she had ordered her wedding dress yet. Lydia did not like Miss Forster's blatancy, but her old predilection for finding herself the heroine of her surroundings was stronger than ever, and it gratified her to know that they were all watching her and wondering what would happen to her next. A less agreeable manifestation of interest was, however, in store for her. Miss Nettleship sought her out apologetic but conscientious. "You know how it is, dear, I know, but really I do feel responsible to your auntie, just a wee bit, and I feel I really must say something. They're all talking about it, you know, not saying anything, I don't mean of course, but you know, just talking, like." The distinction that Miss Nettleship wished to imply between the saying of anything and mere talking about it was perfectly clear to the resentful and embarrassed Lydia. True to her instincts, however, she showed none of the resentment, and as little as she could of the embarrassment. "There really isn't anything for anyone to talk about. Mr. Margoliouth is very fond of the theatre, he says, and he hasn't anyone to go with him. It's very kind of him to take me, I think." "Once here and there," said Miss Nettleship distractedly, "but really, dear, it's getting more than that, and of course it's a bit conspicuous because of his never hardly taking any notice of anyone else. At the bridge now, when they play in the evenings, he's downright uncivil to poor Mrs. Clarence, and I've heard him very rude to Miss Forster too, though of course she's well able to hold her own, but it makes it all the more marked, his going on the way he does with you." "I can't help his liking me," said Lydia meekly, but inwardly rather gratified at Miss Nettleship's artless exposition of the distinction that she enjoyed. "Now don't go thinking I'm blaming you for an instant, dear. I know very well that your auntie's brought you up to be careful, and besides I can see for myself you're steady, not one of those girls I call regular flirts. But it's your being so young, and there's something else too." Miss Nettleship hesitated, her pleasant, anxious-looking face much discomposed. "I really oughtn't to say about it to you, but you do understand how it is, dear. I feel the responsibility of having you here, and your auntie being such a friend of mine and everything. I feel I can't let it go on and not say anything." "I've written to Aunt Beryl all about Mr. Margoliouth, you know," said Lydia quickly. She felt the announcement to be a trump card, and was surprised that Miss Nettleship's harassed expression did not relax. "I was sure you would, dear. It isn't that. You see, the fact is, though I oughtn't to mention it, but I know you can be trusted never to pass it on, the fact is that Mr. Margoliouth, as he calls himself, isn't altogether sound, and I don't know that I shan't have to ask him to leave." "Why?" cried Lydia, astonished. But Miss Nettleship had her own methods of imparting information, and was not to be hustled out of them. "Of course you know how it is in a place like this, one has to be very particular, and I've always asked for references and everything, and there's never been any trouble except just once, right at the start. That was with foreigners too, a pair of Germans, and called themselves brother and sister. However, that's nothing to do with you, dear, and I had to send them packing very quickly, in fact, the minute I had any doubts at all. It's the ruin of a place like this ever to let it get a name, as you can imagine, and the fright I got then made me more particular than ever. This fellow Margoliouth gave me a city reference, and another a clergyman somewhere up in Yorkshire, and paid his first week in advance. And since then it's just been one put off after another." "But how? What do you mean, Miss Nettleship?" "He's not paying his way," said the manageress, fixing her brown eyes compassionately upon Lydia's face. "He's asked me to let him have his account monthly, as it was more convenient, and I gave in, although it's not my rule, and I wouldn't have that old Miss Lillicrap, you know what she is, dear, and how one can't go against her, I wouldn't have her hear about it for the world. Well, it was 7 weeks before he paid me the first month, and I had to ask him for it again and again. He said there was some difficulty about getting his money from Greece paid into the bank here. However, he paid in the end, but since then it's been nothing but putting off and putting off. Would I let it stand over for a week because it wasn't convenient, and so on and so on. I told him he'd have to get his meals out if it went on, and then he gave me something on account, but not a third of what he owes me, dear. I really don't know what to do about it. He's so plausible, I half believe it's all right when he's talking to me, but I can't afford to go on like this. He'll have to go if he hasn't paid in full at the end of this week. And how I'm going to get the money back if he doesn't pay up, I really don't know. For a prosecution would be a fearful business for me, and lose me every boarder in the place." "Oh, it would be dreadful," cried Lydia, sincerely shocked. "But he must pay. I thought of him as quite rich." "So you might, from the way he goes on, and the bills that are always coming for him too," said Miss Nettleship. "I can't help seeing them, you know, when I clear the box in the mornings. However, he says there's money coming to him from Greece, and it's only got to be put into his bank over here, and he can promise me a cheque on Saturday at the latest. So I'm not saying any more till then, but after that my mind's made up. But you'll understand, dear, why I felt I had to speak to you about it first." Lydia felt that she understood only too well, and she went to business next morning in so thoughtful a mood that Rosie Graham, whose observation nothing escaped, made sharp inquiry of her as they snatched a 10 minutes' tea interval in the afternoon. "What's up that you're going about with a face as long as a fiddle?" In the midst of her perfectly real preoccupation, it was not in Lydia to fail to perceive her opportunity for at last arousing a tardy interest in Miss Graham. "I'm worried," she said frankly. Worry won't mend matters," quoted Rosie tritely. But Lydia reaped the advantage of her invariable abstention from the airing of daily minor grievances, such as the other girls brought to their work, in the instant acceptance of her statement shown by the astute little Cockney. "Come round to my place for a yarn this evening," she suggested. "My pal's out, and I can find some food. I daresay, though, it won't be 7 courses and a powdered footman behind the chair, like that place of yours." Lydia accepted and felt flattered. No one else had ever been asked to Rosie's place. They took a Sloane Street omnibus at 6 o'clock and got out at Sloane Square, where Lydia made use of a public telephone to inform Miss Nettleship that she would not be in to supper, and then Rosie led her through a very large square, a mews, and into a little street called Walton Street. They crossed it and entered Ovington Street. "Number 91A," said Miss Graham, producing a latchkey. She took Lydia to the top of the house, and Lydia was astounded at the lightness and airiness of the fair-sized room, with a much smaller one opening out of it, evidently in use as a dressing room. "Not so dusty, is it?" Rosie said complacently. "This sofa turns into a bed, and there's another proper bed in the other room. The whole thing, unfurnished, costs us 22 and 6 a week, and includes everything except the use of the gas. There's a penny in the slot machine for that. We do most of our cooking on the gas ring, but the landlady's very decent about sometimes letting us use the kitchen fire." She gave Lydia a supper of sausage rolls, bread and butter, cocoa, and a variety of sweet cakes and biscuits, and all the time talked more agreeably and less caustically than Lydia had ever heard her talk before. When the little meal was over and the table pushed out of the way, Rosie made Lydia draw her chair close to the tiny oil stove. "There's a gas fire," she said frankly, "but we don't use it unless the weather's simply perishing. It's rather an expensive luxury." "Sure you're all right like that?" "Yes, thank you. What a lot of heat this thing gives out." "Doesn't it? Well now," said Miss Graham abruptly, "spit it out. What's all the trouble? Is it anything to do with that foreign freak who stands about waiting for you outside Elena's of an evening sometimes?" Lydia was too well inured to the shop girl vocabulary to resent this description of her admirer. She decided that she would allow herself the luxury of contravening Grandpapa's rule, and for once talk about herself, justified in doing so by her conviction that it was the only short cut to the rousing in Miss Rosie Graham of that interest which Lydia still desired the more keenly from the very ease with which she could command it in others. She told her story, but omitted all mention of Miss Nettleship's confidences. "My aunt, who brought me up, knows a little about it. I wrote and told her he was taking me out sometimes, and she said in a letter I had got from her the other day that it would be so nice if I got engaged. Somehow, you know, I hadn't really thought of that before. But I've been rather worried since, wondering whether perhaps he means to ask me. If so, I suppose I oughtn't to let him go about with me quite so much, unless I make up my mind to say yes." Lydia was aware that she had stated her problem one-sidedly, for her real preoccupation was whether or no Margoliouth was going to pay her the compliment of a proposal. But the temptation to represent herself as merely undecided if she should become engaged to him or not was irresistible. She thought that Rosie looked at her rather curiously as she finished speaking. "Of course, if you're always about with him and let him give you presents and all the rest of it, the poor Johnny's bound to think you mean business," she said slowly. "But you'd better be careful, kid. Are you so sure that he wants to marry you?" Lydia felt herself colouring hotly, sufficiently understanding the older girl's implication to resent it. "I should think Mr. Margoliouth is too much of a man of the world not to see for himself the sort of girl I am," she said haughtily. "He can see for himself that you're only a silly kid, if that's what you mean," retorted the outspoken Rosie Graham. "Tell me, where does this Margoliouth, or whatever he calls himself, come from? He's as black as my hat, anyway." Lydia began to wish that she had never embarked upon the path of confidences at all. "He is Greek," she said very stiffly. "That might mean anything," retorted Miss Graham sweepingly. I tell you frankly, that's what I don't like about the business, his being such a rum color. I don't trust black fellows." "You talk as though he were a nigger," said Lydia, furious. "I know what I'm talking about. I knew a girl once who took up with a fellow like that. He wasn't a bit darker than your Margoliouth, and he talked awfully good English, and she got herself engaged to him. He said he was a prince, and frightfully rich, and he gave her all sorts of presents, and when he had to go back to his own country he sent her the money for her passage so she could come out next year and get married to him. Well, she got everything ready, heaps of clothes and things, and was always talking of how she was going to be a princess, and he'd promised to meet her at a place called Port Said with his own carriage and horses and all the rest of it. Some of us thought she was taking a bit of a risk, but she didn't care a scrap, and was just wild to get out there. Well, off she went, and we didn't hear anything more about her, or get any of the letters and photographs and things she'd promised to send, and then 3 months later I met her in the city, where I was matching silks for old Peroxide, and she'd sneaked back to her old firm and got them to take her back as a typist again. But what had happened? She didn't tell me, and I didn't ask her. But she told another girl, and I heard about it afterwards. She'd gone off on the ship all right, with all her fine new luggage and the rest of it, and she'd told all the people on board who she was going out to marry, and most of them said what a fool she was, and it would be an awful life for an English girl, and she'd never be allowed to come home again. But there was one man on board, a parson, who simply wouldn't let her alone about it, and said she didn't know what she was doing, and at last he got her to promise that she wouldn't actually marry this chap until he'd made inquiries about him. And he did the minute they arrived, although the fellow was there just as he'd said, with a great carriage and 2 horses to take her away. I don't exactly know what happened, but this clergyman fellow went straight off to some British consul or someone, and they found out all about the man straight away. He was sort of a prince all right, and quite as rich as he'd said, though he didn't live in a palace, but some place right away from everywhere, but he wasn't a Christian, and he'd got 2 native wives already. "Oh," Lydia gasped involuntarily at the climax of the narrative, which came upon her inexperience as a complete shock. "So that was the end of that, as you can imagine," said Miss Graham. "The clergyman was awfully good to her, and paid her passage home again out of his own pocket because she hadn't got a 6pence. Poor kid. She was fearfully cut up, though, as a matter of fact. She ought to have been off her head with thankfulness that she got stopped in time. I don't suppose she'd ever have got away again, once he'd taken her off in his carriage and pair. It must have been awful for her, going back to her old job after leaving it to get married like that," said Lydia. She thought with horror of the humiliation that it would mean for the victim to return, in such circumstances, to those who had doubtless heard her triumphant boasts of emancipation on leaving. "Do you think that would be the worst of it?" queried Miss Graham sharply. Lydia, failing to see the drift of the question, answered unhesitatingly, "Yes, I think it would. It's the part I should have minded most." A guilty remembrance flashed across her mind of yet another axiom of Grandpapa's: "Don't refer everything back to yourself." She wished that she had remembered it earlier, when Rosie looked at her strangely, and then said, "I believe you would mind that most. What other people would say and think about you, I mean. What an inhuman kid you are." Lydia felt almost more bewildered than offended. "Isn't there anybody you care for besides yourself?" said Rosie Graham slowly. "I've been watching you ever since you came to us. Of course you're very clever, and a cut above the rest of us, I know all that. And you're awfully sweet and nice to everybody, and never say caddish things about anyone. But what's it all for? You don't care a damn for anybody that I can see. And then you talk about this chap who's going with you, this Margoliouth, and whether he wants you to be engaged or not. And I don't believe you've once thought whether you could care for him, or he for you. Why, this girl I was telling you about was crazy about her fellow. That was what broke her up, not the having made a fool of herself, and wondering if the others at her old shop weren't laughing at her. But that's simply beyond you, isn't it? I don't believe you know what caring for anybody means." The two girls looked at one another in silence. Rosie's accusation not only came as a shock to Lydia, but it carried with it an inward conviction that was disconcerting in the extreme. Lydia, no coward, faced the unpalatable truth, and instinctively and instantly accepted it as such. She wondered, with the curious analytical detachment characteristic of the self-centered, that she had never seen it for herself. It vexed her that it should have been left to little Rosie Graham's penetration to enlighten her. She rallied her forces. Rosie should at least see in her the saving grace of a courageous candor. "Perhaps that's true," she said slowly. "I've been first with one set of people and then with another, since I was a small child, and perhaps I've got into a calculating way of just trying to please them, so that they should be nice to me. I don't know that I'm really particularly fond of any of them." She passed in mental review as she spoke those with whom her short life had been most nearly connected. Her parents. She could hardly remember her father, and she had certainly never loved her mother. Weak where Lydia, at 12 years old, was already hard, irrationally impulsive where Lydia was calculating, sentimental where Lydia was contemptuous. Looking back, she realized that her mother had done her best to make Lydia as feebly emotional as she was herself, and that Lydia's own clear-sightedness had not only saved her, but had also forced upon her a very thorough reaction. Grandpapa, Aunt Beryl, Uncle George, she thought of them all. Certainly she was fond of them in a way, and Grandpapa she most sincerely admired and respected more than anyone she knew. She was grateful to Aunt Beryl and Uncle George, and anxious to do them credit, but her interest in their welfare was not excessive. If she heard of their deaths that evening, Lydia knew very well that her chief pang would be remorse for a complete absence of acute sorrow. There was Nathalie Palmer. At school, Nathalie had adored her. She still wrote her long, intimate letters full of personal details, which Lydia could not help thinking rather trivial and unnecessary. But because one criticized, that did not preclude a certain degree of affection. Lydia certainly was fond of Nathalie. She did not for an instant, however, pretend either to herself or to Rosie Graham that the latter's words were unjustified by fact. "I'm certainly not at all in love with Mr. Margoliouth now," she said, "but there's no reason why I shouldn't be later on, I suppose. And because it's more or less true that I've never cared a very great deal for anybody so far, it doesn't follow that I never shall. I'm not 20 yet." "Well, I suppose there's hope for you," said Rosie Graham grudgingly, "but I'm very sorry for you when you once do begin to care for somebody. I don't mind who it may be." Lydia was conscious of feeling rather flattered by the interpretation she put upon the words. "I suppose that all one's eggs in one basket is always a risk," she said, not without complacency. Rosie gave a short staccato laugh, and again shot one of her disconcerting glances at her visitor. "What I mean is that you'll do it so jolly badly. You've never cared for anybody but yourself, and you won't even know how to begin." "Then you had better be sorry for the person I care for," Lydia said dryly. She was in reality very angry, and she rose to go for fear of betraying it. "I daresay it's rather beastly of me to have said that, when I've asked you here to spend the evening," said Rosie with a certain compunction in her voice. "I'm very glad you said what you thought," Lydia returned calmly. "Good night, and thanks for having me." "Good night, and I say, don't do anything in a hurry about that coloured friend of yours." Lydia walked downstairs and out the front door without deigning any reply to this last, urgent piece of advice. As she sat in the jolting, nearly empty omnibus that was to take her as far as Southampton Row, she reviewed Rosie Graham's speeches of the evening. It was quite true, Lydia supposed, that she did not really care for anybody but herself. She was too clear-sighted to pretend that this distressed her. On the contrary, She realized the immense simplification of a life into which no seriously conflicting claims could enter. After all, it had taken the almost uncanny acumen of a Rosie Graham to discover the fundamental egotism that underlay all Lydia's careful courtesy and studied kindness of word and deed. She was annoyed that Rosie should have so poor an opinion of her, but Rosie was only one person, and though in Lydia's present surroundings she held rank of high importance, the importance was merely relative. The day would come when Rosie Graham and what Rosie Graham thought, whether true or otherwise, would matter not at all to Lydia Raymond. End of chapter 11. Recording by C.J. Plogue. The Heel of Achilles by E.M. DELAFIELD. Chapter 12. Nevertheless, Rosie Graham's anecdote of the girl who had gone to Port Said, and her vehement advice to have nothing to do with the Greek, continued to haunt Lydia's mind. Neither had she forgotten Miss Nettleship's warning, and the sense that the manageress was watching her with melancholy anxiety caused her to surmise that Mr. Margoliouth had not yet made good his assurance of payment. She refused an invitation to go to the play with him, but was too anxious that the boarders should continue to look upon her as the heroine of an exciting love affair to discourage him altogether, although she had really made up her mind that she should not care to be engaged to Margoliouth. If the first man who had made her acquaintance since she left school showed so much tendency to make love to her, Lydia shrewdly told herself there would certainly be others. She could well afford to wait, in the certainty of eventually finding a man who would possess such attractions and advantages as the Greek could not boast. Meanwhile, Margoliouth made life interesting, and Lydia a subject of universal observation and discussion. She was feeling agreeably conscious of this on the Saturday following her conversation with the manageress, as she came into the boarding house in time for the midday meal. Miss Nettleship was hovering at the foot of the stairs and failed to return Lydia's smile. "He'll have to go," she said without preliminary. "I got his check, and the bank has returned it. You see how it is, dear, a terrible business. I don't know whether I shan't have to call the police in even now before I get my money. He's leaving on Monday, and if I've not had the cash down from him, I don't know what'll happen, I'm sure." "Oh, Miss Nettleship, how dreadful. I am sorry for you," said Lydia, giving expression to the surface emotion of her mind only, from habit and instinct alike. "Don't you have anything more to do with him, dear," said Miss Nettleship distractedly. "That Agnes is letting something burn downstairs. I can smell it as plain as anything. I'll have to go. Poor old Agnes. She means well, but you quite understand how it is." The manageress hastened down the stairs to the basement. Lydia could not help glancing at her neighbour in the dining room with a good deal of anxiety. He seemed quite imperturbable, and said nothing about his departure. Lydia, whose opinion of Miss Nettleship's mentality was not an exalted one, began to think that Mr. Margoliouth knew quite well that he could pay his bills before Monday, and had no intention of going away at all. Otherwise, why was he not more uneasy? Far from uneasy, Margoliouth seemed to be livelier than usual, paid Lydia one or two small compliments with his usual half condescending, half sardonic expression, and asked her if she would come out to tea with him that afternoon. Miss Nettleship was on one of her periodical excursions to the kitchen, and Miss Forster, Mrs. Clarence, and Mrs. Bulteel were listening with all their ears, and with as detached an expression as each could contrive to assume. "Thank you very much, I should like to," said Lydia demurely. They went to a newly opened corner shop in Piccadilly, where a small orchestra was playing, and little shaded pink lights stood upon all the tables. The contrast with the foggy December dusk outside struck pleasantly upon Lydia's imagination, and she enjoyed herself and was talkative and animated. Margoliouth stared at her with his unwinking black gaze, and when they had finished tea he left his chair, and came to sit beside her on the low plush sofa that had its back to the wall. "A girl like you shouldn't go about London alone," he suddenly remarked with a sort of unctuousness. At least not until she knows something about life." "Oh, I can take care of myself," said Lydia hastily. "But you don't know the dangers that a young girl of your attraction is exposed to," he persisted. "You don't know what sort of brutes men can be, do you?" "No girl need ever be annoyed unless she wants to be," quoted Lydia primly from Aunt Beryl's wisdom. "You think so, do you? Now I wonder if you'll still say that in 3 years' time. Do you know that you are the sort of woman to make either a very good saint or a very good sinner?" The world-old allure was too potent for Lydia's youth and her vanity. "Am I?" she said eagerly. "Sometimes I've thought that too." The Greek put his hand upon her, slipping his arm through hers in his favourite manner. "Tell me about your little self, won't you?" he said ingratiatingly. "Always let other people talk about themselves." Oh, inconvenient and ill-timed recollection of Grandpapa's high, decisive old voice. So vividly was it forced upon the ear of Lydia's unwilling memory that she could almost have believed herself at Regency Terrace once more. The illusion checked her eager, irrepressible grasp at the opportunity held out by the foreigner. The game was spoilt. "There's nothing to tell," she said abruptly, suddenly grown weary. Grandpapa had said that long stories about oneself always bored other people, whether or no they politely affected an appearance of interest. No doubt it was true. Lydia knew that she herself was not apt to take any very real interest, for instance, in Nathalie Palmer's long letters about her home and the parish and the new experiment of keeping hens at the vicarage, nor in the many stories, all of them personal, told by the girls at Elena's, nor even in the monotonous recital of Miss Nettleship's difficulties with her servants. Why should the Greek be interested in hearing Lydia's opinion of Lydia? She cynically determined that it would not be worth while to put him to the test. "Let's go home," she said. Margoliouth raised his eyebrows. "I suppose that all women are capricious." His use of the word women, as applied to her 19-year-old self, always insensibly flattered Lydia. She let him take her back to the Bloomsbury boarding house in a hansom, and remained passive, although unresponsive, when he put his arm around her and pressed her against him in the narrow confinement of the cab. "Dear little girl," sighed Margoliouth sentimentally, as he reluctantly released her from his clasp when the cab stopped. Lydia ran up the steps, agreeably surprised at the instant opening of the door and anxious to exchange the raw and foggy atmosphere outside for the comfort of light and warmth of the hall. The dining room door also stood open, and as Lydia came in, Miss Forster rushed out upon her. "I've been waiting for you," she cried effusively. "Come in here, my dear, won't you?" "Into the dining room?" said Lydia, amazed. "Why, there's no fire there. I'm going upstairs." "No, no," said Miss Forster still more urgently, and laying a tightly gloved white kid hand on Lydia's arm. "There's someone up there." She pointed mysteriously to the ceiling. Lydia looked up, bewildered, but only saw Miss Nettleship, the gas light shining full on her pale, troubled face, hastening down the stairs. She passed Lydia and Miss Forster unperceiving, and went straight up to the Greek, who had just closed the street door behind him. "Mr. Margoliouth," she said in her usual breathless fashion, "you see how it is. It's quite all right, I'm sure, but your wife has come. She's in the drawing room." Margoliouth uttered a stifled exclamation, and then went upstairs without another word. Miss Forster almost dragged Lydia into the dining room. "There! Of course you didn't know he was married, did you?" "Neither did any of us, and I must say I think he's behaved abominably." "But who is she? When did she come?" asked Lydia, still wholly bewildered at the suddenness of the revelation. "Sit down and I'll tell you all about it." Miss Forster settled her ample person in a chair with a general expression of undeniable satisfaction. "Just about half an hour after you'd left the house, I was just wondering if I should find dear Lady Honoret at home if I ran around. You know, my great friends, Sir Rupert and Lady Honoret. I'm sure I've often mentioned them. They're quite well-known people, but I thought of course there wouldn't be a chance of finding them disengaged. She's always somewhere. So Mrs. Bulteel and I were sitting down to a nice cozy time over the fire. Irene had actually made up quite a good fire for once, and then the door opened. Miss Forster flung open an invisible portal with characteristic energy, and in comes Miss Nettleship. And I remember thinking to myself at the time, in a sort of flash, Miss Nettleship looks pale. A sort of startled look, it just flashed through my mind, and this woman was just behind her. What is she like? Lydia was conscious of disappointment and humiliation, but she was principally aware of extreme curiosity. Just what you'd expect, said Miss Forster with a decisiveness that somehow mitigated the extremely cryptic nature of the description. The moment I saw her and realized who she was, and I'm bound to say Miss Nettleship spoke her name at once, that moment I said to myself that she was just what I should have expected her to be. Lydia, less eager for details of Miss Forster's remarkable prescience than for further information, still looked at her inquiringly. Dark, said Miss Forster, very dark, and stout. She described a circle of immense and improbable width. Older than he is, I should say, without a doubt, and wearing a white veil and one of those foreign-looking black hats tilted right over her eyes, the sort of thing, and boots. Buttoned boots, with a check costume, exactly like a foreigner. I suppose she is a foreigner. I spoke in French at once, said Miss Forster. It was most awkward, of course, and I could see that Mrs. Bulteel was completely taken aback.
Not much savoir-faire there, between ourselves, is there?
But of course, as a woman of the world, I spoke up at once, the moment Miss Nettleship performed the introduction. Comment vous trouvez-vous, madame? I said, of course not shaking hands, simply bowing. What did she say? Lydia asked breathlessly, as Miss Forster straightened herself with a little gasp, after a stiff but profound inclination of her person from the waist downwards. She answered in English. She has an accent, of course, doesn't speak nearly as well as he does. Something about us knowing her husband. Do you mean Mr. Margoliouth? I said. Naughty of me, though, wasn't it? Yes, very, said Lydia hastily. But what did she say? Took it quite seriously, crowded Miss Forster, suddenly convulsed. Really, some people have no sense of the ludicrous. I said it for a bit of mischief, Do you mean Mr. Margoliouth? I said, and she answered me quite solemnly, yes, of course. Then it really was Margoliouth's wife. Lydia began to realize the fact that until now had carried no sort of conviction to her mind. Margoliouth, a married man, had been making a fool of her before all these people. Such was the aspect of her case that flashed across her with sudden, furious indignation. She perceived that Miss Forster was looking at her with curiosity. I didn't know that he was married at all, said Lydia calmly. No one could have guessed it for a moment, and he never gave us a hint, said Miss Forster indignantly. You won't mind me saying, dear, that I wanted to get you in here and tell you quietly before you went up and found her there, sitting on the sofa, as calm as you please. Thank you, said Lydia. But really, it doesn't matter to me if Mr. Margoliouth is married. Only I think he ought to have told Miss Nettleship and all of us. The cad! Cried Miss Forster energetically, and striking the rather tight lap of her silk dress with a violence that threatened to split the white kid glove. What we women have to put up with, I always say. Only a man could behave like that, and what can we do to defend ourselves? Nothing at all. I was telling Sir Rupert Honoret the other day, those friends of mine who live in Lexham Gardens, I was telling him what I thought of the whole sex. Oh, I've the courage of my opinions, I know. Men are brutes, there's no doubt about it. I suppose he didn't expect her here, said Lydia dreamily, still referring to Margoliouth's menage. Miss Forster understood. Not he. You saw what a fool he looked when the manageress told him she was here. She's come to fetch him away, that's what it is. She's as good as said so. But they'll be here till Monday morning, I'm afraid, the pair of them. Ugh! Miss Forster gave a most realistic shudder. I don't know how I shall sit at table with them. Miss Nettleship has no business to take in people of that sort. She ought to have made inquiries about the man in the first place, and I shall tell her so." "Oh, no," Lydia said gently. "Please don't. She'll be so upset at the whole thing already." "Very generous," Miss Forster declared, her hand pressed heavily on Lydia's shoulder. "Of course it's you one can't help thinking of, a young girl like you. Oh, the cad! If I were a man, I'd horsewhip a fellow like that." She indulged in a vigorous illustrative pantomime. "I shall be all right," Lydia said quickly, insensibly adopting the most dignified attitude at her command. She moved to the door. "Have some supper sent up to your room, do," urged Miss Forster. "I'm sure Irene would get a tray ready, and I'll bring it up to you myself. Then you won't have to come down to the dining room." "Thank you very much, but I'd rather come down." Lydia was speaking literal truth, as, with her usual clear-sightedness, she soon began to realize. Not only was her curiosity undeniably strong both to behold the recent arrival and to observe Margoliouth's behaviour in these new and undoubtedly disconcerting circumstances, but it was slowly borne in upon her that she could not afford to relinquish the opportunity of standing in the limelight with the attention of her entire audience undeviatingly fixed upon herself. Her humiliation could be turned into triumph. Lydia set her teeth. She had been very angry with Margoliouth, and was so still, less because he had deceived her, than because the discovery of his deceit must destroy all her prestige as the youthful recipient of exclusive attentions. But after all, she could still be the heroine of this boarding house drama. Lydia reflected grimly that there were more ways than one of being a heroine. She looked at herself in the glass. Anger and excitement had given her a colour, and she did not feel at all inclined to cry. She was, in fact, perfectly aware that she was really not in the least unhappy, but the people downstairs would think that she was proudly concealing a broken heart. Lydia dressed her thick mass of hair very carefully, thrust the high, carved comb into one side of the great black twist at just the right angle, and put on a blouse of soft, dark red silk that suited her particularly well. There was a knock at her door. Lydia went to open it and saw Miss Nettleship on the threshold. "Oh, my dear, I am so sorry. And if you want a tray upstairs for this once, it'll be quite all right, and I'll give the girl the order myself. You aren't thinking of coming down to-night, are you?" "Yes, I am," said Lydia steadily. "It's very kind of you, but I'd rather come down just as usual." "It's as you like, of course," said the manageress in unhappy accents. "Miss Forster came to me about you. You know what she is. But I'm so vexed you should have heard all in a minute like, only you understand how it was, dear, don't you? And his wife has paid up the bills, all in cash, and wants to stay over Sunday." "There's the bell," said Lydia. "Then I must go, dear. You know how it is. That old Miss Lillicrap is such a terror with the vegetables. I do feel so vexed about it all, and your auntie will be upset, won't she? Are you ready, dear?" Lydia saw that the kind woman was waiting to accompany her downstairs to the dining room, but she had every intention of making her entrance unescorted. "I'm not quite ready," she said coolly. "Please don't wait. I know you want to be downstairs." The manageress looked bewildered, and as though she felt herself to have been rebuffed, but she spoke in her usual rather incoherently good-natured fashion as she hastened down the stairs. "Just whatever you like, and it'll be quite all right." "I quite understand. I wish I could wait, dear, but really I daren't." Lydia was very glad that Miss Nettleship dared not wait. She herself remained upstairs for another full 5 minutes, although her remaining preparations were easily completed in one. At the end of the 5 minutes she felt sure that all the boarders must be assembled. Hardly anyone was ever late for a meal, since meals, for the most of the women, at any rate, contributed the principal variety in the day's occupation. Nevertheless, Lydia went downstairs very slowly, until the sound of clattering plates and dishes, broken by occasional outbreaks of conversation, told her that dinner was in progress. Then she quickly opened the dining room door. They were all there, and they all looked up as she came in. Her accustomed seat at the far end of the table next to the Greek was empty. But on Margoliouth's other side sat a strange woman, whom Lydia was at no pains to identify, even had Miss Forster's description not at once returned to her mind, very dark and stout, and dressed like a foreigner. Mrs. Margoliouth was all that. Lydia saw the room and everyone in it in a flash as she closed the door behind her. Miss Lillicrap, clutching her knife and fork, almost as though she were afraid that her food might be snatched from her plate while she peered across the room with eager, malevolent curiosity. Miss Nettleship, suddenly silent in the midst of some babbled triviality and evidently undecided whether to get up or to remain seated. Mrs. Bulteel, her sharp gaze fixed upon Lydia and her pinched mouth half open. Miss Forster, also staring undisguisedly. Mrs. Clarence, with her foolish, red-rimmed eyes almost starting from her head. The youth, Hector Bulteel, his mouth still half full, and a tumbler arrested in mid-career in his hand. His father's sallow face turned towards the door, wrinkled with an evident discomfiture. Mrs. Margoliouth herself had raised a pair of black, hostile-looking eyes, set in a heavy, pasty face, to fix them upon Lydia. Irene had stopped her shuffling progress round the table, and turned her head over her shoulder. Only Margoliouth remained with his head bent over his plate, apparently absorbed in the food that he was sedulously cutting up into small pieces. In the momentary silence Lydia advanced. Her heart was beating very quickly, but she was conscious of distinct exhilaration, and she remembered to tilt her chin a little upward and to walk slowly. There was the sudden scraping of a chair, and pale, ugly Mr. Bulteel had sprung forward and come down the room to meet her. The unexpected little act of chivalry, which obviously came as a surprise to himself as to everybody else, nearly startled Lydia out of her predetermined composure. She looked up at him and smiled rather tremulously, and he pulled out her chair for her, and waited until she was seated before returning to his own place again. The meal went on, and the atmosphere was electric. Contrary to her custom, Miss Nettleship made no attempt at introducing the newcomer, and Margoliouth did not seek to rectify the omission. He ate silently, his eyes on his plate. Twice Lydia addressed small, commonplace remarks to him, each time in the midst of a silence wherein her voice sounded very clear and steady. He answered politely but briefly, and the other women at the table exchanged glances, and one or two of them looked admiringly at Lydia. It was this consciousness that kept her outwardly composed, for she found the position far more of an ordeal than she had expected it to be. She was even aware that under the table a certain nervous trembling that she could not repress was causing her knees to knock together. She felt very glad when the meal was over and old Miss Lillicrap, who always gave the signal for dispersal, had pushed her chair back and said venomously, "Well, I can't say thank you for my good dinner. The fowl was tough, and I didn't get my fair share of sauce with the pudding." "Are we having a rubber tonight?" Miss Forster inquired loudly of no one in particular, with the evident intention of silencing Miss Lillicrap. Lydia saw Mrs. Bulteel frown and shake her head as though in warning. Margoliouth, however, had at last looked up. "I'm not playing tonight," he said sullenly. "Doesn't your wife play bridge?" Miss Forster inquired rather maliciously. "No." "You're tired with your journey, perhaps," piped Miss Clarence, looking inquisitively at the stranger. Mrs. Margoliouth stared back at her with lacklustre and rather contemptuous-looking black eyes. "What journey?" she said in a thick voice. "I've only come up from Clapham, where we go back on Monday. Our house is at Clapham. The children are there." "The children?" repeated Mrs. Clarence foolishly. "We have 5 children," said Mrs. Margoliouth impassively, but she cast a fierce glance at her husband as she spoke. Miss Forster suddenly thrust herself forward and demonstratively put her arm around Lydia's waist. "I suppose you're going upstairs to your scribbling as usual, you naughty girl?" she inquired affectionately. "I ought to," Lydia said, smiling faintly. "It isn't cold in my room now that I've got a little oil stove." I got the idea from a girl I went to supper with the other night who lives in rooms." "How splendid," said Miss Forster with a loud conviction, her tone and manner leaving no room for doubt that she was paying a tribute to something other than the inspiration of the oil stove. Lydia smiled again and went upstairs. The other boarders were going upstairs too, and as Lydia turned the corner of the higher flights that led to her own room, she could hear them on the landing below. "I do think the girl's behaving most splendidly." Miss Forster's emphatic superlatives were unmistakable. "She looks like a sort of a queen to-night," said an awed voice, that Lydia recognized with surprise as belonging to the usually inarticulate Hector Bulteel. She had not missed her effect then. Lydia did not write that evening. She went to bed almost at once, glad of the darkness, and feeling strangely tired. After she was in bed, she even found to her own surprise that she was shedding tears that she could not altogether check at will. Then, after all, she minded. Lydia could not analyze her own emotion, and as the strain of the day relaxed, she quietly cried herself to sleep like a child. But the eventual analysis of the whole episode, made by Lydia with a characteristic detachment, brought home to her various certainties. Margoliouth's defection had hurt her vanity slightly, her heart not at all. She could calmly look back upon her brief relations with him as experience, and therefore to be valued. But perhaps the conviction that penetrated her mind most strongly was that one which she faced with her most unflinching cynicism, although it would have vexed her to put it into words for any other human being. No grief or bereavement that her youth was yet able to conceive of could hurt her sufficiently to discount the lasting and fundamental satisfaction of the beau rôle that it would bestow upon her in the view of the onlookers. End of chapter 12. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 13 of The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Broken heart? Nonsense. People with broken hearts don't eat chestnut pudding like that, quoth Grandpapa. Lydia would have preferred to make her own explanations at Regency Terrace, but Miss Nettleship had already written a long letter to Aunt Beryl, as Lydia discovered when she reached home on Christmas Eve. Aunt Beryl took the affair very seriously and made Lydia feel slightly ridiculous. "Trifling like that with a young girl, and him a married man the whole time," said Aunt Beryl indignantly. "It's all right, Auntie," Lydia made rather impatient answer. "I didn't take it seriously, you know." "How did he know you weren't going to? Many a girl has had her heart broken for less." It was then that Grandpapa uttered his unkind allusion to Lydia's undoubted appreciation of her favorite chestnut pudding, made in honor of her arrival by Aunt Beryl herself. Lydia knew very well that Grandpapa would have been still more disagreeable if she had pretended a complete loss of appetite, and she felt rather indignant that this very absence of affectation should thus come in for criticism. Although she had only been away 4 months, the house seemed smaller, and the conversation of Aunt Beryl and Uncle George more restricted. She was not disappointed when her aunt told her that their Christmas dinner was to be eaten at midday, and that there would be guests. "Who do you think is here, actually staying at the Osborne?" Miss Raymond inquired. Lydia was unable to guess. "Your Aunt Evelyn with Olive. They've been worried about Olive for quite a time now. She can't throw off a cold she caught in the autumn, and of course there have been lungs in the Senthoven family, so they're a bit uneasy. Aunt Evelyn brought her down here for a change, and Bob's coming down for Christmas Day. They keep him very busy at the office now. Don't you ever run across him in town, Lydia?" "No, never," said Lydia with great decision. She had no wish to meet Bob Senthoven in London, although she was rather curious to see both her cousins again. She caught sight of him in church on Christmas morning, where she decorously sat between Aunt Beryl and Uncle George, in the seats that had been theirs ever since Lydia could remember. Bob, who was on the outside, did not look as though he had altered very much. He was still short and stocky, with hair combed straight back and plastered close to his head. Olive, much taller than her brother, was dressed in thick tweed, with a shirt and tie, and the only concession to her invalidhood that Lydia could see was a large and rather mangy-looking yellow fur, incongruously draped across her shoulders. Mrs. Senthoven's smaller, slighter figure was completely hidden from view by her offspring. As they all met outside the church door, Lydia, in thought, was instantly carried back to Wimbledon again, and her 16th year. "Hello, old girl," from Olive. "Same to you and many of 'em," briefly from Bob, in reply to anticipated Christmas greetings. "We'll all walk back to the terrace together, shall we?" suggested Aunt Beryl, on whose mind Lydia knew that elaborate preparations for dinner were weighing. "Grandpapa will want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, I'm sure." Aunt Evelyn, not without reason, looked nervous, nor did Grandpapa's greeting serve to reassure her. "Why does little Shamrock bark at you so, my dear?" he inquired of Olive, with a pointed look at her short skirts. "I'm afraid he doesn't like those great boots of yours." It was quite evident that Grandpapa's opinion of the Senthoven family had undergone no modification. They sat around the fire lit in the drawing room in honor of the occasion, and Aunt Beryl hurried in and out, her face flushed from the kitchen fire, and hoped that they'd all brought good appetites. "There's the bell, Lydia. I wonder if you'd go down, dear? I can't spare the girl just now, and it's only Mr. Almond." Lydia willingly opened the door to her old friend and received his usual rather precise greeting, together with an old-fashioned compliment on the roses that London had not succeeded in fading. She took him up to the drawing room. "Greetings of the season, ladies and gentlemen all," said Mr. Monteagle Almond, bowing in the doorway. "Rum old buffer," said Bob to Lydia aside. She smiled rather coldly. She felt sure that although the Bulteels and Miss Forster, who, after all, was the friend of Sir Rupert and Lady Honoret, might have accepted Mr. Almond and his out-of-date gentility, they would never have approved of Bob and Olive, with their witless, incessant slang. "Now then," said Aunt Beryl, appearing in the doorway divested of her apron and with freshly washed hands, "dinner's quite ready, if the company is. George, will you lead the way with Evelyn? Olive and Mr. Almond, that's right. Now, Bob, you haven't forgotten the way to the dining room, or if you have, Lydia will show you, and I'll give Grandpapa an arm." Aunt Beryl, for once, was excited and loquacious. Giving Grandpapa an arm, however, was a lengthy process, so that she missed the appreciative exclamations with which each couple duly honoured the festive appearance of the dining room. "How bright it looks!" cried Aunt Evelyn. "Now, doesn't it look bright?" "Most seasonable, I declare," said Mr. Almond, rubbing his hands together. "Oh, golly, crackers!" "My eye, look at the mistletoe," said Bob, and nudged Lydia with his elbow. Lydia immediately affected to ignore the huge bunches of mistletoe pendant in the window and over the table, and admired instead the holly decorating each place. "A very curious old institution, mistletoe," said Uncle George, and seemed disappointed that nobody pursued the subject with a request for further information. When they were all seated and Grandpapa had leant heavily upon his corner of the table and found a piece of holly beneath his hand and vigorously flung it into the enormous fire blazing just behind his chair, Uncle George said again, "Probably you all know the old song of the mistletoe bough, and I wonder whether anyone can tell me the origin?" "We'll come to the songs later on, my boy," said Grandpapa briskly. "Get on with the carving. Have you good appetites, young ladies?" Olive only giggled, but Lydia smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, Grandpapa, very good." "You needn't nod your head like a mandarin at me. I can hear what you say very well," said Grandpapa, and Lydia became aware that she had instinctively been pandering to the Senthoven view that Grandpapa was a very old man indeed, with all the infirmities proper to his age. The Christmas dinner was very well cooked, and very long, and very hot, and conformed in every way to tradition. "Don't forget the seasoning in the turkey, George," said Aunt Beryl agitatedly. "There's plenty more where that comes from. Give Lydia a little more seasoning. She likes chestnut. Sausage, Evelyn?" "Sausage, Mr. Almond." "Bob, pass the sauce boat to your sister, and don't forget to help yourself on the way. There's gravy and vegetables on the side." Everyone ate a great deal, and the room grew hotter and hotter, so that the high colour on Olive Senthoven's face assumed a glazed aspect, and the fumes from the enormous dish in front of Uncle George rose visibly into the air. Presently Gertrude brought the plum pudding, blazing in a blue flame, and with a twig of holly sticking from the top, and much amusement was occasioned by the discovery that several of the slices contained a small silver emblem. Mr. Monteagle Almond solemnly disinterred a thimble, and Bob, with a scarlet face, a wedding ring. Under cover of Olive's screams and the discovery of a 3-penny bit on her own plate, she pushed the ring over to Lydia. "I shall give it to you," he muttered gruffly. After the plum pudding they ate mince pies, and a little spirit was poured over each, and a lighted match applied by Uncle George, Mr. Almond or Bob, Aunt Beryl and Aunt Evelyn, in accordance with the usage of their day, each uttering a small scream as the flame shot up. When the mince pies were all finished, the dessert dishes were pulled out from under the piled-up heaps of crackers and holly surmounting them. The dessert was also traditional: oranges, nuts, apples, raisins, almonds. Everybody avoided direct mention of these last from a sense of delicacy, until Mr. Monteagle Almond himself remarked humorously, "I think I will favour my namesake, if the ladies will pardon an act of cannibalism," upon which everybody laughed a great deal and jokes were made, and Bob and Olive began to ask riddles. In the midst of Bob's best conundrum, Grandpapa suddenly knocked loudly upon the table. "Send round the port, George," he ordered solemnly. "Round with the sun. That's right. The ladies must take a little wine for the toasts." Lydia knew what was coming. She had heard it every year, and the transition from jovial animal enjoyment to sudden solemnity always gave her a slight thrill. Grandpapa raised his glass, and everybody imitated the gesture. "The Queen! God bless her!" The sentiment was devoutly echoed round the table. Then Uncle George said in a very serious way, "Our absent friends," and the toast was drunk silently, Aunt Beryl raising her handkerchief to her eyes for a moment, as she did every year, in whose honour nobody knew. After that healths were proposed and honoured indiscriminately. Mr. Monteagle Almond ceremoniously toasted Aunt Beryl, and Bob, looking very sentimental, insisted upon knocking the rim of his glass several times against the rim of Lydia's. Uncle George non-committally confined himself to generalities, proposed "the fair sex," and Grandpapa effectually prevented anyone from rising to reply by sarcastically inquiring which of the ladies present would act as representative for them all. The room grew steadily hotter. Lydia had enjoyed the resumption of old festive customs, and also the additional importance conferred upon herself as a 2 days' visitor from London, but she found herself viewing the familiar Christmas rituals from a new and more critical angle. She was inclined to wonder how they would strike the aristocratic boarding house in Bloomsbury, or even the fashionable young ladies at Madame Elena's. Surely it was an out-of-date custom to join hot hand to hot hand all round the table and sing "Auld Lang Syne" in voices made rather hoarse and throaty from the food, and silently to pull each a cracker with either neighbour, hands crossed, and Uncle George saying, "1, 2, 3, all together now, go!" Lydia felt mildly superior. They adorned themselves with paper caps and crowns, Bob sheepishly self-conscious, Lydia critically so, and all the others merely serious. When no one could eat or drink anything more, Aunt Beryl said reluctantly, "Well, then, shall we adjourn this meeting?" And they rose from the disordered table, now strewn with scraps of coloured paper from the crackers, dismembered twigs of holly, and innumerable crumbs. "You gentlemen will be going for a walk, I suppose?" Aunt Evelyn suggested, as everyone hung about the hall indeterminately. "That's right," said Grandpapa. "Get up an appetite for tea, and you'll take little Shamrock with you." Little Shamrock, having been given no opportunity for overeating himself, after the fashion of his betters, was careering around Uncle George's boots with a liveliness that boded ill for his docility during the expedition. "We'll smoke a cigarette first, at all events," said Uncle George gloomily, and he and Mr. Almond and Bob went back into the dining room again. "You don't want to go for a walk, dear, do you?" said Aunt Beryl, and sighed with evident relief when Mrs. Senthoven shook her head in reply. "Grandpapa?" "The drawing room is good enough for me," said Grandpapa, and Uncle George had to be called out of the dining room again to help him up the stairs and install him in his armchair by the window. "I say, aren't you girls coming with us?" demanded Bob rather disconsolately, leaning against the open door of the dining room with a half-smoked cigar in his mouth. "You'll go too far for us," said Lydia primly. "Let you and me go off somewhere on our own," struck Olive. "I'm game for a toddle if you are, but we don't want the men, do we?" "You want to talk secrets, I know you," jeered Bob. Lydia lifted her chin fastidiously and turned away. Her cousins had not improved, she thought, and she was very angry when her dignified gesture inadvertently placed her beneath a beautiful bunch of mistletoe hung in the hall by Aunt Beryl. "Fair cop," yelled Bob, and put his arm around her waist and gave her a sounding kiss. She would not struggle, but she could not force herself to laugh, and she ran upstairs with a blazing face. It was not that Lydia had any objection to being kissed, but that the publicity and the scuffling and the accompanying laughter offended her taste. She felt almost as though she could have burst into angry tears. "Are you two girls really going out?" Aunt Beryl inquired. "If so, I'll give you the key, Lydia. I'm letting the girl go home for the rest of the day as soon as she's cleared up. The char's coming in to give her a hand with the washing up." "That's a good girl you've got hold of," Aunt Evelyn said emphatically. "She's been with you quite a time now, hasn't she?" Aunt Beryl and Aunt Evelyn went upstairs talking busily about the difficulty of training a servant really well, and then inducing her to remain with one. Presently, Lydia knew, they would go into Aunt Beryl's room, under the pretext of looking at a paper pattern or a new blouse bought at a clearance sale, and they would lie down on Aunt Beryl's bed, with eiderdowns and a couple of cloaks to keep them warm, and doze until tea time. Lydia herself felt heavy and drowsy, but nothing would have induced her to lie down upon her bed with Olive beside her. Instead, she put on her best hat and jacket, and a pair of high-heeled patent leather walking shoes, and took her cousin out into the mild damp of the December afternoon.
"What I call a muggy day," said Olive. "Shall we go along the front?" Lydia inquired. "It's all those shoes of yours are good for, I should think," retorted Olive candidly. "Still the same old juggins about your clothes, I see." The front, a strip of esplanade with the shingle and the grey sea on one side, beneath a low stone wall, and the green of the public gardens on the other, was almost deserted. One or two young men in bowler hats and smoking Woodbine cigarettes hung round the empty bandstand, and an occasional invalid was pushed or pulled along in a bath chair. Here and there a pair of sweethearts sat together in one of the small green shelters, the girl leaning against the man, and both of them motionless and speechless. The sight of one such couple apparently gave Olive a desired opening. "I say, what's all this about you falling in love with some chappie in London?" she demanded abruptly. "I haven't fallen in love with anybody that I know of," said Lydia coolly. "But there was someone going after you now, wasn't there?" urged Olive. Lydia reflected. "Who told you anything about it?" she demanded at last. "Aunt Beryl told the mater." Lydia perceived to her surprise that Olive did not, as she would have expected her to do, despise her cousin for sloppiness. On the contrary, she appeared to be really impressed, and anxious to hear details from the heroine of the affair. Lydia did not resist the temptation. She gave Olive a brief and poignant version of the tragedy. There had been a man, a fellow boarder at the great boarding house in Bloomsbury, that was always full of people, men and women alike. He was a foreigner, a distinguished sort of man, who had certainly paid Lydia a great deal of attention. Everyone had noticed it. Theatres, hansom cabs, chocolates. He had appeared to think nothing too good for her. Certain of these attentions Lydia had accepted. "Well, why ever not?" ejaculated Olive. She worked hard all the week, and it was pleasant to have a little relaxation, and besides, the Greek gentleman was most cultivated and clever. One had really interesting conversations with him about books, but Lydia paused impressively, really uncertain of what she was about to say. She was very seldom anything but truthful,
and could not remember having told a direct lie since she was a little girl. Nevertheless, she did not want Olive to suppose her a mere dupe, the more especially as she felt perfectly certain that whatever she told Olive would be repeated to Olive's family as nearly as possible, word for word. Lydia therefore said nothing untrue, but she rather subtly contrived to convey a desirable impression that, without any direct statements, should yet penetrate to Olive's consciousness. There had certainly been a mystery about the Greek. He was very uncommunicative about himself, even to Lydia herself. Then one day, after he had taken her out and been more attentive than ever, they had come in to find a foreign woman there who called herself his wife. "Why, it's like a novel," gasped Olive. "There's a plot exactly like that in a story called Neither Wife Nor Maid, only the fellow turns out to be all right in the end, and the girl marries him." "I should never have married Mr. Margoliouth," said Lydia haughtily. "But of course he'd no right to carry on like that if he was married all the time," said Olive. "Men are rotters." Lydia gazed at her cousin thoughtfully. "That woman said she was his wife," she remarked quietly. "I say, do you think it was all my eye and Betty Martin?" "I don't know, but it was an awkward sort of position for him." "Lord, yes," said Olive more emphatically than ever, and Lydia felt that any humiliation attaching to the debacle had been effectively transferred, so far as Olive's interpretation of it was concerned, from herself to the Greek deceiver. "Of course it doesn't matter to you, Lyd, a good-looking girl like you," said Olive simply. Lydia felt that after this she could well afford to change the conversation. She made inquiries about Beatrice. "Oh, just rotting about," said Olive discontentedly. "I wish she and I could do something for ourselves the way you do, but the old birds wouldn't hear of it. Besides, I don't know what we could do, either of us. Bea plays hockey whenever she gets the chance, of course, and goes to all the hops. She's taken up dancing like anything." "And haven't you?" "Can't," said Olive briefly. "They're scared of me going off like Pater's sister. Chest, you know, but Beatrice is as strong as a horse. You know, she's sort of engaged." "Who to?" "The eldest Swain boy, you remember, Stanley Swain. Nobody's a bit pleased about it because they can't ever get married, possibly." "No money?" "Not a penny. And he's a perfect fool, except at games. He got the sack from the bank, and now he hasn't any job at all. Bob says he drinks, but I dare say that's a lie." "And does Beatrice like him?" said Lydia, rather astonished. "Perfectly dotty about him. He's always hanging round. I think the Pater ought to forbid him the house, but instead of that he comes in after supper of an evening, and he and Bea sit in the dining room in the dark, and she comes up after he's cleared off with her face like fire and her hair half down her back. Absolutely disgusting, I call it." Lydia was very much inclined inwardly to endorse this trenchant criticism. She had never been so much aware of her own fastidiousness as she was now, on her return from new surroundings which seemed to her so infinitely superior to the old. Really, it was terrible to think of how clever, fashionably dressed Miss Forster, or haughty and disagreeable Miss Lillicrap, would have looked upon Olive Senthoven and her slangy, vulgar confidences. As for the young ladies at Elena's, they would probably have refused to believe that anything so unrefined could be related to Lydia Raymond at all. Nevertheless, Lydia Raymond expressed interest and even sympathy in all that Olive told her, and was conscious of feeling both pleased and flattered when, as they entered Regency Terrace again, Olive remarked with what, by the Senthoven standards, perilously approached to sentiment: "I must say, old girl, I never thought you'd turn out such a decent sort." They found Aunt Beryl, whose nap must after all have been a very short one, preparing a magnificent muffin and crumpet tea in the kitchen. "Auntie, let me help you," Lydia cried. No, you go and take off your things." Lydia pulled off her hat and jacket and laid them on the kitchen dresser. "Are we using the blue tea service today?" she asked calmly. "But you're on a holiday, dearie. Don't you worry about the tea, I'll manage it. It's only to get the table laid in the drawing room." Lydia, however, carried her point. It would have made her feel thoroughly uncomfortable to see Aunt Beryl toiling upstairs with the heavy trays, and it would have looked, besides, as though she, Lydia, had grown to think herself too fine for household work. So she carried the best blue china upstairs and set it out on the embroidered tea cloth, and Aunt Evelyn, who was sitting with Grandpapa, looked at her approvingly and called her a good girl. After tea she received other compliments. They asked about her work in London, and Lydia told them about the great ledgers and the bills and the invoices, and of how Madame Elena had practically said that she should leave Lydia in charge of the other girls when she went to Paris to buy new models for Easter. She also told them about the other young ladies, of Gina Royot's good looks, and the cleverness and independence of little Rosie Graham, who lived in such nice rooms with a girl friend. "And do they make you comfortable at the boarding house?" Aunt Evelyn asked solicitously. "Yes, very comfortable. And there was such nice superior people there. There was a Miss Forster, who played bridge splendidly, and was great friends with Sir Rupert and Lady Honoret, who live in Lexham Gardens." "Fancy!" Aunt Evelyn ejaculated. "I've seen Lady Honoret's name in print, too, I'm almost certain." "And the Bulteels were a nice family," Lydia said, "with a clever son who went to Gower Street University." "A great many clever folk in the world," said Mr. Monteagle Almond sententiously, "and no doubt you'll meet many of them in London. But I think, if you'll excuse personalities, that you'll find it, as I say, the true mathematical mind is a very rare thing in one of your sex." Lydia's relations looked at her admiringly. Only Grandpapa, with a detached expression, occupied himself in making a great fuss about Shamrock. That night, when Lydia said good night to him, the old man fixed his eyes upon her with his most impish-looking twinkle. "Why didn't you tell them about your romance, Lydie? The broken heart and all the rest of it. You could have made a very pretty story out of it, I'm sure. You only told one half of the tale when you were entertaining us all so grandly this evening. Always remember, me dear, whether you're listening to a tale or telling one, every penny piece that's struck has two sides to it." End of chapter 13. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Chapter 14. Of the Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. Lydia had to go back to London by an afternoon train on Boxing Day. Aunt Beryl packed her small handbag for her, and gave her a large packet of cake and chocolate for the journey, and said, with all the increase of affectionate anxiety that she had displayed since learning of the Margoliouth catastrophe, "Good-bye, dearie, and bless you. I haven't packed those new fur gloves because I thought you'd want to wear them up. Mind you don't get cold now. It's been lovely having you." Grandpapa said good-bye to Lydia in his most condescending manner, and told her that next time she would honour them with a visit a second chestnut pudding should certainly be forthcoming. "For I noticed, Lyddie, that a broken heart doesn't impair the appetite." "Good-bye, Grandpapa," said Lydia austerely. It vexed her that the old man, with whom she had always had so good an understanding, should treat her now, as he did everyone else, with mockery. No doubt he had not forgiven her for going to London. She was escorted to the station by Uncle George and Shamrock. "Do you find things pan out all right as regards the root of all evil?" Uncle George suddenly made inquiry, after they had whistled and called for a long time in a vain endeavour to dissuade Shamrock from chasing a strange cat. "Oh," said Lydia, surprised. "Yes, really I do. Of course I haven't saved quite as much as I hoped I should, but now I know my way around rather better, I hope it'll be easier." "Ah, I daresay," said Uncle George absently. "I should like to be able to refund you and Aunt Beryl some of all the money I've cost you." "Why, what nonsense! Here, Shamrock, come out of that, sir." "No, no, child, don't feel yourself under any obligation to us. Look here, Lydia, that infernal dog will make us miss the train. How goes the enemy?" quarter of an hour more." "Then we shall do it easy. Tell me," said Uncle George with an abruptness that argued a strong desire to give a fresh trend to the conversation. "What do you suppose the road's up just here for, and on a holiday, too?" "Repairs, I suppose," said Lydia easily, well aware that whatever she supposed Uncle George had every intention of enlightening her still more completely. "Road repairs? No, no. Now there's a hydrant just on the other side of the street." Uncle George talked on in the old Mr. Barlow strain, and Lydia listened attentively enough to put in a few intelligent questions. When they reached the station they had lost Shamrock altogether, but the train was not yet in. "Not very crowded," said Uncle George, scanning the platform. "Quite right not to go by the last train, Lydia." He bought her ticket, ignoring the little purse she hastily tendered, and when he had finally put her into the third-class carriage, well in the middle of the train because that was the safest place in the event of an accident, Uncle George leant in through the open window and pushed a gold piece into his niece's palm. "You can settle any little outstanding Sweet William with that, in case you've been buying fallals," he whispered, and drew back hastily just as the train began to move. They were kind. Lydia felt quite ashamed, because she was distinctly conscious of relief at going back into the broader, bigger life that she felt sure London held for her. She had no reluctance even in returning to the shop. The break had not been long enough to make her appreciate the luxury of idleness, and she was, besides, genuinely interested in her work, and anxious for her own advancement. She knew that the principal liked her and approved of her steady-going enthusiasm, and she was now easily first in popularity with the other girls. Something of her affair with the Greek had penetrated to the showroom at Elena's, and she found herself more or less exalted into the position of a wronged heroine. Lydia did not make the mistake of taxing the tentative sympathy offered her by a recital of her story. She remained subtly aloof, grateful for the kindness shown her, and indefinably plaintive. The girls discussed her among themselves, and Lydia, not without satisfaction, knew it. At the boarding house she met with a more outspoken championship. The Bulteels invited her to the theatre one night, to cheer her up, and foolish little pink-eyed Mrs. Clarence, on the evening of Lydia's return, nearly set the house on fire in an endeavour to have the little oil stove in number 17 all ready lit for her reception. Miss Nettleship kissed Lydia when she welcomed her back again, and gave her a copy of Bibby's Annual, saying affectionately, "I thought you'd like a book better than anything. Dear, you quite understand, don't you?" But the most astounding consolation of all was proffered to Lydia by Miss Forster, a week after her return. "I've been talking about you this afternoon," she suddenly informed Lydia in a very arch tone one evening. "I hope you didn't say anything very bad." "Quite the reverse, my dear girl, I can assure you. Haven't your ears been burning?" Both Miss Forster's hands flew to her rather large ears hung with dangling blue drops. "I was telling Lady Honoret about you, and your writing and all. So much interested she was, and she suggested that I should take you to see her in Lexham Gardens one day, when they're back from the country. They've just gone down to their place in Surrey for a week or two, you know. But you'd like to come and see her in Lexham Gardens one day, wouldn't you?" Miss Forster spoke so triumphantly that the words hardly had the form of a question at all, but sounded more like a blatantly triumphant announcement of some glorious certainty. Indeed, the moment was in the nature of an apotheosis. To see Miss Forster's cherished and distinguished friend, Lady Honoret, whom all the boarders had so frequently heard quoted, and that at her own invitation, was sufficient to constitute an epoch. Lydia felt it to be so. Who knew what such an introduction might lead to? "Thank you very much," she said. "I should like to come with you very much. It's very kind of Lady Honoret." "Oh, she's such a very kind-hearted creature. And then you know she's tremendously interested in anyone who writes. Of course, she's literary herself, as you know." An imaginary pen flew with rapidity across space. "I told her about your stories. Not that you've let me see any of them, naughty girl. And what a plain little thing you are." Miss Forster laughed so heartily that no one could possibly remain in doubt as to her flattering intention in employing an adjective so obviously unsuited to her newly adopted protege. The first effect of the prospect thus opened to her was to give fresh impetus to Lydia's literary activities. If one were presented to Lady Honoret as a struggling young writer, it would be necessary to give some proof of one's gifts. Besides, Lydia really felt the impulse to write strong within her, and she was anxious to justify the ambition of which so many people, thanks to Margoliouth's indiscretion, now knew. She began to write a novel. Her old experience with the children's competition came back to her, and she had the wit to confine herself to those subjects only of which she had personal knowledge. After all, it was very easy. The heroine developed into a slightly idealized Lydia, and the culminating episode of the very slender little story was her sudden disillusionment at the hands of a coarsened and exaggerated Margoliouth. The event was just the one that had really happened, looked at from another and more tender point of view, and a certain gift for simplicity of expression, together with a sense of proportion that saved the tiny tragedy from any quality of absurdity, gave the effect of a curiously genuine pathos. Lydia wrote every evening in her room and found it astonishingly easy. She was afraid that the book would not be long enough, but did not know how to estimate its length. There were 20 chapters altogether, but she thought that they were rather short. She laid the scene at Wimbledon, certain aspects of which she remembered perfectly well, and introduced a humorous family that faintly caricatured the Swain establishment. Having no acquaintance with anything masculine that seemed to her a suitable type for a hero of fiction, Lydia wisely eliminated this beau role from her scene altogether, and the story ended on a piteous little note of loneliness and bewilderment. She finished it in 2 months, reread it, and made hardly any alterations at all, and then sent the original manuscript to Natalie Palmer, who owned and used a typewriter. "Oh, Lydia," wrote back Natalie, just as enthusiastic as though she and Lydia had only parted the day before, "your story is lovely. I cried over the end of it. I couldn't help it. You are clever. Of course I'll type it. Really, I look upon it as an honor, and I'm sure any publisher would be only too thankful to have such a book sent to him. All the people are so real, and you've written it all so beautifully." Natalie's hyperbole went on for nearly 3 pages, and Lydia, though she smiled a little, could not help feeling pleased. If Lady Honoret was really interested in literary attempts, as Miss Forster had said, then she should see the typescript, and perhaps be of real assistance in getting it placed in the hands of a good publisher. Meanwhile, influenza detained Lady Honoret in the country, as Lydia learnt from the loud lamentations of Miss Forster, and it was nearly the middle of April before the great occasion actually materialized. "Lady Honoret has asked me to take you to tea at Lexham Gardens on Saturday next," Miss Forster announced. "She quite understands about Saturday being your only afternoon, and there's to be no party, perhaps just a quiet game of bridge, but she won't expect you to play." This was as well, Lydia reflected, not without humor. She had learnt to play whilst under the careful tuition of Uncle George, but the modern game was quite unknown to her, and she had vague recollections of having read in some of Aunt Evelyn's fashion papers terrible warnings to girls, to the effect that it was possible for guileless beginners to lose 200 or 300 pounds at a single game. The instinct that always forbade her to acknowledge unnecessarily any ignorance or inability in herself, however, kept her silent on the subject of bridge, and she only smiled intelligently her appreciation of Lady Honoret's thoughtfulness. "Wear your Therese, dear, with that navy blue costume, won't you?" counselled Miss Forster solicitously. The deep red silk blouse was Lydia's own favourite, and 3 days before she was to go to Lexham Gardens, she paid a visit to the millinery room at Elena's. The 2 pale and exclusive young ladies there were always delighted to see her. "I wanted to look at the new models, if you'll let me," Lydia confided to them. "You see, I want to make a rather special hat for myself for a tea party I'm going to, and I thought I might get some ideas here." They were effusively sympathetic. "Of course, dear. What about this tricorn? It's absolutely new in, and that Lady St. Aug who was in this morning, you know, dear, the Countess, she as nearly as possible bought it for Lady Maura Pring. They got that flame-coloured toque in the end, but they were awfully taken with this one. Said black velours was always so distinguished. It'd be gone tomorrow, I'm certain." "It's lovely," said Lydia, "and I know it would suit me. I love that shape." "Slip it on, dear," said the senior assistant. "There'll be no one in here just now, and anyway we should hear the bell. Ivy here can keep an eye on the entrance." Lydia carefully put on the little black velvet hat, a plain three-cornered shape, with a tiny edging of gold braid gathered into a small gold cockade laid against the severe line above the left profile. "Oh, it's heavenly," she breathed, sincerely ecstatic. "But I couldn't ever copy anything like that. I should have to get a shape." The millinery young ladies exchanged glances. "Look here, dear, I don't see why we shouldn't do it for you. Oh, it'll take no time at all. You'll just want to get the velvet and the braid and some wire. Only don't you ever let on to a soul, or wear the hat when old Peroxide is within 100 miles. It'll be all right in a month or two. That shape will be as common as dirt, but she'd spot it in a second if you came out with it now." Lydia, enraptured, felt herself repaid over and over again for the studied courtesy which she had always been so careful to employ towards the two millinery girls. They disclaimed her thanks, and promised that the hat should be forthcoming on Saturday morning. "And mark my words, dear, it'll pay you over and over again if you've got the cash to really get good velours. You know, the real stuff, not cheap imitation that spots the first time you put it on." Lydia took the advice, and though the materials cost her more money than she had meant to spend, the hat on Saturday morning was almost indistinguishable from the model. Lydia felt that its beauty would obscure the plainness of her dark coat and skirt, and distract attention from her complete absence of jewelry. Like most girls of the class to which she belonged, Lydia concentrated rather upon her dress than upon accessories which she regarded as minor ones. Consequently, although her black stockings were of vegetable silk, her buckled shoes were down at heel and showed cracks across their patent leather tips, and her dark gloves were very much worn at the finger ends and no longer looked clean. Although she had only worn them on Sundays, she experienced a slight feeling of mortification at the sight of Miss Forster's very tight, white kid gloves and elaborate fur muff and stole. But after all, the day was much too mild for furs, and Lydia felt certain that Miss Forster had only put them on because they were becoming. Miss Forster looked very sharply indeed at Lydia's hat, but she said nothing about it, and somehow this unusual reticence seemed to imply an almost unwilling amount of astonished admiration. Lydia felt subtly flattered. "Now, there's nothing to be nervous of," Miss Forster said kindly as the omnibus jolted them along the Cromwell Road. "Lady H is every bit as simple as you or me, and she's so keen to see you. I told her all about your writing, and one of her great specialties is to discover new talent, you know. She's always on the lookout for it." They got out at the corner of Lexham Gardens at last, and Miss Forster hurried along with short, quick steps. "Have you ever been in one of those big Kensington houses before? Lovely they are, and so roomy. Lady Honoret always says she feels right out of town here, but Sir Rupert likes it." Lydia was inclined to agree with Sir Rupert. The flight of stone steps in front of the house led up to a door that was painted a bright, glaring blue. There was a brass knocker shaped like a lion's head, and yellow flowers blazed from the window boxes on the first and second floors. A manservant opened the door, and they were ushered into the drawing room, which was on the left of the entrance hall. "Miss Forster!" She had only given her own name, rather to Lydia's vexation. The hostess, who rustled forward in an elaborate tea gown, upset Lydia's preconceived ideas of the literary Lady Honoret altogether. She was small and slight, with a fuzz of curly dark hair arranged in a heavy fringe on her forehead. Her nose was wide and retrousse, and her small white teeth rather prominent. Her neck was slung with a pearl necklace and with various chains from which dangled 2 or 3 lockets and charms, and she wore a number of glittering rings on her small, gesticulating white hands. When she greeted Miss Forster, Lydia was rather surprised that they did not kiss one another, but only shook hands. "And this is the little rider?" Lady Honoret exclaimed in a high voice that held some indefinable suggestion of a lisp. "I'm so very glad to see you, and we must have a long, long talk about your work. Perhaps I can be of use to you. I write myself." "Oh, yes, I know," said Lydia boldly. Lady Honoret smiled and nodded as though taking it for granted that of course everyone knew she wrote, and introduced to Lydia an elderly gentleman in a grey frock coat, with whom Miss Forster had already vigorously shaken hands. Lydia observed that he withdrew his fingers from that hearty clasp with an expression that almost amounted to a wince, and that he only acknowledged her own presence by a bow so deep that it revealed the baldness on the top of his dark head. She inclined to think, however, that he was only middle-aged, in spite of the baldness, and of a certain width of outline at the waist of his beautiful coat. "Mr. Costello, you must be careful what you say to Mr. Costello," Lady Honoret said, laughing. "Dear lady," Mr. Costello protested in a voice quite as high as, and a good deal more affected than, that of his hostess. "Miss Raymond writes. I'm not sure that you're not the first publisher to have the honour of her acquaintance." "Ah, tea, and I behold toast. Don't you adore buttered toast?" "I adore it indeed," said the publisher gravely, "but nothing, to my mind, can equal the love of my childhood, the wonderful Sally Lunn." "Ah, dear lady, you are too young to look back with that passion of voluptuous regret that one bestows upon the vanished gastronomic delights of infancy. I have the most rapturous recollections of a Sally Lunn making its periodic appearance upon the nursery tea table of my youth, and yet I terribly fear, that a Sally Lunn today would leave me cold, quite cold." "May you never meet one," breathed Lady Honoret. "It might be too sad and disillusioning. You must live on the beautiful memory of the past. I once had a passion for green bull's eyes. I remember it perfectly." "But surely, said the publisher anxiously, "that can still live, crystallized and matured, as it were, into the most transcendental expression of which the bull's eye is capable. Crème de menthe." He raised his white, rather puffy hands as he spoke, in a gesture of almost sacramental solemnity. "I adore crème de menthe for its lovely, lovely emerald colour," said Lady Honoret. "Green is a sacred colour, and quite my favourite in the world." "The sacred colour of vernal youth," replied the publisher. "Now a deep, rich purple is to me the sacred colour, that purple that holds all passion in the heart of it. The child, of course." He suddenly waved a hand at Lydia. "The palest blush rose, or even pure white? Yes, I think it can still claim white. The white of a white violet. Bien entendu. Not the heavy, sensual white of the magnolia. And you?" He abruptly turned to Miss Forster. "My colour? Oh, blue. Certainly blue." It was as though, by her breezy repetitions, Miss Forster strove to disguise her lack of the picturesque hyperbole of which the other two were making use in their strange conversation. Lydia listened to them with complete bewilderment and a gradual, invading sensation of contempt. Talk like this was silly, and they seemed to be as much in earnest as though the fate of an empire were being discussed. "Blue is so mystical," Lady Honoret observed. "I'm told that I'm a mystic. And yet it's very extraordinary thing. I never wear blue. It seems to me so cold. I shrink from it. In some extraordinary way. It devitalizes me. I suppose I have a dual personality." Never tamper with vitality," begged Mr. Costello. "Vitality is my religion, my only creed." He turned towards Lydia. "You, who are young and wonderful, he said matter-of-factly. "I do pray and trust that you are an ardent disciple of vitality. It is what we need so terribly just now." Never before had Lydia conceived of a conversation wherein personalities of the kind just addressed to her should be admitted. But these people were not mad, although Aunt Beryl would undoubtedly have thought them so, and even although Miss Forster wore an air of being brightly determined not to think them so. They were, on the contrary, people who counted for something in a world that was totally unknown to Lydia, and towards which she aspired. Miss Forster was gazing at her rather anxiously, as though doubtful whether she would be able to answer Mr. Cassela suitably, and a sudden impish inspiration seized upon Lydia. "I adore vitality," she said, as nearly as possible in Lady Honoret's own manner. She was astonished at herself when she had said it, but Mr. Cassela appeared merely to be deeply gratified. "Then I have indeed found another kindred spirit, dear lady," said he, and he added calmly to Lady Honoret, "Is this your discovery? But how young! How exquisitely, adorably young!" Lydia could hardly believe that he was referring to her, and was relieved when her hostess, for once disregarding the element of personality in the conversation, answered in a vague manner, "Discoveries are so wonderful, aren't they? You know it was I who really discovered that marvelous creature, the plumber who published a book of verses last year, the author of the Lyrics Addressed to the Inanimate." "Ah, yes, yes. I congratulate you indeed. But let me tell you a secret, dear lady. I have a discovery of my own. A novel that will appear this autumn. A colossal production. And by whom, do you think?" Lydia thought that Lady Honoret looked annoyed, but she nevertheless gazed inquiringly at Mr. Cassela. "By a 15-year-old schoolgirl," he hissed. There was a death-like silence. Lydia wanted to laugh, partly from the sheer sense of anti-climax, and partly from nervousness. The vitality, the grip, the passion that child has put into her work. It's incredible. It defies description. Wait and see the storm that book will raise. I'm going to advertise it everywhere, with the girl's portrait. A wild-looking creature, with an underhung jaw and sunken eyes. There's Red Indian blood in her, and I found her behind a bar in Liverpool. In Liverpool!" His voice rose with horror. "The author of Lyrics to the Inanimate was starving when I met him," returned Lady Honoret somberly. "Starving in a London gutter." "Quite romantic," Miss Forster suddenly and loudly declared, as though she felt that she had been left out of the conversation long enough. Lydia heard the interruption with a shock at its inappositeness, so thoroughly had she already assimilated the atmosphere of her new surroundings. She felt positively relieved when the door opened at the same moment and other visitors were announced. This time Lydia was not made known to any of them, and she watched with curiosity Lady Honoret dropping the intensity of her manner and resuming the light, tinkling cordiality with which she herself had been greeted. Miss Forster also appeared to be relieved, and began to talk eagerly about such topics as a sale taking place at one of the big shops in Kensington High Street, and the prospect of warm weather at last. Lydia finished the cold dregs of tea in her cup, which her hostess had not offered to replenish, and reflected that any of Aunt Beryl's or Aunt Evelyn's friends would have considered it very poor hospitality to allow a guest to remain sitting so long before an empty plate. She had not summoned enough courage to help herself from the nearest dish of thin bread and butter before there was a general movement, and she saw that a card table had been prepared. The two ladies whom Lydia did not know were already arranging themselves above the little baize-covered tables, their jeweled fingers and hooked noses hovering over the pack of cards. "Miss Forster, Mr. Cassela, do smoke, there are cigarettes on the table." "But aren't you playing, dear Lady Honoret?" Miss Forster said solicitously, at the same time fingering her silver net purse eagerly. "Not this time. said the hostess, and laid her hand with an engaging smile on Lydia's arm. "I'm going to have a lovely heart-to-heart talk with my new discovery." End of chapter 14. Recording by CJ Plogue. The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Lady Honoret's new discovery had sufficient shrewdness to find out for herself in a very little while the origin of that lady's rapidly acquired enthusiasm. Mr. Casella's talk of the 15-year-old novelist who was to astonish the reading public that autumn, in the sequel glaringly illuminated the aspect of her own immediate success with Lady Honoret for Lydia. It was evidently essential that a counter-discovery should mitigate the publisher's complacency, and sustain Lady Honoret's reputation as a connoisseuse in the literary world. Even although the explanation did not flatter Lydia's vanity, it did not prevent her from appraising very justly and acutely the full value to herself of the little Jewess's patronage. She did not regret, in spite of Lady Honoret's lamentations, that she had not taken the manuscript of her novel to Lexham Gardens that first Saturday afternoon, since she received an immediate invitation to bring it with her one afternoon the following week. "But I only have Saturday afternoons free," Lydia said serenely. "I work as an accountant in a West End place of business all the week." She could not have imagined beforehand that she would ever make such an announcement during the course of an afternoon call upon Lady Honoret, but the mention of starving plumbers and Liverpool barmaids had convinced her that such candour would prove merely an additional asset in her favour. She was not in the least surprised when Lady Honoret said reverently, "In a shop? How wonderful! And you find you can write? But I needn't ask. It must find an expression somehow, mustn't it? And one so often has to rise above the uncongenial surroundings, unsympathetic atmosphere. I myself, Sir Rupert, you know, cares nothing for literature, or indeed any of the artistic side of life, and so I play bridge," said Lady Honoret, her mouth and eyebrows assuming angles expressive of pathos, and her small hands making a fluttering gesture of vague resignation, that embraced alike the bridge table and the drawing room crowded with expensive furniture. It was a little difficult to explain to Miss Forster that Lady Honoret had actually invited Lydia by herself to lunch on Sunday week, when she was to bring the typescript of her book. But Lydia did it with all the tact that she was able to command on their way home. "I wish you were coming too," she said, not altogether truthfully. "I shall feel nervous without you, and of course you know them both so well." "Oh, very well indeed," said Miss Forster with emphasis. "In fact, it's what I may call an intimate friendship. I am in and out almost as though it were my own home. Sir Rupert — you don't know him, of course — and I are tremendous pals. He always says, 'Now run in and out quite freely, at any hour.'" As Miss Forster illustrated Sir Rupert's hospitable dictum with half a dozen hasty little steps, indicative of one running in and out quite freely, Lydia allowed her to join the omnibus that was to take them up Cromwell Road, and herself followed sedately, so that the interior, always favoured by Miss Forster's large feathered hats, was filled when she came up, and she was obliged to exchange nods and waves with Miss Forster from the foot-guard and go outside, whence the conversation could naturally not be resumed. During the week she brought Miss Forster a bunch of violets, and took pains not to appear as though she were avoiding her. But when Sunday came, Lydia, decked in the three-cornered velvet hat, stole discreetly down the stairs and out the front door at a moment when she knew Miss Forster was in her own room. She had no wish to make a parade of her success, and thereby risk exciting Miss Forster's vexation or jealousy. Nothing was more inconvenient than such an enmity, as Lydia had long ago told herself. thinking of the sides taken at school by Miss Glover's girls, or the quarrels between Gina Riot and Margaret Saxon at the shop that had led to so many minor disputes and discussions. She carried her novel in a brown paper parcel. Lady Honoret had assured Lydia that she would be quite alone, and although at the moment Lydia had felt slightly disappointed by the announcement, it now saved her from nervousness. "Miss Raymond!" She had never heard her own entry into a room so announced before, and the novelty of the experience was occupying in her mind as she came round the screen that guarded the drawing-room door. With a complete shock, she discovered that quite a number of people were assembled there, dressed in such clothes as she had hitherto only associated with a few of Madame Elena's most cherished clients, and Lady Honoret herself looked thoroughly unfamiliar as she came towards Lydia in a large, flowery picture hat and fluffy feather boa, manipulating a long-handled double eyeglass, which she had certainly not used during Lydia's former visit. The unfortunate Lydia even surmised, from a certain vagueness of greeting, that her hostess had completely forgotten her identity. "You told me to come, to bring my writing," she stammered courageously enough. "I hope it's the right day." "Oh," said Lady Honoret on a high lisping note of pleased surprise. "It's my wonderful little seamstress who writes." "Of course. I'm so glad you have come, dear. Of course I hadn't forgotten you." Little seamstress who writes. Was this the description that Lady Honoret had by this time probably persuaded herself and her friends to be applicable to her wonderful new discovery? Lydia tried to make herself think that the term, by Lady Honoret's peculiar standard of values, denoted a compliment. Nevertheless, she was inwardly both angry and mortified. The long, elaborate luncheon was an ordeal that reminded her of that puzzling meal taken long ago at the hotel with Nathalie Palmer and her father. It was almost a relief, even while it humiliated her, that neither of her neighbours should address more than a few perfunctory words to her. For the most part, the conversation was general, several people all talking at once across the table, which Lydia had always been taught was bad manners, and most of the ladies interlarding their discourse with French words, or even whole sentences in French. It annoyed Lydia afresh that she could not understand these. But indeed, almost everything they said was to her a veritable jargon of incomprehensibility. She only gathered that they were all very clever and artistic, and had read all the books, and seen all the plays, and heard all the music in the world, and formed critical and discerning opinions about everything. As for Grandpapa's golden rule, always let the other people talk about themselves, nothing could be more evident than its total lack of prevalence in these cultured circles. "You see, Wagner's message to me is almost a personal one. I must say, in my own case, the effect that he has on me is—" "That's exactly what I felt myself. I must tell you how it strikes me." Whenever any lady with a stronger voice or greater powers of determination than the others contrived to monopolize the conversation for a few minutes with personal reminiscences of her own, whatever she said was quite certain to remind each of her listeners of something very interesting about herself, about which she immediately began to tell anyone whom she could compel to keep silent. The party consisted entirely of women. Lydia felt thoroughly out of place, and wished that she had never come. Her only consolation was in watching another girl, younger than herself, and even more unfashionably dressed, who sat silent at the other side of the table, and looked as though she felt strongly inclined to burst into tears. Lydia wondered whether this was another wonderful discovery. When lunch was at last over and they had gone into the drawing-room, which, to Lydia's horror, they filled with the smoke of their cigarettes, and two of the most eloquent ladies had snatched up their gloves and purses and fur wraps, and declared that they must fly for the Albert Hall, and had accordingly flown. Lydia saw her unhappy-looking vis-à-vis approached by Lady Honoret. "It seems a great shame to ask you to sing now, but if you could manage it, I do want some of these friends of mine to hear you." "Oh, certainly, Lady Honoret," said the girl, turning first red and then white. It struck Lydia that she was much too frightened to refuse. "I think it's a nightingale," lisped the hostess, turning to her other guests, and dropping her voice very slightly, she added, for the benefit of those nearest to her, straight from the heart of Stepney. Artificial's flowers, I believe." "And did you find her, you wonderful thing?" inquired a guest with a deep, ardent voice. Lady Honoret nodded her head several times, pursing up her mouth after the fashion of a little girl. Suddenly she struck her ringed hands together in a gesture of dismay. "Accompaniments! Oh, Tottie dear, will you?" "I will," sacramentally replied Tottie, who was tall and gaunt looking. "Then you must all come upstairs. It's not nearly such a good room for sound as this is, but my precocious Bechstein is there." They all flocked out of the room and up to the first floor, where Lydia was amazed to see an even larger and more elaborately furnished room than the one downstairs, which she had supposed to be the drawing room. A heavy blue drapery, worked in gold and scarlet with scaly dragons, was reverently taken from the top of a grand piano and put on the back of a sofa, where several ladies stood transfixed with admiration in front of it. And Tottie took off all her rings and bracelet and a watch, and sat down upon the music stool, and got up again, and altered its height, and struck 3 chords upon the piano, and then demanded of the pallid and bewildered-looking songstress, "Where is your music?" "I haven't got any music." "But what about the accompaniment?" "I always sing without anything at all," said the girl, whiter than ever. "Without a piano?" "Oh, yes," said the inhabitant of Stepney. Tottie once more rose from the piano stool and resumed possession of her jewelry. "Then we must all come downstairs," said Lady Honoret cheerfully. "It's so much better for sound downstairs." Lydia was astonished that nobody seemed to be angry with the poor foolish girl who had given them all this trouble for nothing, but they all trooped downstairs again, talking as complacently as ever. When at last they were all seated and silent, the girl, standing at the end of the room with her arms hanging straight down against her sides, began to sing in a high, clear voice a song which Lydia had never heard before, and which seemed to her to have no tune whatever. She very soon stopped listening to it. Instead, she began to think of the singer's evident terror of her surroundings and lack of presence of mind. Why had she been foolish enough to let them all come up to the room where the piano was, just now, when she must have known all the time that no piano would be necessary? Lydia supposed that it was from sheer fright. And the girl had sat with a scared white face all through lunch and hardly answered the very few words occasionally addressed to her. Lydia did not feel much pity for her fellow victim. She was merely engaged in criticizing her very evident shortcomings and in firmly resolving to avoid them herself. When the girl had ceased to sing, she caught up her jacket with a nervous movement and declared that she must go, without waiting for any words of thanks or praise for her song. She almost scuttled out of the room, making a sort of agitated bow from the doorway that comprised everyone in the room. What a fool, thought Lydia impatiently. The sight gave her a sudden new self-confidence. After all, learning through the mistakes of other people was an easy form of education. When Lady Honoret came and sat down beside her, Lydia looked up with a new self-possession. "One can't talk in a crowd," said the hostess plaintively, "but you must come some day when I'm quite alone. Have you brought your work?" For an instant Lydia hesitated, giving the word its feminine connection with a needle and thimble, but she rightly concluded that Lady Honoret was referring to the typescript hidden in brown paper. Lydia had been endeavouring to conceal the parcel all through the afternoon, not having had sufficient presence of mind to leave it with her umbrella in the hall. It was therefore with positive relief that she handed it to Lady Honoret. "Oh, don't look at it now." But her hostess was recklessly tearing at the good brown paper. What waste of a wrapping for some future parcel!" involuntarily murmured the spirit of Uncle George within Lydia, and in another moment she had pulled out Nathalie's neat typescript. "I think I'll go now," said Lydia. For the first time she felt a certain sympathy for the girl with the voice who had rushed away after her song was over. She stood up nervously. The eyes of Lady Honoret were glued on the pages which she was rapidly fluttering and turning, and she did not get up, although she pressed two of Lydia's fingers with an absent sort of gesture. "Come again, very, very soon, dear child. We must talk about this," she murmured. Lydia released her hand and looked round the room. The remaining visitors were engaged in conversation or in scanning the pictures and miniatures on the walls. Lydia, very upright and with her head held high, turned around and walked out of the room. Her umbrella was miraculously put into her hand by the manservant in the hall. The door was opened and shut again behind her, and she stood on the pavement of Lexham Gardens and drew a deep breath. "My goodness gracious," said Lydia to herself in the tense, straightforward phraseology of Regency Terrace. "My goodness gracious, what a house, and what manners they all had." This was the only unvarnished expression of her opinion that Lydia permitted herself. She gave Miss Forster a careful and rather manufactured account of the luncheon party. She mentioned to the other girls at Elena's that she had been introduced recently to a Lady Honoret, who had twice invited her to her own house, and she wrote and told Aunt Beryl that Miss Forster's friend, Lady Honoret, had been very kind to her and was going to read something she had written, and tell her if anything could be done with it. Lady Honoret wrote herself, and was the friend of publishers. Inwardly, Lydia was not without fears that her volatile patroness might forget all about her, and nothing more ever be heard of the novel and its possibilities. But in less than a week she received a summons to Lexham Gardens. This time she said nothing at all to Miss Forster, but took the Cromwell Road omnibus when her work was over for the day. She regretted very much that she was not wearing the three-cornered hat, but only her everyday straw. Lady Honoret, however, greeted her with outstretched hands and an enthusiasm that quite overlooked any such minor considerations. To her real astonishment, Lydia learnt that her novel was a tiny, tiny gem, a wonderful discovery, and the truest and purest return to the heart of nature that Lady Honoret had read for years and years and years. "Oh, the little broken heart," breathed Lady Honoret piously as she hung over the final pages of the typescript. "Of course it will go to a publisher. It would make a boom at once. It was so utterly new and young." "But not Cassela," said Lady Honoret thoughtfully. "I think not Cassela. He goes in so tremendously for strong things, and your idyll is such a wee, tender little story. Besides, he's got his discovery. This Red Indian girl, or whatever she calls herself, this is to be all mine." Lady Honoret laughed in a gleeful, childish sort of way, and Lydia reflected coldly and ungratefully that a desire to outdo Mr. Cassela in the field of discoveries was probably at the bottom of her hostess's extreme enthusiasm. Nevertheless, she felt very much excited, and she thanked Lady Honoret warmly and eagerly before she went away. Was her book really so very good, she wondered? She felt a suspicion that work produced so very easily was unlikely to have any great intrinsic merit. With considerable self-control, she said nothing whatever to anyone of the hopes that she now entertained, and which occasionally rose to immense and unreasonable heights of an immediate accession to fame and fortune. Every day she looked eagerly and nervously for further news from Lexham Gardens. When it came at last, she was astounded. Her book was accepted. It was to be published as soon as possible. The publisher thought well of it. She was to receive a draft agreement for her immediate consideration. This time Lydia cast discretion to the wind. She was wildly excited, and she told everybody that she had written a novel, and that it was going to be published at once. "Do you mean printed, dear?" said Miss Nettleship in an awed manner. "Well, I never! The boarders will be anxious to read it, They'll all think to see themselves." This was no less than the truth. Mrs. Clarence showed the extreme of apprehension lest she should discover herself in the central figure of Lydia's novel, and seemed to credit the authoress with a supernatural power of insight, enabling her to visualize her victim's past, present, and future alike. "You writing people are so penetrating," she said anxiously to Lydia, "and there are certain passages in my life, oh, years before I ever came here, when I never thought I should live in a residential hotel, in fact, but had my own house and servants. But there have been incidents which I've always thought exactly like a novel. Only I couldn't bear to see my own character dissected in cold print." Even Mrs. Bulteel, laughing rather nervously, said that she supposed writers were always on the lookout for copy, and they would all be afraid to open their lips in front of Miss Raymond now. Mr. Bulteel congratulated her solemnly. "I am afraid that I very seldom read novels myself, but we shall make a point of obtaining your book from the library. I have often been urged to write myself. Some of my experiences in foreign countries would certainly make interesting reading, but I've always said a writer has to have imagination. Don't you find that imagination is absolutely necessary to you?" Lydia admitted that this was so. "I believe," Mr. Bulteel pursued his reflective way, "I believe that I could express myself in sufficiently correct English, but I lack imagination. I am a practical man, I fear." His fear, Lydia could not help noticing, was tinged with something that much resembled complacency. "Perhaps one day," said good Mr. Bulteel, smiling, "one day you and I might collaborate over a book." After that, the book that Lydia and Mr. Bulteel were to write in collaboration became one of the mild, standard jokes of the boarding house. The congratulations which pleased Lydia least were those which she received from Miss Forster, who seemed inclined to look upon herself as the presiding genius of the situation. "And to think it's all come from my having told my friend Lady Honoret all about you, that time when you were so down in the mouth last Christmas," she cried exultantly. "Why, it was her taking you up that did the whole thing, wasn't it?" "I'm sure I'm delighted to have been able to do something really helpful like that for you, my dear." Lydia thanked Miss Forster, but without any great display of exuberance. She did not expect any compliments from old Miss Lillicrap, nor did she receive any, but the girls at Madame Elena's were more enthusiastic. "I hope it ends sadly," said Marguerite Saxon, hanging her head on one side. "I often like to weep a little weep over a story with a sad ending. I know it's foolish to take a tale so much to heart, but I'm made that way. I get awfully absorbed in what I read. You know, when I put the book down, it's as though I'd said good-bye to real friends. That's the way I feel very often about the people in the tales I read." Gina Ryott's congratulations began better, but they also tailed off into personal reminiscences of her own. Lydia noticed it with impatience, but without any surprise. "I can't imagine how you afford the time to write, I must say. I've always thought you must be clever, Lydia. You know the way one can tell sometimes without any rhyme or reason, oh, so and so seems to be so clever. That's what I've often thought about you. A gentleman friend of mine always says I'm a judge of character, and somehow I think I must be. It's just a sort of knack, somehow. One sort of sizes people up right, the minute one sets eyes on them. I always know in a second what I think of anybody." Lydia, after these two, heard with something like relief the practical comments of Miss Rosie Graham. "Good for you. I hope they're going to pay you." "I'm getting a royalty," Lydia explained. "That means so much on each copy sold. I dare say it won't be very much, especially as they say it's a very short book, and is only going to cost 3 and 6 instead of 6 shillings. But my friend who arranged it all for me says it's a very good agreement indeed for a first book." "My friend who arranged it all" was Lady Honoret. Thus did Lydia now freely describe that patroness of struggling art, nor did she do so unjustified by Lady Honoret's further advances. Miss Forster might be invited to bridge parties during the week, but it was Lydia who was urged to come every Sunday, and spend the afternoon, and meet all the dear people who had heard about her, and would be longing to read her book. It was Lydia who was introduced to all and sundry of the frequenters of the Lexham Gardens house as the very latest and youngest novelist, and after a little while she altogether ceased to resent the label of "actually serves in a shop, my dear," which alternated with "little seamstress" in quite a tiny way, that formed the aside to the introductions. It all seemed to add to her prestige with these extraordinary people. She assimilated the new atmosphere with astonishing ease, and being unhampered by shyness, soon acquired absolute ease in her surroundings. Insensibly, she became less interested in her work at Madame Elena's, and although the habit of concentration still prevailed, she was conscious of relief now, when each working day came to an end. She ceased to cultivate the little cashier, Rosie Graham, since her advances never led to any permanent success, and moreover she could not altogether forget Rosie's strictures on the evening they had had supper together. Madame Elena went to Paris without leaving Lydia in charge, as she had half said she would do, and on her return seemed inclined to fall back into the old way of favouring Gina Ryott. Early in the summer, Marguerite Saxon's rose-leaf face developed a series of spots that rapidly became sores, and Madame Elena remarked them, in spite of layers of thick white powder, and told Marguerite that she need not return until they were cured. The wretched model sobbed and cried, asserting that she had used bottle upon bottle of stuff, some of which must soon take effect. But as the sore places spread daily, and 2 clients asked what was the matter with the girl's face, she received her dismissal, and the showroom at Elena's knew her no more. "She was bound to end by ruining her face with all that paint and stuff," said the other girls. Lydia was not greatly interested. She examined her own clear olive complexion in the glass, and decided that the very modest use of a small powder puff was not likely to have results that would bring upon her the disastrous fate of Marguerite Saxon, and thereupon dismissed the whole incident from her thoughts. Full of tremulous excitement, she corrected the proofs of her novel, and waited for its appearance. End of chapter 15.
Recording by C.J. Plogue.
The Heel of Achilles by E.M. Delafield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. "Fancy about your book, dear," wrote Aunt Beryl. "Well, I am pleased. Aunt E. and Olive are back here now, and so surprised to hear your news. Mind you tell us when to order the book from the library. I always said you had it in you to write, dear." Lydia could not remember any such flattering prediction, but she put Aunt Beryl's name down on the list of people to whom one of the 6 presentation copies of her book that Lady Honoret had said she would receive must be sent. The list cost her a certain amount of thought. Aunt Beryl went without saying, and of course Lady Honoret, to whom it would be a real pleasure to present anything so certain to be rapturously received. Nathalie Palmer, rather a nuisance, that perhaps, but Lydia stifled the thought within the remembrance that after all it was Nathalie who had typed the book. Grandpapa, one would like to show Grandpapa that even earning one's own living in London was not without its higher side, and then Uncle George would be hurt if he alone of the Regency Terrace household were left out. 4 copies were gone already, and one to keep for herself, that was 5, and Lydia surveyed with dismay the number of people to each one of whom she would like to send the remaining copy. Mr. Monteagle Almond, who would think more highly of her intellectual attainments than ever. Miss Glover, who had so much wanted to have Lydia on her staff of highly qualified teachers. The Senthovens, who could themselves do nothing except play games. Even Madame Elena passed through Lydia's perplexed mind as a possible candidate, for of late the principal had appeared to pay very little attention to her assistant. But in the end Lydia reluctantly decided that the 6th copy of her book must be given to Miss Forster. There was a tendency about Miss Forster, slight but unmistakable, to show herself affronted at the ease and rapidity with which her protégée had risen to undreamed of heights of intimacy in the Honoret establishment. Lydia, indeed, inwardly, was rather annoyed with Lady Honoret for her want of discretion. It had become quite difficult to answer Miss Forster's sharply put questions as to the number of her visits to Lexham Gardens, on occasions when Miss Forster herself had received no invitation there. Lydia had always been very popular at the boarding house, and she felt that it would be unpleasant and would spoil her triumph in the appearance of the book if anyone were to feel injured and show vexation, particularly Miss Forster, who was also popular and was, moreover, always quite ready to exploit any emotion that she might be experiencing in conversation with the other boarders. Lydia planned to give her the book and to inscribe in it a grateful inscription, and meanwhile she was careful to dwell upon the fact that she had never yet met Sir Rupert Honoret, whom Miss Forster, of course, knew so very well indeed. Imperceptibly enough, however, the opinion of the boarders ceased to matter, just as that of the girls at Madame Elena's had ceased to matter a little while before. Lydia's book was a success. Some quality at which the writer herself was secretly surprised was found by the public and the reviewers alike in the slight little story. It met with something that very nearly approached the reception predicted for it so gushingly by the enthusiastic Lady Honoret. Various people, their names for the most part well known to Lydia through the agency of Aunt Evelyn and her ladies' paper, asked to meet her, and her publisher's advertising manager wrote and asked for her to photograph, to appear in the press. Lady Honoret was triumphant. "A child, a young, fresh child of 18, isn't it too Arcadian?" she would inquire of her friends, although Lydia, at first rather inclined to be offended at having such juvenility thrust upon her, had already distinctly stated that she was 20. Then it seemed with paralyzing suddenness, the day came when Lady Honoret said to her without any preliminary at all, "Why don't you leave that dreadful shop? I'm sure it is dreadful. And give up your whole time to your real work?" Why? Lydia could think of innumerable reasons, although she might not be disposed to put them before Lady Honoret. Because it was well known to Aunt Beryl, Grandpapa, Rosie Graham, everybody, that to leave a good post, unless it were for a better one, was a wanton and foolish flying in the face of Providence, because Mr. Monteagle Almond would revoke all his good opinion of her, after she had justified his recommendation of her so splendidly, because Grandpapa would call her a little fool whose head had been turned, and finally, because the writing of a successful first novel could not be looked upon in the light of earning one's own living, as Lydia and Lydia's relations understood the term. This was the last reason she chose to give Lady Honoret. "I ought to do something for myself. My aunt and uncle who brought me up couldn't afford to have me living at home doing nothing at all. It wouldn't be fair." "Oh, no, no," cried Lady Honoret with a slight shudder. "I'm sure you oughtn't to live with any aunt or uncle. They're always such Philistines, too. But if you really have to think about the table money part of it, of course you know you're bound to make a little money from writing. Only I suppose you simply can't bear to think of writing for money. It would paralyze it all." Lydia did not like to say that all that she was afraid of was that the money made by writing would be insufficient in quantity, so she remained silent, and Lady Honoret squeezed her hand sympathetically. "You must think it all over, you dear little strange wild thing," she declared affectionately, "and then if you settle to leave your shop, as I'm sure you ought, you must let me know." And she said nothing more of her astonishing suggestion. That was just the way of those new, strange people whom Lydia was now coming to know. They made the wildest and most revolutionary plans, proposing lightly such wholesome changes as the people from whom Lydia sprang would never contemplate in a lifetime, bound by tradition and practical considerations alike. And then, when one pleaded for time to assimilate the scheme, to weigh and consider it, and to consult one's relations, they brushed it all aside in a moment and seemingly forgot all about it. Lydia marvelled at them, and was rather inclined to despise them for want of self-control and lack of the breadwinner's early acquired self-discipline. All the same, Lady Honoret's suggestion that she should leave the shop unwillingly allured Lydia, as holding vague possibilities of some higher, more splendid preferment in store. One Sunday she found her patroness in despair over a little writing table that was loaded with a morocco-bound account books, silver and enamel pencils, carved pen holders and spoilt nibs, photographs in mosaic frames, a mosaic clock telling the wrong time, a china ink pot with ink running down its steep purple sides, a small silver mirror on legs, and all round and underneath, and on the top of all these, a vast quantity of detached bills and scribbled over half sheets of note paper. "These municipal accounts!" cried Lady Honoret quite desperately. "Sir Rupert has told me to put all these in order and let him have what he calls a statement. And all my charities are mixed up with personal expenses, and heaps of things I can't possibly let him see. And I've lost my checkbook, though I don't really mind that, because I know I'm terribly, terribly overdrawn, but every time I add these things up they come different. Oh, darling, are you good at arithmetic?" Lydia could never become in the least used to the terms of endearment so much in vogue amongst Lady Honoret and her friends, and "darling," in particular, was a word that she had never heard applied except to small children. She blushed involuntarily and said, "I am accountant at the place where I work, you know." "Does that mean you can really understand accounts?" demanded Lady Honoret, assuming an even more infantile guilelessness than was habitual to her. "Oh, do take all these and make the statement, or whatever it is he wants. I'm so tired." "Is any of this private?" rather hesitatingly asked Lydia, brought up in that strict creed of reticence as to money affairs that is so essentially of the middle classes. "Not in the least, darling," said her hostess languidly, and flung herself into an armchair with every sign of exhaustion, while Lydia sat down at the businesslike little writing table, of which she felt inwardly scornful, and began to disentangle its confusion. Her task was not made any easier by the ceaseless flow of Lady Honoret's talk, and it took her over an hour to produce order from so much elegant chaos. Then she said succinctly, "Since the New Year, £55 have gone to various charities and societies. I have the list of accounts here, and all the rest is personal expenditure." She did not like to say clothes, although the bills were for nothing else, and there was not a single household item amongst them all. "How much?" £228, 16 shillings and sixpence," said Lydia. "Oh, darling thing, you're so clever at all this. Would you mind putting it all down on paper the other way round? The 50 for dress expenses and the other to charity. He never asks to see the bills." Lydia was thunderstruck. "Cook the accounts?" She worded it bluntly in her confusion, but her voice was shaky. "What a quaint expression!" said Lady Honoret delightedly. "Is that what you call it? Oh, yes, do cook them for me." No wonder that certain of the novels read by Lydia with so much interest talked about the immorality of the upper classes. Lydia was highly scandalized, but she had not the slightest intention of risking Lady Honoret's friendship, and she "cooked" the accounts very neatly and skillfully. "But if Sir Rupert asked to see the bills from the shops, or the receipts from the charity places?" she suggested. "Then you'll have to come and help me to cook again. Or I can always say I've lost them," Lady Honoret declared. "It may sound the teeniest bit deceitful." It certainly did, reflected Lydia grimly. "But I make it a rule never to lie unless I have to, and then do it thoroughly, thoroughly well, you know. Sir Rupert really drives me to it sometimes. You've no idea what he's like." Lydia rather wished that she had, and less than a week later her curiosity was gratified, and she met Sir Rupert Honoret. He was quite unlike her conception of a wealthy Jew, taken mainly from the stage. She had expected a pompous and corpulent presence, with a fur-lined coat and a cigar, an immense hooked nose and a lisp. Instead, she saw a small, wizened figure with a broken front tooth that gave him an oddly dilapidated appearance, prominent and rather bilious-looking eyes, and a discontented expression. His voice was low and nasal, and came with a peculiar hiss through the gap of the broken tooth. "Are you the girl that does the accounts?" he asked her. Lydia's breath caught in her throat as she reflected how exceedingly probable it was that the financier had become aware of the particular direction in which her skill had recently taken her. She shot a glance at Lady Honoret, who nodded gaily and quite openly. "Yes," said Lydia. "She writes, you know, Rupert, so very, very wonderful to think." "Are you fond of figures?" Sir Rupert demanded, ignoring his wife. "Very." "Any good at bookkeeping? Double entry?" "I've learnt it, and am working now as an accountant." "Where?" "At a shop," hesitated Lydia. "A ladies' shop, called Elena's, in Day Street." "Yes, run by an old woman called Ribeiro. I know." Lydia looked upon him as nothing less than omniscient after that. "Do you like the work there?" Instinct made Lydia reply without enthusiasm. "Pretty well." "You'd like something better, eh? Can you do typing and shorthand?" "No." "Only accounts? Well, if you can keep those properly, you can do more than most women." He turned on his heel and went away without saying anything more, and it was with genuine astonishment that Lydia heard Lady Honoret exclaim: "Oh, how clever of you! You've managed to get on the right side of Sir Rupert at once, and he is so difficult. Now I can have you here as much as I like, without being disagreeable." Sir Rupert was not disagreeable. Once or twice he spoke to Lydia, and once he handed over to her an elaborate collection of figures, and asked her to see what she made of that. Various unfamiliar terms, shares and preference shares, debenture stock, perplexed her, but the figures themselves could be capable of no combination too baffling for the mathematical mind, and Lydia tabulated very neatly and clearly the result of her work. "Good." Sir Rupert put the paper down. "Give Ribeiro notice, and I'll make you my secretary at £2 a week. You can have your luncheon here. Hours 10 to 6, and overtime when I want you. That will probably include Sundays as well." But Lady Honoret." "You can help her when I've nothing for you to do, but that won't be often. Think it over and give me an answer tomorrow." Sir Rupert walked into his study and shut the door, almost in Lydia's face, leaving her completely bewildered. It was an opportunity. It might lead to anything. Already Lydia had learned to look upon even her new found triumphs merely as stepping stones to some further splendid destiny, the form of which she did not particularize. After all, she was practically a shop girl. That was all that her position at Madame Elena's represented to those outside. Private secretary to Sir Rupert Honoret would be a very different thing, and her salary doubled. Even Mr. Monteagle Almond would see no imprudence in making a change so much for the better. Practical although Lydia undoubtedly was, she allowed her imagination a brief excursion into various alluring bypaths, such as the pleasure of telling Miss Rosie Graham and the other girls at Elena's that her services as a private secretary were so much in request as to have led to a flattering offer, that she felt it her duty to accept. She wondered whether lunch every day at Lexham Gardens would mean the dining room and all Lady Honoret's smart friends, or merely a tray in the study. With the thought came one of those flashes of intuition to which Lydia owed a great deal more than she as yet knew. The first person to approach must be Lady Honoret. Lydia guessed already that Sir Rupert was not in the habit of taking his wife into his confidence, which made it all the more necessary that she, the latest discovery and protégée, should not allow herself to be annexed without reference to her original owner, the light in which she could not help feeling sure that Lady Honoret regarded herself. The effect of a tactful appeal proved to be its own immediate justification. Lady Honoret at first looked startled, and then said, in a very open and candid way: Now I'll tell you the whole thing quite frankly." She then made several contradictory statements to the effect that she had herself advised Sir Rupert to take Lydia for his secretary, and that of course she had no idea that he even thought of suggesting such a thing, but then he was hatefully secretive, always, and if Lydia did come, then of course Lady Honoret knew that she must never hope for her help over the dreadful accounts and things any more, because of course she'd have no time for anything but stocks and shares and advisory committees, and it would be far better for Lydia, darling thing, than the awful shop in Upper Tooting, and give her a chance of writing another wonderful novel and meeting all sorts of critics and interesting people. Finally, Lady Honoret exclaimed that it really all seemed just like a fairy tale come true, and Lydia must leave the terrible shop the very next day and come to them. Lydia reserved herself on the point, having long ago contemptuously decided that it was of no use ever to mention practical considerations to her patroness, but she went away with the assurance that Lady Honoret had definitely committed herself to a statement that she would welcome Lydia's presence, as Sir Rupert's private secretary, at Lexham Gardens. Far-sighted as Miss Raymond's calculations might be, she had, as yet, no thought of allowing for the repudiation of a spoken word. That night Lydia carefully indited a letter. Sir Rupert Honoret. Dear Sir, I have considered your offer of a private secretary at £2 weekly and lunch in, and am prepared to accept the same, after giving the usual week's notice to my present employer. If you can give me till the end of the month before coming to you, I shall be obliged, as giving me time to take a few days at home and explaining to my people. Hoping to give you every satisfaction, as I shall certainly make it my endeavour, I remain, yours faithfully, L. Raymond. After that, much more rapidly and easily, she wrote to Aunt Beryl, and explained what a very flattering offer Sir Rupert's was, and how glad Lydia felt that now she would be able to pay all her own expenses, instead of letting Uncle George kindly undertake half of them. If she could, she would try and get a few days to come and talk it all over before beginning her new work. And would dear Auntie please explain it all to Grandpapa and Uncle George and Mr. Almond and everybody. Lydia was not altogether without guile in relegating to Aunt Beryl the announcements to be made to, at all events, Mr. Monteagle Almond. After all, it was he who had found for her the post at Madame Elena's, of which they had all been so proud less than a year ago. Lydia did not wish him to think her either ungrateful or capricious. She felt sure that Aunt Beryl would certainly be the best person to guard against any such unfavourable impression. There were 2 announcements of her change of plans, however, which could not be disputed. Lydia was looking forward with pleasure neither to giving Madame Elena the week's notice stipulated for her on her engagement, nor to explaining to Miss Forster that she was about to enter the establishment of Miss Forster's dear friends, to whom that lady had so very recently introduced her. If Miss Forster made herself disagreeable, then Lydia decided that she would leave the boarding house and live by herself in lodgings. But that would certainly offend Miss Nettleship, and perhaps Aunt Beryl as well, and Lydia had no desire to stand anything but well with everybody. It was a pity that other people were not more reasonable. She spent some time in thinking out a tactful method of presenting her case to Miss Forster. Finally, she did so with many expressions of gratitude for all that she owed to Miss Forster's kind introduction, and with a very distinct emphasis laid upon the subordinate position to be hers at Lexham Gardens. Not for her, Lydia implied, the freedom of the bridge table and tea party, as for Miss Forster. Merely an excellent business appointment with a salary higher than her present one. And it was all Miss Forster's doing, and Lydia was so grateful. To her extreme relief, Miss Forster was gracious. She took the credit for Lydia's triumph upon herself, and apparently enjoyed telling all the other boarders of the far-reaching effects of her great influence with Sir Rupert and Lady Honoret. Telling Madame Elena was less successful. "A week's notice in the middle of summer? What the dickens are you talking about?" demanded the auburn-headed principal, her eyes flashing fury. "I've decided that clerical work will suit me better. Lydia said calmly. Can you type? No, but it's easily learnt. Or write shorthand? Not yet. And how many people do you suppose want a clerk that can't do either shorthand or typewriting? Said Madame Elena with a fine irony. Lydia was stung into an unguarded reply. I've already had a most excellent post offered to me as it happens, madam. Bookkeeping is all that's wanted. That's exactly what I wanted to get at, said Elena with one of her most disconcerting thrusts. You've already taken on another job, you little rotter. That's a dirty trick, if you like. Lydia kept silence, partly because it was really rather difficult to think of any very satisfactory reply, and partly from the old habit of deferring to authority. She was feeling thoroughly uncomfortable, and had to tell herself inwardly that, after all, Madame Elena's opinion didn't really matter. A very few days after leaving the shop, and Lydia knew that Madame Elena and all her girls would seem to be shadowy and unreal as dreams. The actual moment in which one discarded an outworn phase was unpleasant, but it was the way of progress. Just when I've taught you the work, too, came the climax of this storm. I can stay on and show my work to anyone who is going to take my place, Lydia ventured. You can do no such thing. The quicker you clear out of here, the better I shall be pleased, retorted the principal. This day week you go, and I only wish I could send you packing straight away. Elena flounced into her little room, slamming books and ledgers about noisily, and was in a terrible temper for the rest of that day. Lydia told the other girls in the dressing room in the basement at closing time. You must have something very good up your sleeve to chuck this, Gina Riot said. It isn't everywhere that they give you a decent meal like ours. I know, said Lydia. You aren't getting married, are you? Said someone else, giggling. No fear. Is Peroxide furious? She was in the D's own temper this afternoon, I know that much. Old Peroxide doesn't like us girls to give notice. I suppose she thinks we ought to be only too thankful to stay on here forever, with what she does for us. Do you know if anyone is taking your job? Asked Rosie Graham. No one yet. She'll have to find somebody in a hurry because I'm leaving this day week. All right, I shall apply for it myself. I'm sick of that everlasting stool of mine behind the glass, and she can easily find another cashier. Just put me up to a wrinkle or two about your old ledgers and things. I will tomorrow, said Lydia promptly. I hope you'll get on all right. It's a good job. Then why are you leaving it? Because, said Lydia slowly, I am going to be private secretary to Sir Rupert Honoret at his own house in Lexham Gardens for just exactly twice the money that I get here. The announcement created all the sensation that she had hoped for. The girls congratulated her and expressed their envy, and made much enthusiastic noise. The little pale cashier, Rosie Graham, was the only one to keep silence, and she looked at Lydia with uplifted eyebrows and a mocking expression that conveyed quite clearly an opinion nearly as unfavourable as Madame Elena's own of Lydia's methods of self-advancement. But Lydia did not care any longer what Rosie might choose to think. After the next week she would probably never see her again. Nevertheless, when she did say good-bye to the girls with whom she had worked for nearly a year, and with whom she had made herself so popular, Lydia exchanged really affectionate farewells with them, and echoed eagerly their plans for not losing sight of one another, but meeting on an occasional Sunday afternoon. I should like to hear how it's all getting on, she declared vehemently, taking a last look at the diamond-paned window, with the careless gilt lettering above it. But after all, the Sunday afternoon meetings did not take place. Lydia had her holiday at Regency Terrace, and then she came back with a new silk frock, bought out of her savings just in case lunch at Lexham Gardens should ever turn out to mean Lady Honoret's dining room table, and not a tray in Sir Rupert's study, and she became very quickly absorbed in new work, new surroundings, and many new people. Lydia and the staff at Elena's now had really nothing in common. End of Chapter 16. Recording by C.J. Plogue.